Good morning, everyone. We will start in 2 minutes. If you please can have your seat.
Women in Data Science Worldwide has been around since 2015. We started pretty small as just one conference on Stanford campus, and our aim then was to simply feature outstanding women doing outstanding work in data science. And then we grew. We grew into a global movement, connecting women and also men around the world. Our aim is to elevate and empower women, and we do this through extensive programming. We have regional events and conferences, we have datathons every year, we've got workshops, podcasts, and also outreach programs. It's been a lot of fun.
I'm really amazed and inspired. The WiDS movement has just really taken off around the globe.
Why are we building and supporting WiDS? Because women are still significantly underrepresented. So there are a lot of voices.
Recording in progress.
Jimmy.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Please have your seat. We are starting now. نعم لا مش الحال. Thank you. Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We will start with the Lebanese national anthem and alma mater. On behalf of the WiDS organizing team, we would like to welcome you all to the 9th edition of the Women in Data Science Conference at American University of Beirut. It's a pleasure to see such a nice gathering of experts, professionals, and leaders all in one group. Today, we are going to be introducing our speakers, our leaders, in short, brief bios. All their bios and details are uploaded on the website. You can scan the QR code that will be that are shown here so that you can access those details. Also, the agenda is uploaded on the website so you can monitor the day because we have in parallel workshops, we have in parallel panel discussion, and at the same time, you can see the flow of the conference. Leading the conference, it is an honor to introduce and welcome our pioneer from Suleiman Olayan School of Business, Women in Data Science WiDS Conference Chair, WiDS Ambassador, Associate Dean for Research and Faculty Development, and Tenured Professor of Management Science. Please help me welcome Dr. Lama Moussawi.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and friends, and speakers. Welcome to the 9th edition of the Women in Data Science Conference at the American University of Beirut. It's an honor to have you here, in person and virtually, as we celebrate the power of data science in driving sustainable and inclusive change. Allow me first to extend a special welcome to their excellencies, Dr. Sayed, Dr. Shhadi, Dr. Haidar, and Dr. Nasser al-Din. Ahla wa sahla. Your presence with us today is deeply appreciated and reflects the shared vision between academia and the public sector in leveraging data to transform our nation. I would also like to welcome those joining us virtually from Lebanon and the MENA region and around the world, and a special welcome to the extended team of WiDS Worldwide. I also want to warmly welcome our distinguished speakers, those joining us in person here in Beirut, and those joining us virtually. To our in-person speakers, I'm deeply honored and truly grateful for your traveling to Beirut to be with us today. I look forward to learning from your insights on how data science can drive rebuilding and positive change in times of crisis. WiDS is a testament to AUB's commitment to excellence in education, research, and impact by engaging with world-class experts, showcasing the latest development and research advances, and shaping innovative research initiatives. WiDS impact extends beyond the walls of our institution. And today, with this agenda of outstanding speakers, we are once more a platform for bright minds to come together and make a difference in our community, to exchange ideas, share the latest research and applications, and put knowledge from this field at the service of our community and our nation. This year's theme, Sustainable Rebuilding in Times of Crisis, could not be more timely or more relevant. Lebanon has faced profound challenges, yet data science gives us the power to turn uncertainty into knowledge, crisis into opportunities, to help rebuild with resilience and hope. It can allow for more innovative health systems, sustainable infrastructure, and more just and inclusive society, ensuring that no one is left behind. Before we begin, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to those who made this event possible. On behalf of the WiDS team, I would like to thank President Fadl Khouri, whose leadership continues to inspire and advance research and scientific excellence at AUB. I would also like to thank Dean Yusuf Sidani for his unwavering support and his true belief in the vision of WiDS. Thank you to the WiDS Executive Committee, Professor Ghada Al-Hajj Flayhan and Dr. Mariat Awad. Working alongside such brilliant and visionary colleagues is truly inspiring. Their intellect, enduring dedication, and unwavering partnership have been instrumental to WiDS, and every collaboration with them is truly both a privilege and a joy. We have enjoyed incomparable support from all our partners who have been instrumental to the WiDS success and continuity. Thank you for the generous support of Dean Raymond Sawaya of the Faculty of Medicine. Thank you to the general support of Dean Alain Shhadi of the Maroun Sam'an Faculty of Engineering and Architecture. Thank you to the iPark team, to the AI Data Science and Computing Hub team, the OSB Career Management Services, and the Center for Women in Business. And thank you to the entire OSB team and organizing committee who have worked tirelessly with dedication and commitment to make this event possible. And a special welcome to the student volunteers that you see around today. And finally, to our attendees, thank you. Seeing this full house of in the Ma'mari Auditorium is truly inspiring. Your engagement reflects AUB's vital role in leading innovation and knowledge creation. And your engagement embodies our collective determination to rebuild Lebanon on the foundation of sustainability, inclusion, and hope. Welcome again to the WiDS 2025.
Thank you, Dr. Lamont. Our president, Fadlu Khouri, wasn't able to attend today due to a last minute, but he is with us in every step we take. So we have a recording of his opening remarks.
Excellencies, ministers, representatives of the United Nations and its agencies, members of the diplomatic community, colleagues from academia and the private sector, and members of the AUB community. It is a pleasure to address you. I sincerely regret not being with you in person, but I am proud that the American University of Beirut continues to host this important gathering of women in data science, WiDS. And what a gathering it is. The WiDS AUB conference, now the largest regional event of its kind, brings Arab and international leaders in data science together in Beirut. That alone says something powerful about the city, this region, and the role of women in advancing data-driven discovery and innovation. We are living through times of constant challenges and adaptations. Across the Arab world and beyond, people are facing displacement, environmental pressures, and fragile public health systems. And yet, there is remarkable progress in how knowledge and data are being used to respond. Hardship, it seems, can accelerate discovery. Data science has moved far beyond prediction. It now helps societies adapt and progress, prompting us to rethink how we use technology and how equitably we share its benefits. At AUB, we see this as a moral responsibility. Technology must serve people, not the other way around. Guided by this vision, the new School of Computing and Data Sciences works to equalize opportunities for women in STEM and to guarantee leadership in data science mirrors the diversity of our societies. There's clear evidence that diversity improves both the process and the outcomes of research. When women lead in data science, the scope of inquiry expands and the questions become more relevant to real human needs. This year's WiDS conference explores how data science can support healthcare resilience and innovation, sustainable infrastructure and rebuilding, and social sustainability rooted in justice and inclusion. Public health provides powerful examples. Predictive models can warn of outbreaks before they spread. Telemedicine extends care to those displaced or isolated. Digital tools are helping address mental health needs of communities under strain. At AUB, we treat data-driven healthcare as both a technical task and an ethical mission, protecting lives, reducing disparities, and restoring hope. Those same principles guide our thinking about infrastructure and the environment. Machine learning can improve systems, and real-time data can strengthen response. But none of this succeeds in isolation. Progress depends on collaboration among engineers, policymakers, social scientists, and entrepreneurs. What happens when the people designing algorithms reflect the full spectrum of society? When those stepping up and shaping AI also shape policy, education, and healthcare? we create technologies that see more clearly and serve more fairly. Crises, as we know, are disruptive, but they also reveal what's possible. The work shared at WiDS proves that new models of collaboration and rebuilding are already emerging. As you engage today, ask yourselves, who might you collaborate with next? What idea here could become a policy, a project, or even a movement? On behalf of the American University of Beirut, I thank you for advancing knowledge that serves humanity. Your work in data science is helping societies move forward. I wish you an inspiring conference, one that continues to shape Beirut, the region, and the wider world. Thank you.
It would have been a pleasure to have Ms. Sahar Basiri Salam with us in person today. She couldn't make it, and she's very supportive to our initiative and fully committed. She passed in her regards. Speaking of leaders, and for his opening remarks, please help me welcome the Dean of Suleiman Alayan School of Business, Dr. Yusuf Sidani.
Thank you. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة, AUB leadership, vice presidents, deans, my dear faculty, students, alumni, and friends. Let me get straight into the topic in my 5-minute speech. Az-Zuhur was a literary, artistic, and scientific periodical that ran a few years starting in 1910. Its owner and editor was a Lebanese intellectual called Antoine Jmail. On the pages of Az-Zuhur, we find a fascinating exchange, a discussion and a rebuttal between two eloquent women. This dialogue reflects the condition of women at that time, but it resonates deeply with the theme of this conference. The first, Huda Skandar Kyork from Egypt wrote, "Not long ago, we used to hear the educated man groan and sigh deeply over the state of ignorance that dominated women. For a long time, he lamented the absence of a woman who could match him in knowledge and thought. This sorrowful state persisted for a long period without a single voice heralding a new method of education that could dispel the darkness of ignorance and scatter its thick clouds, until our own days, when the light of knowledge began to shine through the schools established in every region, producing graduates by the hundreds and thousands. Yet the very man who once groaned over women's ignorance and lack of understanding now laments her progress, laments her learning, wishing she had remained in complete ignorance, rather than tasting the false knowledge born of superficial education borrowed from shallow aspects of modern Western civilization, obviously in quotes. A few issues later, from Beirut, another woman wrote, her name was Irma Kerellos, responded with another powerful rebuttal. I read it in Arabic. وأرى من الواجب أن تنهض المرأة لتدافع عن حقوقها المهضومة فتنالها كاملة وتتوصل إلى المنزلة التي تستحقها في المجتمع الإنساني. وقد أصبحت والحمد لله تدرك ذلك، فرأينا بين أخواتنا الكاتبات والطبيبات والممرضات والمحاميات والمخترعات اللواتي نفاخر بهن. فالمرأة التي وصفتها ليست زنبقة واحدة بين الأشواك، بل صار أمامنا حديقة فسيحة من الزنبق يعطر شذاها الأرجاء. هي ليست نجمة صغيرة تحجبها الغيوم، بل هي مجموع كواكب ترصع صدر السماء. وعلينا نحن إذا كتبنا أن نكتب في الحث والتنشيط لا في الملامة والتأنيب، فكفانا من الرجال سوء ظن ببنات جنسنا. A rough translation, I believe it's a duty for women to rise and defend their violated rights. And thanks to God, women have now become aware of this. We have seen among our sisters, writers, teachers, nurses, lawyers, and inventors, women we take pride in. The woman I described is no longer a single lily among thorns. Before us now lies a vast garden of lilies whose fragrance fills the air. She is not a small star hidden behind clouds, but a constellation of planets adorning the sky. End quote. And I say today we are celebrating women in data science, and in doing so we are celebrating diversity, not the diversity between men and women, but the diversity within women themselves, the vast garden of lilies and constellation of planets and stars in data science. Many of the women we will hear from today are leaders in their fields, in data science, artificial intelligence, business analytics, theory, research, and applications. Yet, as we celebrate women in data science, we also recognize women's accomplishments across all fields. Some women choose to impact their societies through their ability to understand, collect, manage, and use data for community and corporate benefit. Others choose to make their mark in different ways through the arts, history, medicine, whether at home or abroad, within their families or in the corporate sector. With data comes the ability to understand, and with understanding comes freedom. It is our role as an institution of higher learning to open the doors for women to use data in any way they see fit, for positive impact in the family, in the community, and in society at large. This is what we do and we aspire to do at the Sulaiman Orian School of Business and definitely at the American University of Beirut. I wish you a very productive and fruitful conference today. Thank you.
Now, for the academia bridging public and private sectors at WiDS 2025, I would like to hand over to tenured professor of medicine, founding director, Calcium Metabolism and Osteoporosis Program, WHO Collaborating Center for Metabolic Bone Disorders, founding director of SHARP Program at UBMC, UB, Bernard Lone Scholar Development of Global Health and Population, Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Please help me welcome Dr. Ghada Hajj Flayhan.
صباح الخير. Excellencies, Dr. Haneen Al-Sayed, Dr. Muhammad Haidar, Dr. Rakan Nasir al-Din, Dr. Kamal Shhadi, President Khouri, Provost Dawi, Dean Sidani, Dr. Lamia Khouri, MP Saliba, Dean Sawaya, Dean Sibai, Dean Shhadi, deans from other faculties, distinguished colleagues, guests, and members of the Women in Data Science community. Welcome to AUB and to a new and exciting initiative that has been resonating in our minds for a few years at WiDS, Academia Bridges Public and Private Sectors. WiDS at AUB is a coveted yearly event. We learn from the latest on how to harness data and science for the greater common good. Our aspiration is to imagine and shape a Lebanon where data science can augment services in all sectors. But where is it happening like a tsunami in the private sector? The public sector is struggling. It should be front and center. Today, Lebanon is at a crossroads. Challenges remain immense, yet we have an exceptional young human talent and a creative drive to leap forward digitally. Our audience and thriving private sectors are a testimony to that, nationally, regionally, and globally. Artificial intelligence and digital technologies can help redesign operations, improve governance, enhance transparency and speed while preserving ethical considerations. In short, it can restore citizens' trust, a Lebanese citizen dream. Crisis management and rebuilding after crisis is the overarching theme this year. We had our share of crises, as we've heard and lived over the last few years. But crises can have a silver lining. They accelerate the adoption of science and digital technology. Our country is no exception. Crises have enabled our government to step up to the task, and as example are the successful COVID vaccination campaign, where, mind you, AUB played a central role, and the distribution of equitable social assistance to up to 1/3 of Lebanese citizens in need. Today, we host a unique and unprecedented panel, firstly and hopefully the inaugural to many years, the discussion of which could not be more timely: Lebanon Digital Leap, AI in Governance and Public Services. The panel brings together esteemed 4 forward-thinking ministers at key ministries: social affairs, labor, public health, and last but not least, information technology and artificial intelligence. Each ministry shaping a vital piece of our future. The panel will be moderated by our esteemed colleague, Dr. El Sharabati, a central figure in digital technology initiatives at the interface of public and private sectors. The Ministry of Public Health vision is grounded in the National Health Strategy. It consists of building an integrated AI-ready health information system to enhance care and policy. The Ministry of Social Affairs partnered with Siren Analytics on the DAM Social Safety Program using the Impact digital platform. It has and still continues to deliver transparent cash assistance to vulnerable households, proof that technology can drive equity. The Ministry of Labor is aspiring to digitize workforce services, provide job matching platform, digital payment systems, thus preparing Lebanon youth for the future economy. And the Ministry of Information Technology and Artificial Intelligence, really the overarching enabler, laying the foundation for Lebanon digital transformation strategy, the backbone of digital public infrastructure and AI-enabled governments. These are not dreams, these are realities to happen. Together, government, academia, and private sector can work in unison as strategic partners to transform innovation into impact. This is not a wish. This is an inevitable must, a collaboration that guarantees success. It's anchored in AUB's commitment to engage as a catalyst our youth and private and public sectors together. The journey will be challenging, but the path is very clear. Let us envision and work for a Lebanon where our talented youth harness digital transformation to restore a bright future for Lebanon. Thank you, and welcome to WiDS 2025.
Now, for the agenda overview on WiDS Hackathon launch, I would like to hand over from Maroon Saman Faculty of Engineering, WiDS at AUB Ambassador, Director of the AI Data Science and Computing Hub, Tenured Professor of Machine Learning. Please help me welcome Dr. Mariat Awad.
Good morning, WiDS community. Every edition of WiDS renews my belief that data science, when done with purpose, can rebuild trust and hope. For 9 years, I've had both the joy and the responsibility of co-organizing this day along an extraordinary number of students, colleagues, and partners. It's heartening to look at this room and see it full of these new and returning faces who continue to return, engage, and enrich our discussions. Thank you for your presence and to the loyalty you've shown to this shared journey. Over the past 2 editions, as the organizing committee of WiDS at AUB, we looked reality in the eye and built our program around data science in times of crisis and disasters. We chose these words deliberately. When life tilts, you learn that truly stands is what stands. So Lebanon knows this very well, unfortunately. We live where power is rationed by hours and bandwidth by mercy. Yet clinics, schools, municipalities, entrepreneurs, and volunteers have kept services alive. They have done so with ingenuity, courage, and often personal sacrifice. But ingenuity must not remain private. It cannot hold a nation like that. Our task now is to turn that resilience into institutional habit so that the burden is not carried silently and individually forever, but instead, this is why, even as crisis still touches our everyday, we have chosen a constructive next step, sustainability and rebuild in times of crisis. Before we dive in, I want to pause on these 2 terms that often we treat as twins: resilience and sustainability. Resilience is this capacity to absorb the shock and keep going. But we need sustainability because it's the ability to keep us going without exhausting people, institutions, and the planet. Resilience gets us through the week, but sustainability gets us through the decade. And the bridge between is, of course, design under constraint. So as an engineer who builds AI and data science, and as a teacher who watches learners turn ideas into tools that actually run, I often repeat one sentence: performance isn't only about accuracy, it's reliability under constraint. If your tool collapses when the battery is low or the network is tired, this is not a solution. It's a teaser. And sustainable rebuild, we should say it very plainly. It is very hard during crisis. Time horizons shrink, supply chain fracture, institutions are tired, funding is volatile, and the communities, most importantly, they need to see value quickly. So this means that we design from the start for these maintenance budgets, for these spare parts, for this local capacity, and for the community adoption. If these aren't in the brief, they will not last as a result. So our program today is designed to move from framing to doing, from context to consequence. We begin a public service panel where Dr. Ghada Haji Flayhan talked about it. This is when our leaders will speak about the reality of governance and delivery, where standard procurement and data transparencies must meet lived constraints. From there, we branch into 3 tracks: sustainability for infrastructure and rebuilding. So we talk about power, water, climate resilience, and the metrics that keep them honest. Then we move into healthcare resilience and innovation, where clinical AI and systems that remain safe and equitable and deployable, even on a bad day. And the final track is basically our social sustainability with inclusion, fairness, and long horizon outcome. In parallel, we're hosting a panel about women, work, and sustainable future, as well as a series of 3 workshops on generative AI and applied tools. We really had an overwhelming 400+ participants in each workshop. So I really encourage you to go to these workshops, go with a use case, and hopefully you'll walk out with a template you can apply tomorrow for your work. And most importantly, uniquely this year, we have an all-day student hackathon that's running in parallel. It's just starting now. We have 150 participants, and teams are building under real constraint. So later today, we're going to announce the winning teams at the closing ceremony. I'm proud to say that this hackathon is in collaboration with the AUB iPark, where really the mission of iPark is to turn innovation into impact. And specifically this year, they go beyond this and are launching and trying to build the ecosystem for investor community angel. And this event is going to be happening in Paphos in November 12 to 14. So I encourage you to check it out. Our hackathon is happening in the engineering building IOC and the Scenic 602 space. It's overlooking the Mediterranean Sea for inspiration. So please check it out as well. We have some booths around also for groups around AUB related to data science and rebuild. So WiDS at AUB is also very sustainable and green. It's not just the pellet, but it's in practice. We're digital first, no agendas, no printed badges, scan the QR code for it, free Wi-Fi. We have hybrid access to minimize travel, and electric transport for our esteemed guest speakers. Let me end now with language, because language can design. In Arabic, non-human plurals, they take the feminine singular. So we say, kutubun jadidatun. And we say also, al-shajar tawila, the trees are tall. So the plural resolves to one agreement. Sustainable rebuild works the same way. In crisis, we have many systems, clinics, pumps, schools, networks, but all of these are moving parts, yet for recovery to last, the many must resolve into one clear agreement, one standard, one transparent log, one scheme everyone can understand. That's what we call economy of form, clarity of meaning. So since al-bayanat, data is feminine as well, let me make that grammar also real. So women should not just collect, clean, or analyze data. They should also govern it, authorize it, and benefit from it in ministries, municipalities, regulators, and research boards. That is not symbolism. That's how evidence becomes decisive. So welcome to WiDS at AUB 2025. And let's get started with a statement from Admiral Grace Hopper. She once said, "One accurate measurement is worth 1,000 expert opinions." So let's hear from experts.
Thank you, Dr. Mariat. starting with our first panel, Lebanon's Digital Leap, AI in Governments and Public Services. It's an honor and pleasure to have Her Excellency Ms. Haneen Al-Sayed, Minister of Social Affairs. His Excellency Dr. Rakan Nasruddin, Minister of Public Health. His Excellency Dr. Kamal Shhade, Minister of the Displaced and Minister of State for Technology and Artificial Intelligence. His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Haidar, Minister of Labor. Please help me welcome them on stage. This panel will be moderated by Founder and Partner Director of Research, Sarino Associates, WiDS Advisory Board. Please help me welcome Dr. Carol Al-Sharabati.
What a panel. Very intimidating and exciting. The audience, I see appetite, questions, interest, passion. Governments are racing to understand how artificial intelligence can transform public services. Health, education, labor, social protection across sectors. And Lebanon is not an exception. Despite our challenges, there is a clear appetite today on all sides, on academia, on private, and on public sector to move forward. I'm really honored with this panel, where I have Minister of Public Health, Dr. Rakan Nasruddin, Dr. Haneen Sayed, Minister of Social Affairs, Dr. Muhammad Haidar, Minister of Labor, Dr. Kamal Shhade, Minister of State for Technology. Today we'll explore how AI can link ministries through shared registries and data systems, how it can foster evidence-based policy making, and how we can build bridges between the public, the private, and the academic sector. The panel is about that vision, a Lebanon ready to move from fragmented efforts to connected intelligence, turning technology into trust, data into dignity, and ensuring that women remain at the heart of it. So let us start our panel with the first question to Mr. Shhade. Minister Shhade, maybe you could start telling us how can AI help rebuild trust in Lebanon, and how can Lebanon leverage AI to modernize public sector?
Thank you, first of all, for inviting me, Dr. Fleihan, and the organizer of WiDS, and Dr. Carol as well for moderating this panel. AI and technology, and I think technology, digital technology more broadly, can restore confidence in a number of ways. One, because the process that it can implement is traceable, it can be monitored, and through the use of technology and AI, we can deliver services that today are not being provided, and we can deliver services in a faster way than they're being provided, and we can deliver services without having to go through a samsar, through waiting in line, through driving hours to get it and go from one administration to another. This is the promise of technology and AI. And as you know, with agents that you're very familiar with, one agent can do hundreds of transactions in 1 minute. This is a country that suffers from a very severe budget constraint. We are unable to hire enough people. We're also unable to attract the right talent to public service. And through technology, we can actually fill that gap, but more importantly, we can provide these services that we are not providing in the right way that you deserve to get as a citizen. But there's another aspect to it. AI and technology is the future of this country. It is the single most transformative bet that we can make as a government, because it is what creates opportunities for the talented Lebanese. And as you know, you deal with them every day, and so do I. This is the future of the country. If we were to think of the most promising area for investment, for education, it is technology and AI. And so by creating these job opportunities and the investment opportunities, that's how we restore trust.
My next question is going to come in a few minutes, and it's going to be what have we done towards that. But let me move to Minister Hani Said now and ask her about her latest launch of the digital transformation strategy. If you can give us what are the key elements of this digital transformation strategy, and where does AI stand in your vision in the technology sector?
Thank you, Carol. صباح الخير جميعا. And thank you to AUB for this wonderful gathering, conference, to everybody here and all of the students that are attending. It's really a pleasure to be here. So indeed, recently we launched a digital transformation strategy as part of the wider strategy of the Ministry of Social Affairs, which is soon to be renamed Ministry of Social Development, because in the end, this is really what it's about. So the digital transformation strategy is not just about using digital. It's really about reform. It's about transparency. And most of all, it's about social inclusion, which is obviously what my ministry cares about. And it's about how to reach our beneficiaries, who are marginalized communities, individuals, households in society, whether they be people with disabilities, elderly, of course, or just generally people who are not able to access jobs. So the strategy is really about that. How do we have better social protection programs, reach people transparently, directly, fairly, and equitably? It has three main pillars, if you will. The first is what we call an integrated beneficiary registry. We have around 2 million beneficiaries in our programs. That's actually a big number. That's about half the Lebanese population. If we say there's roughly 4 million, 4.2 million in Lebanese. Integrating them into one large data set, if you will, which is connected, is absolutely key. And it's key because, of course, we want to be able to use it. For me, it's the power of data. We sit on a lot of data, and I think most government entities have a lot of administrative data that we just are not using. So, but it has to be in a form, in that can be used by the ministry, and of course, ultimately then by the public. Now, so developing what we call the IBR, Integrated Beneficiary Registry, is absolutely key, and we're already quite a way in this through the DAM platform. We can mention it later. Secondly, the second pillar of the strategy is connecting all the social development centers of the ministry. We have 160, 170 such centers all around the country, which are the frontline service to the communities, to the population. This is where beneficiaries, people in the community come and say, I need help, whether it be some of it is primary health care, some of it is psychosocial support, some of it is vocational education, or women who feel they need support in terms of violence that they've experienced. So these social development centers today are not yet connected. Neither are they digitized, neither are they connected with each other. So the second main pillar is to network these social development centers and to be able to automate the services. The third main pillar is about the core MIS of the ministry itself, you know, the workflow, the processes. So, but of course, before we digitize and automate them, we are simplifying the workflow and the like. We have some mu'amalat that take 50 steps. This is absolutely unacceptable. Signing a contract with a typical NGO takes about 50 steps. So we're cutting that down, and then we will automate it. Ministry of Social Affairs deals a lot with civil society, with the nonprofit sector. I have about 420 contracts with NGOs and welfare institutions. All this is paper right now. So all of that has got to be automated and digitized. And then ultimately connecting the IVR, the individual-based registry, with the social development centers and the NGOs. So this is sort of the vision, if you will, for where we want to go with our digital transformation strategy. And we're quite a bit ahead, but still a ways to go. Yesterday, with the Ministry of AI, we signed an MOU, so we're getting technical support from the Ministry of AI to be able to be within the wider national transformation that the Minister of AI, Mr. Kamal Shahade, is leading. And so that's, I hope, in a nutshell, where we want to go. But let me just say in the end, it's really about social inclusion. It's about how to reach the citizen, how to reach them fairly, how to give them the opportunity to apply, to be able to register in the system. If they need help, that this can all be done efficiently and transparently. Thank you.
Yeah. We will come back and dig deeper into AI and the use of predictive modeling in the social inclusion sector. Minister Nasruddin, as we're starting to warm up now, I'm going to dig deeper into the specifics and the details. Your ministry is tremendously important. The link between health and technology is today at the edge of research. Data gathering on the health sector is a big sector. It's all about dealing with non-communicable diseases, which are the leading cause of death today. It's about personalized digital health records to avoid fragmented healthcare, to ensure robust, comprehensive global care. So my question for you is, what are concrete steps and examples of successful digital health and data-driven registry systems that were implemented in Lebanon? And where is the ministry going forward?
Well, thank you again. Good morning to all. A lot of faces that I know, with many mentors since pre-med and medical school till residency. يعطيكم العافية. So basically, too many things are ongoing in the Ministry of Health. And what's more important, let me here talk with frank honesty, is the inter-ministerial communication with too many success stories that we share together. In our ministry, as you know, it's a big ministry dealing a lot with hospitalizations, pharmaceutical sector, securing medications, and a lot of needs with minimal support and limited budget. Accordingly, we have started and we have completed many of the missions that started previously with the previous ministry. For example, we have a shared mission with the Ministry of Social Affairs and the primary healthcare centers. We used their data from the Aman system in our Riaya system to direct our support to the poorest of the poor. So this is one successful story that I would like to share with you. And by that, we were able to deliver the primary healthcare centers with this facility and with the names that we got from the Aman program. Many ongoing things are shared with the Ministry of Technology and AI. We have launched the National Digital Health Strategy as part of our National Health Strategy, together aligned with our colleague, Dr. Shahade, to share the vision and how to implement the strategy that we planned with WHO. And that was launched like 2 months ago, 2025, 2030. So actually also we have the school health program with the Ministry of Education, with a survey that we had from WHO, targeting the problems and identifying the the challenges at the age groups between 13 to 17 and how we plan our strategies on that. So basically, we are trying to benefit from the opportunity of the good communication that we have among all ministries and to benefit from the data that we have to plan our strategies. Without data, the response is blind. And this is the core of our mission here, to build these strategies and to make the plans based on realistic data and share our plans clearly and transparently under the umbrella of each ministry. That's how we produce. And I think these are some of the success stories that I just mentioned that are ongoing in the ministry.
Thank you. So we'll come back to the practical measures on data availability for research and how this data is being managed to keep anonymity, etc. Minister Haider, you have a big mission because you're the one behind the human factor across all these ambitious plans and visions. So how do you think we can ensure workforce readiness in Lebanon? And how do you think we can retain talent in Lebanon in this sector? You know how much demand there is on AI skills, and how do we make sure that we're going to have this workforce available to support
First,
the sector?
good morning. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for Dr. Fleihan and for all of you for this excellent conference and panel. First at all, for Minister of Labor, one of my challenges first was how I can introduce modernization to the Minister of Labor. Because as you know, and all of the audience know, the contact with the ministry normally is with Samsar. Normally, when you need to do anything at the Ministry of Labor, you choose one person to do it in your behalf. So one of my ideas first was how I can start this work to shift to digitalization, to digitize everything in the ministry. Because there is no data. First, when I go for modernization and digitalization, I will have data to start from there, to help workers and to know what is the need. And we started, and now we have most of our process, or our work at the Ministry of Labor is now digitalized, and also we started to include in some process of our work AI identification to verify if the passport, for example, or ID certificate is real or fake, or it's accurate or not. So we work with all the ministries, with our minister, Dr. Shahadi, and also with Amsar, and we started also to shift to payment for all our process. So already done. We announced that a few weeks ago. Now we start to go for modernization of our data and to be published and to be available for the public to know what is the need in the country. Soon we'll announce in the Ministry of Labor a new application to tell all Lebanese what is the need in the country, which sector need more workers, and where is the demand increasing or decreasing. I think if we go for digitalization and new technology with a new application available for all public can help us to deliver the more easy the work for the public. In other way, of course, we need to protect them with the law and we work on that. Soon we'll send a new law to law of labor to the parliament to be discussed first to the government and to the parliament, and now we are in the final phase of that before modernization our law in Lebanon, because we need to add some law to protect workers and to facilitate the process of modernization and digitalization.
Okay. Minister Shahar, to support all this, you have a big mission. You need to ensure sandbox with data, with unique ID, with interoperability and interconnected data. So all this data story, and you have a big crowd in the academic sector that's waiting for this data to be available for research. So there is a whole governance around the data to build, to make the data available for research, etc., so that there is enough collaboration. How are you going to handle this? Is this on your journey, on your new ministerial journey, because there's a new ministry that's also being coming together, and how you think you're going to make this happen? And I'm going to add another thing. There's another layer, 2 questions in one. You also have to get all the infrastructure, because it's all about sovereignty of data, and there's a lot of insistence for the data to be in the country, and for the data and AI to be in the country, we need GPUs are expensive, hard to bring, etc. So how are we going to get it? Are we going to have a data center in Lebanon? Are we going to have GPUs also? So to
That's
summarize,
3 questions,
we have
Carol.
two tough things. One, okay, I gave you the chance for the introduction. Now it's my turn. So sandbox, to summarize, for data access and data governance, and the second one is GPUs and data centers. How are we going to handle this?
Thank you, Carol. This is a very serious question. It goes to the heart of why this ministry was established. And a few weeks ago, the government approved the law, the draft law, now it's in Parliament, to establish the Ministry of Technology and AI. The mandate of this ministry is to work on all these things, but not alone. Fortunately, any digital transformation is a whole of government enterprise. The role of this ministry is to orchestrate it, is to make sure we have a good strategy, which will have to be defined in collaboration with the whole government. And it is to work with every single ministry to implement what they've identified as their priorities. So let me just take a step back and mention a few things that we've worked on to address the concern. The first part is to build the foundation. We focus on the legal foundation. Without that, this is the part that takes a long time. Nobody will celebrate it, but without it, there is no future for digital business, digital future for Lebanon. We're focusing on that. A number of laws and regulations have been put in place. Some of it has been sent to Parliament, including law that will go, or a draft that will go to the Council of Ministers in a week or 2, which is a data privacy law. That's very important because it helps us. We don't have a data privacy law. We don't have adequate protection of data. That's number one. Cybersecurity is another concern. We're also working on it for 12 years. There's a committee that's been working on this. Now it's with my team, and we are making some final touches before it goes to the Council of Ministers. One, legislation, create the institutions that will carry this, that will implement. I'm not going to get into that, but this is also a big task. But also we're building the national digital infrastructure that links the different ministries together. It creates the system by which one ministry can transact with another. So for example, if you want to transact, get a work permit for a foreign worker, it goes to Amin Am, it goes to Wizard al-Amal, it goes to this and that. If you want to set up a business, there's the Ministry of Economy, there's the Ministry of Justice, or Al-Sijil al-Tijari, and the Ministry of Industry, if it is a... So linking them together so they can transact together is what we've worked on. We have the terms of reference, the RFP, ready to push the button to implement this on a public-private partnership basis. Because I want to address, again, the concern that we do not have a budget to do any of this. We have, excuse the term, champagne ambitions and beer pocket. But our ambitions are even bigger. We do have to be ambitious. We have to be ambitious because that's the only way we make a difference. How do we build a data center? How do we get the GPUs? Today, Lebanon is in tier 3, meaning you cannot get the latest chips, not even if you apply for a license. So one of the things I have is now we have a roadmap that will allow Lebanon to graduate to the point where we can get the latest NVIDIA chips, مش بالتهريب, but really through legal, proper channels. Now, who's going to make the investment? Once again, I don't have an answer from the public sector. We can talk about Ojero doing this, Ojero doing that till the cows come home. The reality is the only way to do it is for the government to have a public-private partnership for someone to build a data center to house the sensitive data that the government wants to use. Not all data. Look, I have to warn you, I was on the other side, and I've seen way too many vendors push the definition of data sovereignty to the point when it's become ridiculous, okay? I agree there's data that needs to stay in country. It's a data that is high risk, that is very sensitive. But not every data needs to be or should be considered or categorized as high risk. So today there's been billions and billions of dollars of investment made in LLMs and data centers and all that in countries that we have excellent relations with. My recommendation is that we do use that infrastructure, and they can dedicate some racks that would be subject to our laws and regulations, subject to our cyber measures, even if they're not placed here. And guess what? All this consumes a load of energy that we do not have. So for the foreseeable future, for the next 2 to 3 years, the sensible thing to do would be to rely on investments that other countries have made so that the data that is not sensitive can actually go and be housed or stored there. Now, as for the training of models, which is the most energy consuming, we're not going to do it here for the next 3 to 4 years. شو بنعمل؟ نرفع ايدينا ونقول خلاص ما في؟ No, there are ways to do it. Even when the data stays here, we could also train the model, even if it's in other data centers, it's somewhere else. That is something we can do, and we should be working towards that. Now, how do you get to there? First, in addition to the work of building the national digital infrastructure and the institutions, we've got to work on something that's very close to my heart, and Dr. Awad is involved in it as well. We have to go from graduating approximately about 3,000 people in tech every year to about 10,000 people. That is an ambition that we can achieve. People are being directed to fields that have no future, but that is one field we should direct them to. Second, and very importantly, we have to invest in building these data sets. Every single ministry is sitting on a trove, a treasure trove of data that is unused. We have to digitize it. With no resources, we've digitized the resources at the Ministry of Displaced. Now, all the documents at the Ministry of Displaced have been digitized. With the press of a button, I can send a query, and AI will generate the report to me in 30 seconds, what it would have taken Mudir Am and his staff to develop in a week. We've done that not just to demonstrate that we can do it using AI and digitizing data, but also because we're going to close down the Ministry of Displaced, and I'm very mindful it's my responsibility to make sure that the data does not disappear, doesn't go away. So we're preserving the data for future generations. Every single ministry is sitting on a lot of data. So one of the things we're working on, and this one with the Ministry of OMSAR, with the Ministry of State for Admin Reform, we are working on a data classification, data retention, and a policy about how you govern data in the public sector. This is going to be a game changer because once it goes to every ministry, it will guide them in starting to build their data sets. Finally, just a dream of mine is to see the private sector and the universities, the leading universities in the country, including this one, working together in a consortium to build a national healthcare database. It's not going to happen outside the walls of some outer space. It's going to happen when the academia and the best medical centers in the country put their heads together, working with the ministry, and build this national healthcare database. Now, people will hesitate, أنا معلوماتي ليش بدنا نحطها database and others use it. No, data is not all data. It's not all the same. When we talk about data, people confuse. They think it's just one thing. Data is many things, and the same data point can be accessed in a different way with different approvals, and it can be used for public health research. It can be used for customization of medical care, and so on. So let's start building these databases. And again, my hope is that the private sector and academia will roll up their sleeves. And by private sector, the health insurance companies will have to be involved because they're sitting on a lot of it. And if you want to have access to seamless medical care, we have 17 payers today, بالبلد, 17 payers. You're not going to get to that point unless you digitize it. So the minister is working on a digital health record system, but we're also working on a digital ID with the Minister of Interior. The Minister of Interior is leading on this, and again, hopefully in the next few weeks, we'll hear an announcement on that. The digital ID is going to be the cornerstone of any digital republic. And a digital republic is a republic that is focused on delivering services to citizens in a digital way, in a seamless way, by protecting your data, but also saving you the trouble of going through, waiting through lines or samsar or wasta or whatever. Let me stop at that. Thank you.
I just asked you for 3 dates.
Sorry?
3 dates. You talked about laws, about data classification. When will these laws be submitted to the parliament? The second date is everybody's waiting for the digital ID. When do you think it will come together, not it will be announced? So when do you think there will be a national digital ID?
So,
and the third one is, when do you think we can hope to have a data center or some model on Ojero's data center that can be used for the government? Do you have dates on these 3 things?
I have dates, and I can commit to when we submit to the Council of Ministers the data privacy law. I cannot commit to when it will be tabled for discussion to the Council of Ministers. More importantly, I cannot commit when it goes to the Parliament and how long it will take. Unfortunately, Parliament works to be diplomatic in mysterious ways. So the date I can commit to is within 2 weeks, data privacy will go to the Council of Ministers. The second date is digital ID. I think between now and the end of November, we will launch, the work will start on a digital ID. It will take about 6 months to have the first result and to have a pilot. It doesn't mean that everyone will be on a digital ID, but we can start bringing people onto the digital ID. Finally, on the data center, my patience with the public sector monopolizing telecom services has ran out 15 years ago. So my plan is if no action is taken on this before the end of the year, I will go to the Council of Ministers with a plan for a PPP, public-private partnership, to have a data center.
Minister Nasruddin, healthcare, national healthcare database. How far are we from that? What's the status of collaboration with the hospitals and the private sector? And when will we have some anonymized healthcare data available for research in the country?
Well, that's a good question. I just want to comment on what my colleague has said. We have the Universal Health ID in our ministry, and I think the Minister of Health was the leader in getting this digital ID. Definitely this is a part of the umbrella of the national ID that we're looking for and we're waiting for. So basically, we have too many ongoing active issues where we use data in the ministry with too many programs. One of which is the MediTrack, where we do the traceability of medications from the importer till the hospital or the pharmacy. And this definitely is helping us controlling the leakage that happened with the subsidization and what happened before. And this is creating also a good atmosphere for us where we can benefit from this opportunity, where now we have a collaboration with the EU, and we are working on digital health data for a national cancer registry that we had previously was in the ministry but was on pause due to many constraints, including financial and communication issues. Definitely now we're relying on academia, not only on labs. We are relying on the hospitals, and we contacted them all to have the data collected under the umbrella of the ministry, where we have one collective data center or data hub at the ministry. We are working on a digital health, with the digital health strategy. We are working on the electronic health record, where we have a plan for having the health insurance system all connected to the Ministry of Health, and this is funded by the World Bank donation with pending approvals. So all these activities, all these data centers that we're trying to build are definitely leading towards a point where we have a collective data hub that we can use and share with academia, with the all active ministries to get the result that we're looking for, or check for any plan that we're looking for. So we have also the Phoenix system where we connect many primary healthcare centers together through one system, and this is something that we use. We have the LMS system where we have tracking to all stocks on all over the hospitals and in the ministry and in Garantira and all sites for dispersing medications. So actually, I believe that the Ministry of Health has, I think, a solid data structure. Definitely, we need to build more on the infrastructure, but this is an opportunity to benefit from other ministries and other plans to jump from universal health ID for only health to a national ID, digital ID, and this is how things we are going.
How soon do we expect a sandbox that will be available for researchers?
Please, I love sandbox since I was 2 years old.
بالنظام هيدي بس.
Sorry.
Saving him.
Go ahead.
He's used to this. I do this in the council.
He's committing on your behalf
all the time.
now. I'm worried.
No, but because you did ask about sandbox, and to clarify, sandboxes are regulatory sandboxes, which means that a certain type of activity is not heavily regulated, so you can experiment. And you let it develop, and as you observe it develop, then you identify what kind of regulation is needed. So we're doing that on finance, fintech, and a couple of other things. But sorry to interrupt.
Are you doing this on health?
Well, but that تجي من
Actually, yes, we are working on that. I cannot commit to a date, honestly, but I think within this ministerial stay of the council, we will be launching that hopefully in the coming month.
Mr. Said, your ministry is all about social protection, equal chances, equal opportunity, access to extremely poor families. There are two things that are of interest here. First one is, I know you've been using some modeling to select extremely poor households for your cash transfer program. And it's interesting to hear your experience here. How much did you hit or miss? How does that work, and how much did you hit or miss on this model that you have used, and how do you think it can be enhanced?
Thank you. So what Carol is referring to is the methodology we used in identifying poor and vulnerable households to be eligible for the cash transfer program. Lebanon has a very large cash transfer program called Aman that reaches 800,000 Lebanese individuals every month. That's about 20% of the Lebanese population. So it has very good coverage, although it doesn't yet reach all the poor. That's a different story. But so this program, Aman, is fully digitized, and it rests on the digital platform called DAM, where people apply. I mean, today, any Lebanese citizen on a phone, on an iPad, what have you, can apply. Although right now the registration is closed, but it will reopen before the end of the year. But essentially, they apply. They are assessed for eligibility, initially digitally, and then, of course, human interaction has to happen. There is a household visit that is conducted for every household. And then the modeling that Carol referred to, essentially econometric statistical modeling, is used to pop out scores for households, which are in a way somewhat like a poverty score. And then we are able to rank all the households from the lowest score to the highest, i.e. the most needy to the least needy. And then depending on the kind of financial resources, the budget that the government has, we're able to reach and support these households. And as I mentioned, we have today 20% of the Lebanese population which are receiving a monthly transfer from the government. And payments are also digitized, most recently with Siren, because this has been a very nice public-private partnership where Siren Analytics have been helping the ministry in developing the platform as well as the analytics behind it. Payment now has also been digitized, so G2P, government to people, are receiving payments monthly, where before we used to be relying on UN and World Food Program and the like. So this is actually a very good achievement, but we don't want to stop there. I think we need to go much more. We need to use AI to be able to help us do some more predictive type of, who are eligible, to be able to predict where poverty is going in Lebanon, depending on different macro indicators. So there's huge potential on this, and this is something that we're very much adamant on. But another very interesting use of the data, if you will, as I mentioned earlier, we have about 2 million data points that we're sitting on in the ministry. And one of our priorities now is to not just help people get cash, we actually want to help them get jobs, we want to help them get into economic productivity through different ways, either through self-employment or wage employment. We use this data now, we're able to do skill profiling. So we know, we have the information on the households, on each individual in the household. We can reach out, are you interested in, for example, being connected to a microfinance institute to help you get a small loan or an asset type of support, or connecting with the private sector. And here's where the work with Ministry of Labor comes in. And as I mentioned, we do this profiling, and then we can do this matching. So again, I come back to the sort of the power of data that was underused and where we can really go much, much further today from where we are. But the good thing is that Ministry has really embarked on this, already using it in our programs, and we have much more ambitions on this.
So your ministry are making decision on basis of this model that is classifying household on the level of income that they have, or the consumption level. Now, how much bias do you think there could be in this classification? And if there is any, how could it be addressed, or how is it addressed?
Sure. Of course, there are what we call errors, type 1 and type 2 errors in this kind of predictive modeling. And this is where then you have to put in systems to recheck on random basis. You have third-party monitoring, all of which are part of the AMAN program. And then you have to bring the human factor in to actually go in. Social workers, we have about 500 social workers that go to the households and they recheck, and we have them coming from different regions to recheck the work. So the human element is important there. And you try to minimize this error, different techniques. I believe we have high errors of inclusion, i.e. people who are not really of the extreme poor who are currently receiving benefit. And this is something that bothered me very much when I first got in, because obviously this is public funds, not going to the right people. So this is why now we're doing a recertification of all the households. So every single household that is currently receiving is being reassessed with new criteria and with new methodology, and using AI to help us weed out some of those that are not credible, not worthy of receiving. So it's a constant process. Now, this is where connecting with other database becomes very important. And we do have already APIs with Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education, but we've got to do much more than that. We have to connect with civil registries, especially when the unique ID is on board.
Unique ID, and one with the Ministry of
one
Labor.
with Ministry of Labor, one with Ministry of Agriculture even. They have a farmers registry that's developing, and there's also a connection there. But the importance of connecting is to be able to also verify and recheck. I go to Jordan, I go to Egypt, and I see their equivalent system, and I get very jealous. In Jordan, they have about 42 databases that are connected. So a citizen comes and wants to apply for social assistance from the government. They put in their basic information, their ID, of course, their household number, what have you, and then the system automatically gets from all these databases if they own a house, if they own a car, if they, you know, so on and so on. And immediately the equation, their poverty score, if you will, is calculated within seconds. This is what we hope to get to in Lebanon. That's where we aspire after this collaboration, this work that we are pursuing in the government.
Thank you. Mr. Haidar, we're talking now about the human factor and the labor. You said that there are laws that are being drafted and thought about. What are the critical elements of these laws to protect the workers in the tech industry and eventually to protect the ethics of the workers in the tech industries and to protect the legal dynamics around them? Because we know in AI we don't know anymore who's to blame, who's responsible, how is the judicial sector going to develop in this regard. So this is important. Is there any element around that, and what are any other key elements in these legislations that you're working on?
Thank you for this question. This is a worldwide problem. It's not related only to Lebanon. Till now, there is no international legislation for that. But in Lebanon, we work to protect our workers for that, to guarantee the minimum social protection at least, and to guarantee the access and to protect them to have this legal problem. So we try in the new law will be sent it to the government and to the parliament to have a structure. We work closely with the ILO to have at least the minimum to protect our workers. First. Second, we should work closely also with the private sector to have a clear vision and structure how we can integrate with the workers in the private sector. Till now, we don't have the final law, not vision. The vision is there, but we don't have the final law to be clear and to be announced. So we work on it, and we have a long road to take it. We are ready. I think the close collaboration with the ILO and with the international communities and with the others can help us to define this.
There's another important question about labor, and I think Minister Sayed will be wondering about this aspect of things. We know that AI is going to take jobs.
Yes.
And it's going to put people out of jobs across all sectors. Has the Ministry of Labor thought about this, and what's the way forward in this?
As I mentioned, I think our role to protect our workers first, and to see how this integration of AI in all sectors can guarantee the work for the workers, for our Lebanese workers especially, and to not only in the legal way, but also to guarantee also the salary and the income and everything. So it's not monopolistic as I was.
Well, I know that Minister Shahade is preparing some agentic system that will take over some of the jobs within the ministry.
To be realistic, the idea is there,
so
but how to be implemented and to be feasible, this is the problem. I know we have a lot of ideas, and I can talk about unrealistic ideas, but we need to implement it. Till now, there is no clear way how we can implement it to protect our workers from the future. We need to work on it. We need to work closely for the Minister of with the Minister Adel Nassar, especially to see how we can protect our workers. But as I mentioned, there is no clear road how we can do it now, because it's, as I mentioned, international problem. We discussed that in many meetings. There is many ideas, but how we will go forward, I think Minister Kamal should help us in that to see how we can do it. But till now, there is no clear...
Minister Shadi, the better he does, the more people will go out of jobs.
No.
The more challenges you will have.
This is not the idea. This is not the idea.
So you will have to regenerate the labor that will serve actually the digital transformation of the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Social.
We need to think about new sectors can be helpful, but I don't think the integration of the AI in the daily work will يعني هيوقف الشغل يعني. بالعكس, I think we'll open another era. We need to think about it. Till now it's not clear, but we need to be prepared for that.
Okay, so my timekeeper is counting the minutes. We have a few minutes left. So I would leave the last very short word for each one of you about what can you commit your ministry to do for the next few months to serve the technology and the AI sector, but more than this, to serve the collaboration with the academics and the private sector in terms of moving forward in this regard.
First, it is not true that I'm driving jobs away from here, but rather I think what we're doing will create new jobs. This is very serious, especially at a conference like WiDS. Every single person here, whether they're in college or in university or have recently graduated or are more advanced with 15, 20 years of experience, should go back and take an online course or take a physical course to understand how data can drive their business and how technology is changing their business, which is why in our program we are thinking about national reskilling, upskilling programs that go beyond the universities. It's every single person who's 30, 40, 50, 60 years old is not someone we write off because of technology. They can be retrained. So for many years to come, we will need them. We'll need them to be retrained and ready for the AI age. Second, I think ideally what I would like to see is that every single ministry is using AI and data to have for policy making and policy implementation, execution, and monitoring the work. I think with blockchain, for example, we can solve many of the problems that we see today of fraud in the real estate records and personal records, in diplomas and so on. So there are things that we will introduce over the next few months, and I can commit to that. Look, I just don't want to give the impression that this is you turn the switch on and off. This is a journey that Lebanon started years ago with fits and starts. But today, with this ministry and with a government that 24 ministers, including the PM, the Prime Minister, President of the Council of Ministers, are committed to, I think we are on the right path. And this will take a few years, but in the next few months, people will start seeing results. So what I would love to see is before our term ends, not only a digital infrastructure that we can leave to the next government, but also a demonstration of how, with digital technology, you can have a better service and we can break the monopoly, the grip of corruption and samasra that they now have on public services.
We need to find jobs for the samasras as well, right?
نعمل له النقابي.
They will find another job.
So, what I can commit for is a phrase that I've contacted when I was at the World Health Summit 2 weeks ago in Berlin. I participated in a panel named From Fragmentation to Coherence. I think this is the target in Lebanon. We should go from fragmentation to coherence, to share data among ministries, to work together hand in hand at all parties. We are a group. We should look for a future in this bright way. And I believe from my ministry at the Ministry of Health now, with the National Health Strategy, that transformation that we have launched, it's time for implementation. We're proceeding well. The progress started, but it needs time, as Dr. Shahadi said. Too many ongoing things are on the way. From now soon, we will be launching the mobile application to check the barcode on any medication box, if it passed through the ministry or not. It will be approved online or not rejected. We are working with registries, osteoporosis registry, National Cancer Registry. We have expanded our DHI system for surveillance, and the progress is ongoing. The wheels are working, and they're looking forward, inshallah, with good results, Ya Rab.
Minister Said.
سريعا, and I'd like to invite the students, youth of AUB and other places, but since we're here obviously, to come and to reach out. And if you're interested to think through, to come up with new ideas of how to use AI in social protection, I commit to being able to giving you the data, of course, with all the conditions and privacy and the like, but to be able to make it user-friendly. And let's come up with new ideas of how to improve our social programs.
So shall we think about a hackathon with OSB at Ministry of Social Affairs with the support of the Ministry of IT, and maybe the Ministry of Health can join in the whole exercise soon. So we have a plan. We have a plan now.
Yeah. First,
Minister
I will
Haidar.
answer for Samesra. Lebanon is amazing. I will give you a true story. When we went to complete digitalization for the demand of the housemaid process, so Samesra find a way only to complete the process online. They take money from the people. So there is a way. We will find a way to continue to work. To continue to work. So even I think with complete AI, we will find a way to continue to work. First, for Minister of Labor, as I mentioned, so with our new system now, and I think we will have data digitalized and accessible for academia. Data related to sectors, related to work in Lebanon. I think with the new software will be started soon under the collaboration with the ALO and with other NGOs and with other ministries will be available. This data, we need the support of academia to learn from this data how to build the new strategy of the Ministry of Labor. It's collective work. As I mentioned, Minister Sayed, also you are welcome as the Ministry of Labor to see the data, to help us how we can take it and to support the workers. As you know, we have penury in all the ministries of workers, so we work with limited people. So any support, any help is welcome, and you are welcome as a minister.
Well, there are lots of other topics that could have been discussed, but if there's one thing that comes out of this panel from my experience, is that I've been seeing silos and very small islands of success from a ministry and a government to another. And now, indeed, I do see coherence. I do see interoperability, and I see collaboration, and I see a team. And I think this is really inspiring, it's encouraging, and we are all very excited to see this dynamic in this government. And we will take you on this hackathon idea, we will follow up, and we plan to implement it very soon. It will be announced on the OSB website, and we will bring very sharp youth that we will be part of this and will be providing some successful insights and ideas for women. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Your Excellencies, before you leave, we would like to call for a group picture with our deans, associate deans, vice presidents, provost, MP Najat Saliba, please on stage for a group picture.
Thank you. Thank you for your really your closeness and proximity, and it's a pleasure to meet you.
We have our photographer who will be managing the group picture. Can you? We'd like to call all our deans.
You have 4 women who are going to follow up on this. Come on in. Come on in. No, come on in, please.
Thank you. Before we go to our break, we would like to remind you to scan the QR code for the agenda. We have also the hashtags. We would appreciate posting on social media with the hashtags. We shall return at 11:10, okay, from the break, 11:10. The break is outside if you would like to have a coffee break on your left. So let's get back at 11:10. Thank you.
Great job.
You know what I mean? Because they're still in the same But no, let's do something together. They're still RAs and whatever. She's not like that. No problem. Because they're nervous when it's already That's really fun. We should hear Saliba.
كيفك أحمد؟ كيف أحوالك؟ كنت هون هيديك الرجال. ايه الحمد لله، انتم منيح؟ كل شيء منيح؟ العائلة منيحة؟ انبسطت شفتك. هذيك مش وزير الصحة.
Nice to hear what you're doing. No, I'm very interested in awareness campaign. We have so much data and nobody knows about it. Are you interested in general? I'm interested in whatever makes a difference. And with the health sector, I did, but the data is extremely based on tourism. It's no data actually. It's just a model of countries. How many people do you have? What's this? What's this? What's this? It's not actual data. They're very critical of that. I know. They're saying alarm. So convert it into legislative action. That's the key.
يلا take care برو.
up and she will bring the others as partners. AUB موزة. AUB with هاكاثون بموزة بيطلع منه 3 بروجكت بنتبعهم وبننفذهم. كمان هو السبورت So فيك نبني جورني ينعمل هاكاثون on real data on real problems related to the real need of the ministries. بيطلع منه 3 projects that can be funded and supported. هلا انا برجع بجيب thank you for the panel كذا كذا. Let's pick up كذا كذا. Shall we organize an AUB with AUB with تعرفي إذا نعمل هاكاثون بيطلع من وراه بروجيات بيرجعوا بيصير we can at least pick one to be presented on midst of next year.
What are we going to do next?
فينا هلا we can plan for something during the vacation December between the 2 semesters. بدنا ناخذ يومين جمعة weekend يومين بقلب الوزارة.
Send the email, I'll follow up on it. You know I don't give up, right?
Okay. So I will draft something, share with you, tell me, okay, I send the email today.
Send it to
Pas le faire,
sure. Compliment it to Rama, and we will all get our heads together and do that. بعدين بقى
You're going to apply for the hackathon?
لا انا I'm not a student انا بقترح
Procedures.
مش على وانا اصلا بري سيليكون سيريز باينج اكاديميك
Okay, please come back to Ma'mari Auditorium. We are starting in a couple of minutes. For those who are outside, please come back to Ma'mari Auditorium. We are starting in a couple of minutes. Welcome back. We just have a couple of reminders. First of all, we have the agenda, the hashtags, in case you want to post on social media. Also, we have in parallel workshops. So for those who registered for workshop number 1, this is a kind reminder that it's happening in room 333 at 12 p.m. in parallel with the conference. So in case you are registered for workshop number 1, please go outside and the volunteers will be helping you, guiding you to room 333. And now we'll start with track number 1. The topic is sustainable infrastructure and rebuilding. It's going to be moderated by Dr. Maria Awad. So please help me welcome Dr. Maria Awad on stage.
Good morning again. So earlier, I spoke about sustainability and rebuild in times of crisis, how design should be under constraint and should become really an engineering principle and an ethical compass. Now, let's take a different lens and focus on something that is more structural, our infrastructure, and how data science can redefine the way we build, so that we build smarter, leaner, and long-lasting. So that's the focus of our track here. Every bridge we build, we use right material. We have bridges, grids, pipeline. We reconstruct them after crisis. So this is not only a matter of reconstruction, it's just a decision of how intelligence itself should be embedded in our physical world. So rebuild should no longer be just enough like the way we do it. Many parts of the world, including Lebanon, they rebuild, which means we are repairing, fixing what broke, restoring what once worked. But sustainability asks a harder question. What must we design differently so that the same failure doesn't happen again, which is a bit tricky. To answer that, we must stop treating infrastructure as hardware and start treating it really as a continuous data ecosystem. The pipes, they leak, the roads, they erode, the grids sometimes get overloaded, but each of these systems, they do speak before they break. And this is where sensors, usage logs, satellite feeds, they constantly emit signal. Yet data science is here to interpret them. These signals without data science are simply noise. So the new infrastructure of the new material for infrastructure, I would like you to think about it as being information. Traditional infrastructure was built with steel, maybe concrete, wood, and it took time. Now, modern infrastructures should add an additional dimension, and this is information as material. We can no longer afford to design a road or a water plant without its digital twin, which is basically a data model that evolves as the system operates. These models let us stimulate stress, forecast degradation, and optimize maintenance long before failure can occur. In one sense, data science is turning infrastructure from like a thing you build into a relationship you can manage. Every data set, traffic, pump, pressure, satellite images, all of them, they become really a feedback loop. And feedback is not just funding, it's just what keeps the systems alive. So we have to rebuild with measurement. We have to have the memory embedded in this. For decades, infrastructure success was judged by completion. خلصنا كذا كيلومتر من الأرض. نعمل هالقد ميجاوات. This is not what it should be. Sustainability demands new metrics, one that captures durability, equity, and environmental cost. And data science can provide these metrics. Now, something we have learned that, the tragedies of crisis-driven rebuild is that knowledge most of the time disappears when projects end. A donor funds a system, a consultant builds it, reports it, it's a file somewhere, and the local institution is left with the hardware, but little know-how. Data science, luckily, helps us to change that clear. The data is not neutral, it's political. Who owns it? We just heard this morning from the panel of our ministers that there's a lot of challenges. So the data, we heard data is the new oil. Who cleans it? Who decides what's measured and what is ignored? Without fair governance, data can deepen inequality, and that's not what we want. And we need to have the access to infrastructure defining proper citizenship. And then access to data should define then participation. So that's why in every sustainable rebuild, data governance must be treated as a public utility. It should be open, and that's why we jumped on the offer of look at our data. We want the data to be secure and accountable. So in our region, where mistrust between citizens and institutions runs very deep, transparent data systems can rebuild more than roads. They can rebuild legitimacy. A public dashboard, for example, that tracks reconstruction spending is as much important as in for confidence as a new bridge that will help us in our mobility around town. So I talked about design under the constraint. I want to revisit this concept because in infrastructure, constraint forces us to innovate responsibly. It asks, how do we ensure redundancy without having a lot of waste? How do we design for maintenance, not for launch? And also here, data science teaches us a lot. We have the predictive models, and our students here, parallel to this, are working on designing under constraint. So this sustainable rebuild cannot be imported. We do have to have it. The minister, Dr. Shhade, mentioned this. We need to have more people literate, more people are well-versed in these languages, because we need to train more local engineers and data scientists. We need to build community-owned data sets. We need to ensure interoperability. We cannot just import and keep on importing. So in Lebanon, for example, we have the power distribution, water, and transport. Each of them, they have data, but they are in silos. So hopefully we can someday, break these silos. So ethics should be what really governs. It's something that we should not add after deployment, like a review process. It should be a sustainable infrastructure. It should be woven inside as in ethics. So let me now talk about another paradox, mentioning specifically around sustainability. Sustainability, most of the time when we look for it, we always think about big data. I want to challenge you on this. And I don't want you to think about big data. Instead, I want you to think about relevant data. If it's big, good. But look for relevancy. In fragile contexts, especially in Lebanon, small, high-frequency local data can be far more actionable than vast and global data sets. We must therefore design for data sufficiency and not data excess. We should look for quality over quantity. We should look for meaning over magnitude. What we rebuild during crisis is visible: bridges, grids, pipelines. What we sustain should be invisible: the trust, the data, and the discipline that keep those systems alive. So I want to close with another statement by Hans Rosling. This time, she reminds us that the world cannot be understood without numbers. But the world cannot be understood with numbers alone. So that's why we would like to really open our track now, Sustainable Infrastructure and Rebuild, with really inspiring talks. And I really would like to thank them for traveling from really around the world to come and support us here in our WiDS event. And we want to start with the first speaker in this track. We're being very green, so that's why we are simply using the app to read and stay put for the day. So we'll start with Umayma Taluka. She's an AI strategist. She's a professional coach and global speaker who bridges AI with human leadership and responsible innovation. Having built her career over 3 continents, Umama brings a very global perspective to technology adoption in diverse contexts. She's a former software engineer. She's a product and responsible AI lead at Microsoft, Air France, and Siemens. And now she coaches Fortune 500 leaders and startup founders worldwide in the very difficult task of harnessing AI responsibly and building resilient organization while strengthening the irreplaceable human capabilities. So through her talk today and the human and technology newsletter that she championed, she equips leaders to navigate the AI era with a guiding principle. I like it a lot. AI, what you can, human, what you must. So that's really nice. So help me welcome Umayma to stage.
Hi, everyone. It's such an honor to be here. The slides, how can I access them? Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I think I'll just do it from here. Yeah. Ready? Okay. Awesome. Do you need a microphone? I think I'm good. Yeah, okay, I'll do this one. Sounds good. Thank you all for being here. I want to start by what an honor to be in Lebanon for my first time. An honor to be in such an amazingly exceptional conference for women in data science and AI, something that's very close to my heart. But before starting, I really want to thank the team who's behind this. Dr. Lama, Dr. Mariette, Hana, Layan, Hani, Ala, and all the people behind the scenes that really are making this journey so incredible. In Dr. Mariette's presentation, I really wanted to highlight my background. I'm from Morocco. I lived and worked across the 3 continents in different countries and different cities. And the reason why I mention this is because I had to adapt, develop, adopt, and also scale technologies across different contexts, cultures, and circumstances. And this is what I'm deeply, genuinely, I care about in my work. Because we can't just take a technology in one world and just assume that it's the lived experience of other people in a different world. It doesn't run equally. As a matter of fact, I'm currently the regional director of the AI Collective. It's a community of more than 100,000 members. We just crossed 100 chapters in the world, and I lead the MENA and the Francophone markets to expand AI communities across these regions. My goal is really to activate and empower people in our region with AI potential so that we can contribute to a higher growth, but also a economical prosperity. Now that we have at our fingertip a technology that can enable us in so many different ways, academically, from a business perspective, careers, creatively as well. So today I'll talk about responsible AI for sustainable infrastructure and how human judgment must prevail now more than ever. And this is where I'm going to put down some guiding principles. One of them is what was mentioned in the introduction, AI what you can, human what you must. And I want to start by a background of why I care about this. I'm an engineer. I was a software developer for many years. And what I understood to pivot to product management, strategy, and responsible AI, how we build a technology comes at the fourth place after why we build a technology, who are we building it for, and what are we building exactly. And the common denominator between answering these questions is the human. Is the human who make that decision, that align the team, that runs the business, that build the vision of a future that no technology can see. Think of all successful products that we see. It's a smart human thought leader that we all look up to who came up with that. It's not a technology. So this is where I like to call the human in the question the power skills that are actually governing the technologies that we're driving with. And I hate to call them soft skills, just because it undermines the power of human leadership when we compare them with technical or hard skills. So this is why AI what you can and human what you must. And when I think about Lebanon rebuilding, we are at a crossroad. We either build faster with AI and deploy faster, or we actually put human at the center of this rebuilding. And this is essentially the foundation of the difference and the gap that is created when we go for a strategy to deploy everywhere, which is in hindsight the underlying principle for all technology corporations, or the technology that serves human, and this is where we talk about sustainable rebuilding. Another thing is rebuilding isn't just physical. When we think about infrastructure failures, they don't just cost money, they actually cost trust. And what do we say? When you lose trust, it's very difficult to rebuild it. That reputation is very important. And you can think about it at different levels of institutions, of relationships, of innovation. And that's why the rebuilding becomes fundamentally cognitive and cultural as well. So now that we have put down these guiding principles, I'm going to layer it up with reality checks. And this is no news to anyone. We're talking about energy shortages, water loss, and urban waste management and monitored. Now, I put 3 slides when I prepared these, but I actually want to add a 4th one that I talk about in presentation. But my experience yesterday made me realize that it's important to put it here, which is talent. It's my first time in Beirut. I was walking yesterday in Mar Mikhail, and I came across a postcard that said, Mabruk al graduation, when are you leaving Lebanon? So we all relate to that, okay? Like we come from Morocco, we come from different countries where we are getting higher and higher in expectations of our education, of our contributions to our communities and our families and what we build for ourselves and the purpose that we're after. But I never saw it black on white, and there was red on it as well, among other statement pieces. That was something like bonjour, bonjourin, or hi, kifek ça va. Like this was next to it. It was mind-blowing. It literally scarred me. And this is where Lebanon has to do more with less. When I turned to the person who was in charge of the store and I asked them, so I did the research and I looked into the data, dove into it, you know, to come here prepared and to also because of my position as the AI regional lead for this region. And she told me that a family member is actively trying to come back to Lebanon, dying to come back. But his expertise and talent does not find an opportunity here. His specialty does not have a job here in Lebanon. So they're trying to pivot to find a way to come back. And I am certain that all of us and all the people that we know, this year, these 2 years, more than ever, the diaspora is dying to contribute back to the region. So what does it mean to doing more with less? We have weak infrastructures, fragile governance, brain drain, data that's incomplete, which is perfect circumstances for a storm. But it's also perfect circumstances for responsible innovation. These are essentials to think by design about responsible innovation. Let's introduce AI to the chat. And I love to call it the double-edged promise. AI and data science for infrastructure is urgent, but when it does not have the right foundation, it becomes risky. And what it does is it can amplify the inequalities in the world. There is this interesting use case in India where a couple of years ago, they deployed this technology for biometric authentication. Imagine with me an 82-year-old, an 88-year-old farmer actually walk into the facility to get their food and to get their pension. They come back with nothing. Why? Fingerprints. With aging, they fade. Manual labor, people that are heavy on manual labor, they also change. So a lot of conditions that actually don't take into consideration so many concepts and contexts in the technology that we're building. The AI can help in detecting leaks before they get to losses. It can optimize power grids. It can also monitor streets and traffic with sensors. But these are the inequalities that it actually can affect when the context is not taken into consideration, when the cultural realities and the human in the picture is not taken fully into consideration. So I want to root this talk in 3 main pillars. And before I go to that, obviously with what I just said, the question isn't whether AI works, we know that, but whether it actually works for everyone. So, the first pillar that I want to talk about, it's the context that matters. And that is rooted in 3 different components: the quality of the data, the cultural reality, and the institutional readiness. What that means is that AI must speak the language of its people. The data has to take into consideration the informal housing, the fragile governance, because the model will fail when it's actually meant to serve the very own communities it is destined for. And we've seen it, we have a lot of opportunities here in the MENA region where we can't deploy the Western LLMs in our region. We are having a lot of startups that are doing humongous work to develop LLMs that are specific to the region. It comes with the linguistics, but it also goes beyond that. The second pillar is the governance and human judgment. Technology is only neutral in theory. Governance is what actually gives it its direction, and human judgment is what actually gives it the ethics, defines the ethics for it. I have a pretty good example. When I was in Toronto, there was an experiment to deploy a pilot project for a smart urban area, and it was in one of the districts where I used to live. The technology itself was brilliant. It was meant for sidewalks detection, and the purpose of it was to enhance the livelihood of the residents, but also pilot future high-tech, high-design projects, urban projects. Super sophisticated. It failed miserably. In 2024, I think it was just called out. 2022, it was called out by Google. It was a startup that was acquired by Google. The reason for that is because socially it was rejected. Data privacy, data handling lacks transparency. And that is one of the fundamentals of responsible AI. In fact, when I was working at Microsoft for the responsible AI teams, when the EU Act came in, when the IDA, the Canada one, came in as well, we didn't have a standardized process. Every team is doing whatever they need to, but right now with the current context, we needed to build a platform, a standard experience for everyone to be onboarded. We had over 300 teams. All of them were at different phases, from ideation to production, etc., but we needed to make sure that they are compliant for every Microsoft service by a certain date. So we mobilized the team, and we went through building those workflows. We have assessments that every team would go through. Who do you think goes through the verification, the validation, and the completion of those assessments? Human. We were the one behind every assessment that a team will submit for an idea or for a project or for a model that they've been developing to question, is it doing the right thing? Is it biased? Is it fair? What is it exactly doing? And think about those questions in the back end. And this is where it becomes interesting, because the human in the whole question isn't a brake, it's actually who is steering the wheels. And finally, the third pillar is the ecosystem and the capability building. We talk about infrastructure, but there are three other components that we mentioned briefly in the different aspects of this conversation that condition the infrastructure, but also are a result of a solid infrastructure: the talent, the trust, and the innovation. A system without the human that is maintaining it, that's operating it, that is governing it and monitoring it, is not a system that's going to be sustainable. And that means investing more in data literacy, local startups, and ethical leadership. And there is a pretty good startup ecosystem here in Lebanon. And what I would encourage is to actually tap into the potential of the diaspora. As I mentioned, this time is more than ever where the diaspora wants to chime in. And it doesn't mean that they have to be local. We are talking about a technology that's going to give us accessibility to so much advancement in the way we think about designing and solving solutions. It can start remote. They can actually participate in building that infrastructure. Once it starts flourishing, then you see people coming back and building opportunities. They don't need to wait for opportunities to come up. They come and start building them and actually contribute to the economical prosperity of the country and of the region. One of the interesting things that Morocco did a couple of weeks ago, they signed the deal with Mistral AI. It's one of the LLM developers in the EU. And this is what we talk about, the partnership between private and public to build the ecosystem. So they will be building locally the talent, the ecosystem, the governance. Because in Morocco, similar to here, data governance is at a different stage than the Western or Europe. But because of this partnership that they closed, we are going to be able to develop all these capabilities internally, work with our cultural reality, with our governance, with the expectation that we want from our communities. In summary,
This one?
yes. Thank you. All right, perfect timing for a summary of the framework that we've been discussing. So the responsible AI for sustainable infrastructure rests on these three pillars: understanding the context, embedding the human governance, and empowering the local ecosystem. And to give you a little practical question that you can just run away with as you're thinking about new systems, designing them, having visions of what is possible now with this technology, I would encourage you, for context, to simply ask, whose reality does this data represent? For governance, who is accountable when AI decisions go wrong? The problem in the biometrical authentication deployment in India, in all the reports and the articles that were written about it, the number one question that people wanted answers to is accountability. They were not against the technology. They were against the accountability when the failures happen, when people did not get their pensions, when they didn't get their food, when there were death cases of people in villages who did not have access to those resources. And finally, capability to think around who benefits and who is left behind. And I'm not saying that a solution would answer all questions and be serving every community and every society, like any product. But as you're designing and thinking about those solutions, be mindful and put it forward. This is who is left behind because of this technology. These are some mitigation steps that we can already put in that are not going to be costly, but also these are the solutions that we can start thinking about as we deploy and learn from the deployment that we're putting forward. And this is my last call to action, which is to rebuild smarter. Deploy what AI can and lead with what human must. And measure what matters. We're very scientific when we think about measuring metrics from a technology perspective, product managers, scientific, data scientists, etc. But I would challenge you that the success in this equation is not just about the efficiency of a model, of the uptime, it's actually about the resilience, the trust, and the equity that at the end of the day gets measured and felt at a society level. So sustainability is not an algorithm outcome, it's actually a human choice. Every data set, model, and policy is an opportunity to build that trust. And in an age where AI, the algorithm IQ is not as important as the EQ of it, the cultural EQ of an algorithm. So it makes that an infrastructure that is not just built with bricks and bytes, it's also about people context and purposeful innovation. And finally, something that I've heard from so many of the people that I'm working with, whether professionals or organizations that are overwhelmed with the AI adoption. Is AI going to take our job? Is AI going to replace us? AI gives us precise vision, but only humanity gives it its purpose. AI will not replace the governance. It won't replace the human judgment. It actually elevates it. That was the end of my conversation. If you'd like more depth in it, if you'd like to talk about operationally how that is getting implemented, or dive deeper in each of the pillars that I talked about, please be in touch. I'm here around for the whole day. And thank you so much for having me. Thank you for everyone who's attending. It was a pleasure. Of course,
So
yes.
we can
Yes.
take a couple of questions from the audience.
Do you have a mic?
Hi, my name is David Mata. I'm the Career Management Services Director. I was really very inspired by your speech, by your presentation. And actually, it answers a little bit a burning question that I had from the ministerial panel about, what are the pillars? And you discussed it beautifully, that there's the context, there's the governance, and then there is the capability. And I was wondering about this thread that goes through the three, which you mentioned also as being trust. And for me, it's about an ethical dimension that usually is absent when we are developing or designing systems. Now, so the question is, how can we elevate, and you use this term that I liked also, the level of ethics to develop trust in all of these three, and in particular to the digital identity that we are now talking about. And some aspect that I did not hear until now is the citizen right to disclose information and to ask also for how this information is going to be used and when and how it's being used. Do you have any thoughts about that?
So is the question about how can we actually elevate the notion of ethics and trust and giving the power to the citizen?
In particular to the identity, the digital identity that is under formation and development, and whether it's going to be abused when there is an absence of democratic system. We have the examples of Estonia and of China on the other hand. So in Lebanon, how do we ensure that we are having a position regarding the surveillance and other things that go with this identity?
Of course. Transparency. Transparency is one. And the second one is literacy. Because you can have transparency, but if you don't have literacy for the people to know what's happening with their data, what's being used, what's behind the digital identity, this is the important one, the awareness, the literacy, the programs that are going to make every person who have a digital ID in their backpack, brain, whatever, in a system, they know what that entails. When they enter data in a computer or when they're given a form to enter data, they know where that goes. And this is the other part of transparency. And the transparency is going to be the government, the institution, responsibility to bring into the picture. And so without both, it just cannot work. And this is why I like to simplify these concepts, because technically they can become very, like a fairness of an algorithm. If you're not technical, it's very difficult to know how an algorithm in the back end is going to work. This is where the human in the picture that will simplify those concepts to explain, to ask the right questions and challenge the status quo come into the picture. Does that answer your question? Awesome. Yes.
Yes. I have a question. You mentioned about something about EQ. Emotional intelligence. I am a physician, a family physician. So empathy for me is one of the very essential pillars in my patient care. And it's very important in medicine. How a model, an algorithm can mimic empathy, it's very far-fetched, for me, it's non-realistic.
Yeah.
Empathy is very human, especially when you have a patient, a sick person, a patient in pain, with mental illness, with people suffering. Yeah, so thank you.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest subjects when it comes to AI adoption and activation of AI in our societies. There has been a lot of use cases of people that were harmed because of the decisions that they run through when they talk to an AI. And in other world, there's also the benefits that an AI like coach or just support companion can bring. It's going to sound the same, but it's like a different phase of it, which is the literacy of using those models. When we activate AI and we raise awareness of AI in our communities, we can't just, yes, there are some people who will replace AI with Google with AI, and they're going to dig deeper and they're going to see that, oh, I don't need to pay a therapist to handle my situation. Obviously, financially, it just makes sense. But we have to put those guardrails in the models. This is where the fine-tuning, the adapting the AI to the right industry, to the right vertical come into place. It can't be just used randomly. The guardrails, when a question like this sensitive comes in, this is where the model is trained to know, okay, this is sensitive, I can't be given advice. The redirection will be different. Because at the end of the day, the literacy comes in also the form of understanding a model is not a spirit. It's not a human. It's a bunch of data that is making some decisions to predict continuation of words that will make sense for you to understand. But if we're not understanding this is where we're going to lose the touch of the human aspect that cannot be replaced. Yes.
Thank you so much for a very lucid and inspiring talk. I have a twofold question here. One of them is how to engage the youth, which is really the vibrant partner in this enterprise in our societies, but making it not a dream going working. I'm going back to your notion, when are you leaving Lebanon? Not to go and pursue these dreams outside, but to make it relevant to the local landscape. So youth and the local landscape and retention is one. And I know it's a very tough question, but from your experience, how have you handled that situation? And the second question is, very often technology becomes so dazzling that people lose sight of humanity. people lose sight of the ethical considerations. And though, how do we keep the balance in the private sector, in technical, in digital, companies that are embracing this huge augmentation by AI, preserving the ethical consideration? And I know there are some regulations, but they're not very robust, and they're not widely monitored. So, ethics and youth.
Got it. Okay, I'll start with the youth one. I'm going to start with an example, not an example, a concept that's very relevant to the question. Organizations haven't changed their hierarchy and structure and how they operate in about 150 years. How can we expect innovation to come from such a constrained structure that won't allow the empowerment for that creativity to come in, for youth to want to test and try and fail and rebuild and have a bigger vision in a system that's fundamentally not designed for that? And rightfully so. It was designed for the era that it was designed for, and it worked. But we have to be aware that we're entering a new era. The way technology was built, the way solutions were thought, the way we've designed society, problems and challenges, they're very different. Now technology is a huge part of our life. That has not been the case. Even though, yes, social media especially have taken such a deep roots in how we function, but now with AI, it's completely changing the way we work and the way we live. And this is where AI-ready organizations become very important right now. This is essentially the work that I do with organizations and professionals, et cetera, to completely change the thought process around how you think about your future, how you think about an organization that's going to be empowering, not just for the business prosperity, but for the people inside of it, for them to bring that creativity and innovation. So, for the first question, I would say fundamental restructuring to give that opportunity for innovation to the youth. It's a different generation, it's a different world we live in. The second part, which is the ethics, of how do we keep the ethics at the center of the equation, and this is essentially where we don't wait to start building a system to then realize the bias and unfairness that it provides. We do have programs that are pretty good at literacy around what ethical development is. And we're building more that are more adapted to this era, to the organizations that we work in. It has to be by design. It has to be before we start ideating, and as we're thinking about what problem are we solving, where does the ethic come from it? It's very difficult because, again, we are in a completely reshifting of how we think about those solutions. But I feel like this is the biggest opportunity that we have, is to rethink not how social media came into the picture. I think a lot of us didn't have a choice of how it operates right now. But right now, we can reshape how things operate if we start thinking about them and put in the right basis and the right people and the right programs and the right upskilling in order to have those conversations early on. For them not to be, I don't understand what that means, I just want to make business, have the product work, and move on. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So from AI, what you can, to some World Bank data. So let's hear now from Dr. Lamia Mansour. She's a PhD senior environmental specialist at the World Bank, and she's following up on the environment portfolio of the World Bank in Lebanon. So that's very local. She has over 30 years of professional experience in environmental management and sustainable development, and worked in several international agencies, such as the UNDP, EU, and GIS, in the management of the resource management, solid waste management, mitigation, and adaptation to climate change. She holds a PhD and an MS in environmental management from Leeds University, UK, and her BS in environmental health from AUB. So we're very happy to have you back, Lamia. So please help me welcome Lamia to stage.
Okay, great.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this very interesting conference. I'm very happy to be here, to be with the youth generation, and especially women. So, in science, of course. So, I will bring you back to Lebanon after this inspiring talk on AI and take you through some of the data that we have. I thought okay. Right, so I will be focusing on environment, as usual, and take you through some very specific information on solid waste management, because this is, for many years, a major issue that everybody is interested to know why we are failing so badly in the country on solid waste management. So, but in general, when we think about Lebanon, this is the nice idea that we have of Lebanon, but then reality hits, and we are losing gradually our natural resources and mismanaging our environmental services. So Lebanon's environmental context is very challenging. We have a lot of pollution, mismanagement of solid waste, wastewater, and air pollution, you name it. And it's very important to have solid data in order to be able to find appropriate solution despite the crisis, financial, economic, security situation, in order to identify needed policies and action. So I will be very specific today in my presentation to take you through two specific studies that were conducted by the World Bank. One is the cost of environmental degradation, and the second is a costing model of solid waste management, both prepared in the past 2 years, despite the security situation in Lebanon. And actually, the cost of environmental degradation, we spent a year, and we wanted to make a big launching of this important report. Unfortunately, it fell in August 2024 when the war just started, so there were other priorities. So I'm hoping that today's session will allow a bit more visibility to this very intensive exercise that we did for costing the environmental degradation in Lebanon. And then the follow-up work that we did for supporting municipalities to cost their services at their level. And I mean, of course, sustainability, environmental sustainability is a basic requirement of the World Bank. Another basic requirement is financial sustainability. So we can build fancy equipment, infrastructure, but the challenge is to operate them. And unfortunately, unless we have a proper costing and financial sustainability, we will just leave behind infrastructure that is not working. This is why, not because I'm at the World Bank, actually, I haven't been at the World Bank for many years, but financing is a pillar of success in making sure that whatever we build, we can handle it with care and with proper operation and maintenance, which costs money. So what is a cost of environmental degradation? It's a monetary assessment of the environmental damage. So it tells you over several sectors, and in this case, in 2023, we followed the same sectors that were studied previously in previous years. I will go on to present these. I mean the previous years. We covered air, land, water, waste, and coastal zones. And what is the cost of environmental degradation on these sectors? and what is the proportion of this damage on the GDP in that year, and so that you can deduct the policy and the implications and the planning of interventions needed based on the costs that you have. In the case of 2023, air quality, air pollution was the highest cost in Lebanon, and it constituted 3.5% of the GDP, followed by, no, actually water pollution was the highest, followed by air quality, then waste management, then land, and followed by coastal zone. So the total cost of environmental degradation in Lebanon that we have calculated in 2023 was almost 2 billion. And the GDP in that year was around 17 billion. So this is around 11% of our GDP, which is very high, which means that we have a lot of environmental degradation. And how this compares with previous years and previous analysis, because we followed the same, almost the same approach. So in 2005, the World Bank had conducted this similar study, and at that time, the percent of the GDP was 3% of the cost of environmental degradation. In 2018, it was 4.4%, and now we are almost around 11%. So why? And although in absolute terms, between 2018 and 2023, the cost of degradation was slightly lower. So it was 2 billion in 2020 in 2023, while it was 2.3 billion in 2018. So in absolute term, the cost is a little bit similar to what we had in 2018, except between 2018 and 2023, we had a financial crisis. We have included the cost of environmental degradation from the Syrian crisis in our analysis, which was not done in 2018. And we had a complete collapse of environmental services, wastewater, solid waste, you name it, plus air pollution from electricity generation that have dramatically increased. So this is all, I mean, I will go through the methodology, which is a little bit complex. So in analyzing the data, you look at 3 types of changes: productivity, condition, and behavior. And we, in the case of the COET 2023, we disaggregated 2 groups, the Lebanese and all the foreign workers as part of the Lebanese population, and the displaced Syrians alone, given the large Syrian population in the country. And we adopted 2023 as a baseline. So we used the prices of 2023 in US dollars. So the methodology is to look at various existing data from the different aspects that concern each sector. So I will cover solid waste because we will follow up with this costing of solid waste at the level of municipalities, and so that you have an understanding of where the problem is with regards to solid waste management and how it is captured in the cost of environmental degradation. So when we look at waste management, so we look at what is the status, efficiency, lack of efficiency, lack of financial sustainability, the fact after the financial crisis, almost all the facilities, waste treatment facilities have stopped working. We only have 8% of the waste that is currently being treated. The current system does not allow for a circular economy, the 3R approach, reduce, recycle, reuse, and which could bring some revenues, which could reduce the amount of garbage that we have, and which could have created green jobs. All this is a missed opportunity. In addition to this, because we have very limited sanitary landfills in the country, so we have increased open dumping, which has been estimated that has increased to up to 42% in 2023. And currently we are doing a detailed in-depth assessment on the ground to identify exactly the increase in open dumping and, of course, open burning, which releases additional environmental damage. So as part of the COED, because we are looking at data, we look at available data, and in the case of the solid waste chapter, we did two primary analysis of information. So the first primary analysis was a rapid analysis based on satellite imagery of new open dump sites. We compared it with an existing study that was conducted in 2016 to identify a new open dump site. We identified that at least 104 new open dump sites had accumulated since 2016. And we also identified how many of them are subject to open burning. We also did a primary survey on household to identify the generation rates of waste from Lebanese and Syrian populations so that we can do an accurate estimation of waste and the cost of waste management from the two cohorts that we were working on. The other data that we have was based on existing data from various studies in the country. And in order to assess the cost of environmental damage from waste, we look at three aspects: cost of solid waste management, cost of hazardous waste treatment, and damage from dump sites and landfills. So each sector requires a different approach, a different analysis. I don't want to take you too much into the details, but it's just to show the type of data, the level of analysis. In the case of solid waste management, we used a cost of adequate solid waste management as the cost of damage on the environment, because we don't have it. We are not spending $121 million per year on solid waste management, which would have avoided the damage that we have. And this is what we refer to as defensive spending. So if we were spending $121 million, we would have avoided a lot of the damage. Similarly, for hazardous waste management, if based on available data from different sources, we estimated that if we were, I'm talking about operation and maintenance only, not the capital investments. If we had the infrastructure and we would have spent $25 million on operating that infrastructure, we wouldn't have had damage from hazardous waste management. And thirdly, the impact on dumps. Here we have used estimation of land depreciation. When you have a dump site in your neighborhood using prices from the market, so to identify, we got to an estimate of $126 million of impact from dump site and landfill. So all this to say that all this is in the publication online. You can access it, and we are covering all the other sector with the specific methodologies used, references used. So I want to go quickly on the solid waste management costing model, because this is more hands-on, also data-driven. So in this case, we worked with municipalities. We worked actually with 56 municipalities, which are composed in clusters. We didn't work with unions of municipalities because the clusters were already working together on existing systems. So we used whatever is working to help them understand how much it is costing them to do whatever they are doing. It's not always adequate. Sometimes they are only transporting and up and dumping. Sometimes they are doing the collection, the sorting, the composting, and then the up and dumping. Unfortunately, in most cases, the 6 clusters we work with, they were all up and dumping. So we got them. We worked extensively with them to get all the data on generation, collection, and treatment. Again, this report is also on the internet. You can just Google costing model for solid waste management in Lebanon. You will get it. So all the information is here. I want to just take you through it to understand how we helped the municipality understand how much it is costing them with whatever system they have to, as a cost per ton. So, for example, the most sophisticated, which has composting, sorting, proper collection, the cost they have is $82, which is quite, like, it's on the high side. It's like when you have an adequate solid waste management. But then they thought like, but we did not budget that cost in our case, so we need to find ways to reduce the cost. And the same, like in Sahel Wasat al-Aita in Akkar, the cost is only $44, is because they're only doing collection, up and dumping, and possibly up and burning. So it gives the municipality a proper understanding of their data, proper understanding of how much money they are paying to do whatever they are doing. It also allowed them, in this costing model, it allows them to set a price if they were to request households to pay towards this service. So, and the assumption that we used is if the municipalities want to collect 30% of the cost from the households and the remaining 70% from big businesses or businesses in general or other institutions, how much would a household pay? So in this case, this also gives them an indication of how many households they have, how much they have to charge these households in order to collect 30% of the waste services that they are providing. So, for example, the cheapest was in Union of Minye, Union of Municipality of Minye. So this also covers only collection and up and dumping. And it allows them to understand that, yeah, we can maybe slightly improve the type of services that we provide and collect more from households. Although all this is theoretical because the municipalities at the moment are not allowed to collect financing for covering solid waste services. However, the governance system is being worked on. A draft law is at the parliament. This model will support municipalities identify how much municipalities should charge their constituents, how they can inform their constituents to have trust that whatever money they are paying is going toward a service that is properly managed, costed, and and run. So all this is part of an overall analysis. I know my time is done. Can I take 2 more minutes? Okay. Because it is very important to look into assessments, to continue to update, and this is something that everybody is doing, to collaborate among stakeholders, to continuously monitor what is being done, and to continue to have strategy and follow up on this strategy. I want to finish with a couple of notes. So it is not all in the theory. So to give you an example of some of the real action we are doing on the ground with the government. So there is a national solid waste management information system that is being developed and will become up and running by end of this year. There is a national solid waste management strategy and local solid waste management plan also being prepared jointly with Ministry of Environment and local authorities. Among others, there are also standards for recycling that are being prepared in order to promote a circular economy approach and sorting and recycling. We are working with SMEs. We are working on developing a business model for drop-off centers, strengthening partnership and awareness. And the last point is that we are also working on infrastructure. We have a couple of engagements. This picture is from Akkar in Srar, up and dump in Akkar, in which there is currently, hopefully very soon we will start converting this huge up and dump into a proper sanitary landfill, and joining hand with other stakeholders who had funded a treatment facility next to this area in order to have a full value chain operating. That's it. Thank you.
Very interesting presentation. But for the sake of time, we're going to continue with the 2 other presentations, and then we'll catch up on the break. We'll probably take the questions for the last 3 presentations. We'll have you maybe placed here, and then just to make sure we are on time for our online presentations. So from really a very interesting presentation of what's happening here in Lebanon, we move to another presentation, also very local, from Leia Kai. She's the manager and advisor of UNDP climate change projects at the Ministry of Environment. She works closely with the Lebanese government on designing and implementing climate policies and promoting policy reforms. So she's guiding the development and implementation of various programs, laws, and regulations. And as part of the official Lebanese delegation, she has been negotiating international climate change agreements for 20 years, including the Paris Agreement. She contributes regularly to the broader sustainability landscape through academic contributions, speaking, and mentoring students and young professionals. She holds a degree in environmental health and technology, also from AUB, and in economic development from Harvard Kennedy School for Government. So please help me welcome Leia to stage.
Good morning, good afternoon, badna morning. Thank you for having me, and thank you for opening a very important discussion and conversation related to the rebuilding path. And I really like the word rebuilding and not reconstruction, because it's not just infrastructural, it's actually rebuilding of institutions, rebuilding of systems, and also rebuilding an infrastructure. So today I'm taking you through the rebuilding a climate change lens for rebuilding. How can we plan? How can we rebuild? How can we reform? How can we invest in infrastructure, in systems, especially in infrastructure, without taking into consideration climate change? why here in Lebanon talking about climate change? And what is the importance of having climate change mainstreamed into any rebuilding plan? So we are emitters of greenhouse gas emissions, right? We are not the biggest in the world. We only contribute to 0.04% of global emissions, but we do emit, and basically the two most emitting sectors are energy and transport, which already, and as Lamia was mentioning, are already big sources of environmental pollution, big sources of budget deficits in Lebanon, and a big also social and economic problem. So when we think about how much we contribute and we think that we don't contribute much, think about what does it mean for Lebanon. The 0.04% global means 80% here in Lebanon. Although emissions have decreased, especially after 2019, 32% decrease from the economic crisis. And if we compare it to what we thought we would be producing under a BAU scenario, you can see we're really far, far behind what we thought we would be producing historically. And if we compare it to the targets that we usually put targets to reduce emissions under the Paris Agreement, this was NDC 2.0, we also see that we're doing a great job. No, we're not doing a great job. This is the silver lining or the byproduct of the economic crisis, the COVID, when the world was, and Lebanon was really on pause, but we do expect emissions to increase. Now we are in the reconstruction phase and the rebuilding phase. We need more cement, we need more industries, we need more agriculture. So this will be increasing. So the idea is, how can we increase in a less steep way? Can we not go back to our business as usual scenario and do it in a better way? So even if we are decreasing, or even as we will still be decreasing, we are being impacted significantly by climate change impacts. Historically, and if we look backwards, already the temperature is increasing, and an increase of 1.5, 1.6% average. And in some areas and regions in Lebanon, it's even more. The dry days are increasing, the tropical nights are increasing, and I think you're all living it. The rain is changing patterns, it's changing intensity. The whole system is changing, historically. And the future does not bear any good news. So all the modeling that we've done to project ourselves, project our systems into the future and think, okay, so we will be better off or worse off. So actually everything looks worse. Less rain, more intensification of heat waves, of droughts, of diseases, and you have all the consequences on food security, energy security, increase in cooling demand, we don't have electricity, increase in water demand, we don't have water. So it's really, we're going to a bad place, plus we need to reconstruct, plus we need to rebuild, plus we need to solve the challenges of today before solving the challenges of tomorrow. So what are we doing as a Ministry of Environment, as UNDP, supporting the government as a whole and the Ministry of Environment specifically? We are trying to build a resilient and low-carbon growth. ليش resilient? لأنه we have to withstand what's coming, but in the same time, we don't need to slow down our economic growth, our economic development. And it's a very challenging task to do both in the same time. Part of our commitments to the Paris Agreement, نحن Lebanon, we signed the Paris Agreement in 2019, by law, we should commit to reduce emissions and adapt. So we did it in 2015, we did it in 2020, so we set targets, and in September we updated our third, what we call nationally determined contribution. I like the word لأنه it's very, we thought a lot about this word during the Paris Agreement. So it's nationally determined contribution. We determine how much we can reduce. We determined where we want to prioritize, what sectors, what systems. It's nationally determined. إذا بتنتبهوا, it's not a commitment, it's a contribution. So we are committed, but at the end of the day, this is a contribution of developing countries to the global economy. لأنه نحن we're not responsible for climate change, we're more so there's a historical responsibility. نحن we are more on the impacted side. So what did we commit to? We committed to reducing our emissions from 22% to 33%. وهيدا بنسميها unconditional conditional target. يعني نحن as we are doing business today, we can reduce up to 22%, but if you provide us with more financing, with more technical support, we can go up to 33%. We specifically حطينا as a government, so when بقول we هلا it's okay, the government led by the Ministry of Environment. So we also put a specific target to increase renewable energy. Okay, so a renewable energy targets are between 25% and 30% of power demand to be generated by renewable energy. And this is a very strong political messaging that we are moving towards this direction. We have also committed to adapt, وهيدا أكيد كلها contingent to technical and financial support, to adapt in 8 specific sectors that we chose as a government to be the most vulnerable. وبتشوفوا in each sector, we have set an objective, but also very specific activities that can help this specific sector to adapt to climate change. All of this while taking advantage of the opportunity for green recovery. So why we're doing this? Eventually we want to tap into the climate finance and funding that is being made available across the world for climate-related projects and climate initiatives. And as you can see, all the multilateral banks, the development entities, even the climate finance, they are all putting lots of investments and funding into projects that are sustainable, that are climate-proofed. So all projects that can help in rebuilding and reconstructing Lebanon that should be sustainable and climate-proof. And this is the entry point. So let's build better, build it back better. أكيد كتير عم تسمعوها. Let's build it back better, but how? How can we do it? It's just هيك شعار, a slogan, or can we do it concretely on the ground? And this is what we try to do, to give very clear indications to the government, how can you do it? So what is climate proofing? So it's integrating climate risks and opportunities into both investment and policy decisions. ليش? To ensure that projects remain viable, financially viable, safe and sustainable under future climate scenarios. So it's locking clean technology, locking low carbon technologies, locking good practices, at least in the 60 years to come. لأنه إذا اليوم حطينا drainage system أو storm water system with a diameter of 2 meters لأنه عم نشتغل على historical maximum rainfall, this will be stuck under your highway for the next 60 years. If Anna today, I make sure that my stormwater drainage actually takes into account my new maximum rainfall per day or per minute or per hour, then at least I lock something in the future that is adaptable and that is adapted to what is coming. So شو عملنا؟ أخذنا the development strategies of Lebanon. وقت عملناها in 2018 وكلهم by the way بعدهم the same. So we took them and said, okay, so we have the economic plan, the recovery plan, the reconstruction plan, using a methodology of cost-benefit analysis. What is the cost of a specific project? What are the environmental and social benefits of this project? نعمل a cost-benefit analysis to see, does it make socially and economically sense to actually increase my investment in a bigger pipe, مثلا, for storm? Does it really make sense? And then we selected specific entry points. شو entry points? The common denominator between reconstruction plan, economic reforms, and climate change: water, energy, social infrastructure, agriculture, and urban infrastructure. حأعطيكم example. All of these projects include road rehabilitation, خاصة بعد الحرب, right? So there were a lot of damaged roads, so we want to rehabilitate the roads. The projects on paper usually say, okay, so road rehabilitation, في municipal road, service road, highways. If we want to climate proof it, هيك نحط لها صبغة إذا بدكم, a stain أو a color that is climate change, how can we climate proof it? The same road, the same project, the same area, the same contractor. Let's think about high-capacity drainage system, permeable surface material, اللي هن permeable asphalt, nature-based solutions to accommodate more severe flooding, مثلا تزرعوا أكتر شجر on the side road, ما بتحطوا بس بيتون, بيكون porous material so that water actually can infiltrate into the ground when you have floods. جينا شفنا, okay, so a normal road will cost around $615 million. It's not one road, it's a package of road. Is that we take into consideration the capex with land acquisition cost. If I want to make it climate proofed, it's 42% higher. It's a lot. تعالوا حكوا مع Minister Jaber and tell him that he will be paying 42% extra for a road. And it wouldn't work, right? But this is the whole aim of this, to convince why it should work. But then if you take the economic benefits, so the economic benefits of a normal set of roads, it's around $765 million. هاي بنسميها gross value added, right? اللي هي the economic internal return of having new roads, اللي هي productivity, economic activity of كل whole. But if we climate proof it and we take into account all the additional jobs that will be created to do this road specifically, of this package of road more climate proofed, and 55% additional jobs created and all what it means to the economy. إذا حتى بزيد أنا the ratio of investment, we see that climate resilient roads is it's 2.3 times, brings back in terms of economic activities, economic benefits, 2.3 times more than a normal road. And this goes your social benefit. Your social benefit, avoided damage, avoided productivity, كلهم هولي they are taken into account here. So when you take it as a total, you can see very clearly, the benefits exceed the costs. And when we think not at an individual level, not at a project level, not at a company level, when we think about public good, the economic benefit of all this, all the projects make economic and social sense. And governments should think from an economic and social sense and not as a balance sheet, assets or liability point of view. So we've done this to a lot of projects. I will not go in details, but just to know, and you can have access to the documents. مثلا Beirut Airport. إذا نحن بدنا نعمل expansion, can we think about expanding it with solar? Can we expanding it with walls to reduce the high waves, to reduce the floods? The water supply systems, can we really think about liquefaction and floods and having deeper foundation مع good drenching and storm water? وكله هذا بيبين إنه مزبوط. We have an additional capex, but everything also, إذا بتشوفوا on the graphs, shows إنه في added value and في positive net benefits. Irrigation systems, زيت الشيء. Can we think about soil improvement? Can we think about technology? Can we think about AI, informing farmers of when and how much to irrigate? So we did this for a long list of projects that are currently also being discussed under Beirut 1 that will be organized in November. So شو هيدا Beirut 1? حتجي الحكومة اللبنانية حتقول إنه okay, so we need to reform, we need to reconstruct. This is all the projects that we have that can help us. تعال buyers, تعال investors and invest in us. So what we're trying to do, كل هول البروجيات من الأول يكونوا فيهم climate lens, فيهم already it's integrated. In terms of reference بكرة, when it will go to the public procurement, it's integrated. In the design phase, it's integrated. If we lock it upstream, we can guarantee it's good functioning downstream. So overall, بيطلع إنه إذا we take all this package, all these projects, the total benefit is 16.2 billion. يعني نحن عنا rate of return تقريبا 3, okay, 3.5. بتشوفوا إنه the most efficient projects are on water and wastewater in terms of adaptation, and energy, waste to energy in terms of mitigation, which is sometimes one of the opportunities that we might miss. So that was from a pure infrastructural development, matar, transport, communication, basic environmental supply, how to climate-proof it. Okay, so the concept should be there in the beginning, in the terms of reference, in the project ideation and conception, and then it will flow down the line. How about from a government point of view, from a governance point of view? So we also thought, okay, so we're also developing economically, economic vision. Type agriculture, industries are a big component of this economic vision. How can we also lock clean technologies? How can we climate-proof it? So we, at the Ministry of Environment, supported by UNDP, we worked on something called a long-term low-emission development strategy. اللي هي شو بتشوف؟ بتشوف, okay, إذا نحن اليوم نكمل as is, where would we be in terms of GDP and economic activity? And then we start plugging ideas. What if we transition to renewable energy? Let's dream. What if we transition to 100% renewable energy? What if we, and we couple it with the transition and an upskilling of labor? What if we meet 75% of our food locally resourced product from industries and from our agriculture? What if we have good health systems where we have no respiratory diseases from air pollution, and obviously it's 100%. So we let ourselves and our ministers and the whole government dream about where would we want Lebanon to be in 2050, and give them a snapshot of how it would look like. And actually, it shows that if we continue as a business as usual, well, يعني نحن تقريبا نطلع good يعني ل 70 billion GDP. علما إنه نحن we were at 53 billion in 2018, went down to 19 billion during the crisis, وهلا we're trying to go up. But if we, so the business as usual, خلينا أرجع لكم. So the business as usual actually takes us to around 20 million, right? If we do reforms, it can go up to, so with the reforms of the government, okay, it's not climate-proofed, we can go up to around 70 million. Once we get climate-proofed, even without reforms, we can get a higher GDP, تقريبا 53% higher GDP, and the best case scenario, no, we do the reforms of the government, plus we give this label of climate change, and then we can really reach sustainable growth, sustainable in the temporal term of sustainable, but also in the financial term of sustainability. And this has been proven, okay, so حسب نحن our modeling and our assessment. It can lead to having the energy bill being only 2.4% of our GDP, which is completely normal, and eventually it will be a productive sector rather than an expenditure, بيكون revenue مش expenditure. It can also lead to reduction of water losses. Even with the increase of industrial and agricultural production, we can be water efficient and reduce the volume of water that we are using. Even if we follow these guidelines, أو إذا بدكم this vision, we can reach zero death from air pollution, additional death from air pollution. انتبهوا يعني إذا واحد عنده قاس نحن ما خصنا. But the additional death that comes from generators, power plants, وكل هول, once we move into a clean energy producing sector, automatically we can reduce our health bill. أهم شيء, we will be avoiding damage that it's costing us today $7 billion. $7 billion cumulative, $12 million of our GDP goes as indirect cost and damage from climate event, from heat stress, from productivity stresses. So we know where to go. We know that it will get us into new directions. What do we need today? We need to lock these ideas upstreams, and we are working with, we as Ministry of Environment and UNDP, we are working with CDR, بكل شيء دفعته شروط. So all terms of reference for any project will have to pass by the Ministry of Environment and have these ideas integrated. Any project that has to proceed will have to go through, هيدا anyway بالقانون, they have to go through an EIA or SEA process, environmental impact assessment. Environmental impact assessment, ما فيك تعمر طريق إذا you didn't get the approval of the Ministry of Environment. So it's in this approval where we can put these ideas so that, again, مثل ما عم بقول لكم إنه you lock it upstream. In the green procurement, we're working with public procurement to have a green procurement process where we can also mainstream these concepts at the bidding system, okay, at the terms of reference system. We are also we have created actually Lebanon Green Investment Facility, which is a facility that aims to attract private sector money or investors' money into Lebanese private sector, Barat Lebanon, so that we overcome all the locks that we have from the banking sector. So it's attracting investments, attracting grants, having a blended finance system, which is pumped back into the private sector in Lebanon to exactly lock projects that are climate positive, okay, that are both resilient and with low carbon. We are also developing a climate change law. إذا عم نحكي عن جد reforms, institutional reforms, a climate change law that will give the full mandate and the full responsibility for the Ministry of Environment and other ministries to put this, and خلص بتصير قانونيا, it's not بقى ليا عم تحكي in a conference, it's by law and by decrees that all of this have to be mainstreamed. Finally, I think the more, so there's willingness, but more importantly, there's money. And when there's money, ears and eyes are open, and this is where we're trying to link all this climate proofing of Lebanon reconstruction to the available flows of investments and money. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Leo. I believe the questions and answers will be later with all our speakers. We would just like to remind you, for those who registered to the panel discussion, it's at 1 p.m. and you received a confirmation. Please head to the 4th floor, room 425. Our volunteers and guides will tell you where to go. Now I hand over back to Dr. Mariat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Okay, so we heard from the World Bank and a lot of ideas about environment. Now we move into also something very local from Dr. Rosella Marmo. She's a PhD researcher at the University of Naples, Federico II in Italy, where she carries out research and teaching activities in the field of building vulnerabilities and cascading impacts. She gained her PhD in civil engineering, and this is considered a pioneering performance information model for maintenance and facility management. She was a senior scientist assistant at ETH Zurich, where she worked on building resilience and infrastructure for health in collaboration with WHO and the Red Cross. She also worked on developing guidance and setting up underground hospital services in conflict situations. So she's going to be uniquely positioned to share her experience as a leading voice in the integration of data-driven methodologies for enhancing the resilience and safety of the built environment. And she's going to be sharing with us a very local and relevant experience, which is for us here in Lebanon, the hospitals in Lebanon. So can you please help me welcome Professor Rosella to stage?
Thank you, Mariette, for introducing me, for inviting me, and thank you all for being here. I'm very happy to present you a couple of examples on how we use data to make more informed decisions on how to increase the resilience of critical infrastructure, including an hospital placed here in Beirut. Critical infrastructure are essential for modern life, for modern society. infrastructure like hospitals, transport system, energy systems need to be safe and functional during normal times and also during, in case of crisis, in times of crisis. But at the same time, they're increasingly exposed to several stressors, such as the climate-induced stressors we have seen before, geophysical hazards, technological stressors such as the pandemic that we all know, and human-induced stressors like conflicts, for example. At the same time, the engineering sector, so the construction sector, has been talking about sustainability since the last decades, over the last decades, but at the same time, we know that a sustainable infrastructure or a sustainable building is not necessarily resilient too, and vice versa. So I guess that the actual challenge is to understand where these two domains meet, so that we can mitigate the impacts of potentially disruptive events, but also adapt to them. And today, let's see. So indeed, disasters happen not only due to the intensity level of the hazard itself, but they are a combination of vulnerability levels and exposure levels. So basically, we have to account for the people that are exposed to the impacts of the hazard under analysis, and also the susceptibility of those systems to suffer damage when subject to the impact of the hazard of interest. Today, we are going to have a look. So I'll show you a couple of examples on how to work on the vulnerability specifically. So the first case, the first example, regards the project called Building Resilience in Health Infrastructure. I'm happy to present you this project because the case study was the Rafik Hariri University Hospital based here in Lebanon. This was a project developed at the ETH in Zurich together with the International Committee of the Red Cross, and the external partner was the American University of Beirut. The aim of the project was to help the ICRC to assess the resilience of health infrastructure in unstable conflict-affected settings. Which kind of data did we use? We heavily relied on expert opinions and experiences of the healthcare forces, the healthcare workers at the Rafik Hariri, together with the ICRC members. So field visits and workshops were essential for us, and also literature findings. So this is just to tell you that with qualitative data, you can still make valuable decisions and impactful decisions. The project delivered a tool box, so several tools. That were developed by the chairs of sustainable construction, infrastructure management, and structural dynamics at the ETH of Zurich. But today we are going to have a look at what I have contributed to, together with Professor Brian Eddy, who is the chairman of the chair of infrastructure management. We delivered a tool to better understand where to intervene to ensure that the intervention will have the largest possible impact in terms of resilience. So when you want to assess the resilience of a system, whichever system, you have to follow, you can follow this conceptual framework. You describe the system, you decide how you want to quantify the resilience, and then how to perform the assessment. So we defined the system under analysis, which for us was the hospital itself. It was conceptualized in 4 parts, considering that people work at the hospital. They are the very core of the hospital organization. They use basic supplies and medical items on a daily basis. They work in a built environment, and they need an organizational system such as an information management system and a coordination system to work more efficiently and safely. we introduced indicators, so we define indicators to describe how these parts work. So indicators were meant to describe the operational condition of the hospital, and they could assume several values. According to the value the indicator assumes, you can estimate the service the hospital is able to provide under a scenario of interest. And we use these measures of service, so we call the measures of hospital service, to quantify the resilience. So together with the ICRC and the staff from the Rafiq Hariri, we decided to look at mortality. So we quantified the resilience of the hospital in terms of mortality rate, length of stay, time spent at the emergency department, and performed surgeries. This is the reasoning behind the approach. I don't want to become too much technical because then I will be probably boring for you, but this is just to tell you what we did. So you can see from the picture then, during normal times, you can expect a mortality rate or an average mortality rate. But if a potentially disruptive event occurs, such as a mass casualty incident, you can expect an increase in the mortality rate, even if the hospital is working as it is supposed to work. So at a condition that we called the baseline condition. For example, your hospital has a contingency plan, an emergency plan to cope with that disruptive event of interest, and it has enough resources to implement the plan. But you can also say that you can expect an additional increase in the average mortality rate if there is no contingency plan or if there are not enough resources to implement it. So from the graph, you could say that you are better prepared to face a mass casualty incident if your hospital has a contingency plan than if it doesn't. So we did this reasoning for the entire set of indicators. And at the end, the type of results that you can get from the tool are of this kind, where it is easy to understand where to intervene or where to intervene first, because there are some indicators, so some operational condition of the hospital that could really, in this case, increase the average mortality rate compared to the baseline condition. So basically, the indicators is indicating an area of potential intervention. And you can also prioritize interventions in this sense. So you start from the left, the indicator that is at my right, actually, side of the slide, and then you move to the others. We delivered a nice dashboard that is like an easy to apply and ready to apply tool where the user can explore different scenarios of interest, including different hospital characteristics, characteristics of the disruptive event, like the number of arrivals on the day of the event and the distribution of patient types, and also different operational conditions for the hospital, so to stress test the hospital against potentially disruptive scenarios of interest. The other example I'd like to show you is another, let's say, local, but not local here, local, my hometown in Naples, a local project, which is related to the rapid survey for vulnerability analysis of residential building facades. This is a project that falls within the implementation phase of a decree law, an Italian decree law, a very recent one, calling for urgent measures to prevent the seismic risk linked to bradisism in the Campi Flegrei area. I'll need to give you a little bit of context on this because I understand that it's not probably very well known. So the Campi Flegrei is a caldera, but the Campi Flegrei itself is like a really big volcanic region placed close to Naples in the south of Italy. This is the case where disasters can happen because the exposure level is very high. There are around 500,000 of people living in the volcano, literally. So you can understand that it is a very, let's say, it really requires our best efforts. The bradysism is a volcanic phenomenon which is characterized by continuous uplifts and subsidence of the ground, and these come with seismic activities, so with earthquakes. You can see from the picture some examples of what happened to the city of Pozzuoli, which is a small municipality placed in this area. So you can see that the phenomenon has been affecting the area since centuries, and archaeological sites today tell us that the phenomenon is, I mean, it was present several centuries ago. For example, you can see from the columns of a temple that is placed in Pozzuoli signs of seafoods up to 7 meters in height today. There have been several arrests during the last decades, but the last one started in 2006, and it is still ongoing. And the current crisis is creating a lot of disruptions to buildings, to critical infrastructure such as schools that have to be closed, hospitals, but also just roads and evacuation paths, potentially evacuation paths. So within this context, this project takes place. The rapid survey for vulnerability analysis of residential building facades. The aim of the project was to assess the building facades vulnerability, to support Italian civil protection in managing risk at the urban level, for example, to inform evacuation plans. So in this case, which data did we use? Data that came from the field. We had records of safety interventions performed on buildings and infrastructure. We needed to analyze the urban sections of interest, and above all, we performed visual inspections to assess the vulnerability of these facades. We developed and applied a rapid survey form. The results are vulnerability maps to be used to inform risk management policies and evacuation plans. So this project comes from the understanding that even building facade components can have a huge impact in this specific context because they pose a constant threat to people's safety in terms of potential injuries. They are causing a lot of economic losses, and they can obstruct escape routes. These are some examples of damages we have been recording in Naples since a couple of years ago. And so with the rapid survey form I mentioned it before, we went on the field, we did the visual inspection, we filled the form, and we were able to, at the end, deliver maps that present building frontages vulnerability levels so that the Italian civil protection can use these maps to understand if adjustments are needed at the evacuation plan level. At the moment, this is an ongoing research project. We are trying to automatize these vulnerability analysis using artificial intelligence and 3D modeling. So with the large amount of pictures that we collected from the field visits, we built on one hand a BIM model, so a building information model, and on the other hand an artificial intelligence model. And then we combined the two in order to facilitate the interpretation of the results. So the model we are working on at the moment is able to recognize anomalies on building frontages, building facades, in terms of, let's say, in a qualitative manner. So it is able to recognize cracks, missing parts, the presence of safety nets, but also detachments, and it is also to understand the surface they occupy. Indeed, the output of this artificial intelligence model are bounding boxes that come with the anomalies type and geometrical features of these bounding boxes. Then we uploaded, so we included this information on the deterioration level of the building facade in a BIM model. And with this information, we somehow automated the vulnerability analysis of the building facades itself. And we are now exploring also other kind of events, not only earthquakes, but others, such as heavy rain or hailstorms, and other events that affect the area. So I want to leave you with this final remark, just to tell you that I'm not a data scientist. I am a civil engineer and an architect. Yes, this is in Beirut. But still, we use data every day to make decisions, to design the buildings, to maintain them. But what it is very important for us is that people and people needs are the starting point of our activities and also the end point, as they are the users of what we design and what we build. So thank you very much for being here, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. You can either email me or contact me on LinkedIn, and I will be here at lunch and later on. Thank you.
So what we're going to do, we're going to ask Lemia, Lamia, and Rosella, if you want to get seated here, we can take a couple of questions before we move into a very discussion fireside chat with a chief of AI at UN, and also some very interesting speakers. So maybe the mic is here, so please ask your question and then maybe address it to one of the speakers. The mic is here. Any questions? Oh, you go next, okay.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Very inspiring. I have mainly a question related to Leah regarding the discussion and the responsibility that is of the municipalities. So also Madame Mansour discussed that the municipality has a huge role in this. So being a member myself on the municipal council, I do agree that the municipalities have a huge role. However, I see the need for a lot of support and a lot of technical support from the different ministries. And here I would like to ask, especially regarding the discussion that is going on now and the preparation regarding the waste to management that is being implemented and prepared, and there are MOUs that are signed now between the Union of Municipalities and private companies. And we have been also told that the Ministry of Environment is supportive to this process. So I would like to hear from both of you, if you can, regarding this plan, because to my understanding, this has a huge impact on the environment and on the emissions. And thank you. Especially Leah Kai.
Thank you. It's always a challenge to trickle down to the municipal level. We tend to always think at a government level. The decision should be taken at a government level. Yani the decision, the legislation, the decrees, the institutionalization should be taken at the government level. And then the implementation will happen, might happen actually, at the municipalities. And a lot of the initiatives and the projects under this reconstruction plan will fall under either CDR or Ministry of Public Works and Transport. And I'm نحكي big rebuilding and reconstruction projects for Lebanon. The municipalities will be partners, بما أنه they cannot take directly the money and implement directly in most of the cases where you have external funding. They will be partnering up and sustaining any infrastructure that is being built in their territories. I'm not very familiar, I keep it to Lamia in terms of waste, لأنه I know هلا there's the new هيئة النفايات الصلبة, the commission, the council, the authority, the solid waste authority, which will be reorganizing this whole relationship between municipalities, private sector, and the Ministry of Environment, and this will come in the upcoming, I think, year or 2 years. But meanwhile, there's the solid waste strategy, and until you're working on the cost recovery.
Right. So the roles of the municipalities are clear by law. So municipalities have a role in solid waste management, but they don't have the financing that corresponds to it. لأنه بقانون البلديات في كنيسة وحراسة. There is nothing related to management. So you cannot hand over a responsibility if you don't hand over the financial resources to do it. So now there is this cost recovery law that has been on the making for years, and the parliamentarians were not very keen on it, until they find that, okay, there's nothing that can be done without some contribution from the constituents, from the citizens, towards solid waste management, because it's a service like everything else. Yani we pay for electricity, we pay for water, we pay for wastewater. Why don't we pay for waste management? So now it's at the parliament. Hopefully it will be voted soon. When it is voted, it will allow municipality to collect fees in order to be able to contract whether a private sector, do it themselves. They will have to have a plan. We are working on plans. So we have developed a strategy. I mean, the government has developed a strategy. We supported them. We are also supporting several service zones, like sometimes they are one union or several unions together. Sometimes they decide they want to split, and then they're working alone. So we are also working at local level with either municipalities or unions of municipalities to develop solid waste management plans in the hope that soon they will have the money to implement these plans. And these local plans need to be approved by the Ministry of Environment. So again, there is review clearances that need to be coherent with the national strategy.
So we'll try to take 2 more questions, maybe, until 1:20, because we need to go online.
Thank you for your efforts. In return to the my question is for Mrs. Lamia. In return to the charts, concerning the numbers in the charts about solid waste management, you mentioned that in the United of Many and WiDS, it seems the numbers seems not logic. Are these numbers estimated, accurate, or what?
No, they are not estimation. They are real costs. So we had very detailed questionnaires. We had extensive meetings with the finance officers of these unions of municipalities, of the 6 clusters we worked in. So these are the real costs that they have to pay to cover the cost of collection and disposal. Now they are not taking the garbage, the waste, to sanitary landfill, which becomes more expensive. They are taking them to open dump, so the gate fee is around $5 or $10, while the real cost of treatment at a proper sanitary landfill can be around $30. So this is why they are more on the low side, because of the type of treatment that they are doing. And they understand that. And actually, they cannot afford more than this. Even this, they don't have it in their budget. So it's always above budget. It's coming from contributions from expats. Sometimes they collect some money from rich people in the area. So on their books, they don't have this money. But in reality, they are paying this money to collect, not very good collection. This is why you see so much littering in Akkar and in the north, because even the collection is not as efficient as it should be, but it's cheap. It's what they can afford.
Sorry, I was one of the activists in 2015 regarding the garbage crisis. In that time, we noticed that the real cost for the garbage is $60, while we were paying from the money of the municipalities $170. And there were a person who was involved in this, and he told me that $110 per each ton, they send it to the politician as a gift at the end of every year. Later on, after 2015, Akram Shayib became the one who was responsible about the garbage, while the minister was Muhammad Mashnu or Muhammad. And they raised the cost to 225. It's one of the corrupted file, the biggest corrupted file in the country. Why? Most of the money of the municipalities goes, especially in the area where the company
If I may ask you to shorten. Yeah.
City Blue. Before it was for Sukli. Most of the money of the municipalities go direct as transaction from the Ministry of Finance to this company, not through the municipalities. While it should be passing through municipalities, and the municipalities should pay. Okay, my question is there a real comparison between Lebanon and any other countries like Lebanon? Exactly what is the cost? For example, in Tunisia, what's the cost?
Okay, because we need to start at 1:20. I'm sorry. So let's.
Okay. Right. So, yes, in this study that I presented today, there are some estimation for each value chain. So collection, what is the low cost and high cost, based on existing contracts in Lebanon. And the average is not 60, like the minimum is $80 per ton minimum, okay? But this $80 per ton will not give you the result that, like I was discussing with a French enterprise, like governmental enterprise, about the compost quality that we have in Lebanon, which we cannot bring up to a level, a grade A. In their case, they have grade A, they don't have sorting at source like in Lebanon. They pay 170 euro per ton to reach that level. Okay, so it's what it is that you want to reach is how much you have to pay. In Lebanon currently, prior to the crisis, when there was coral composting, it was around $100 for the whole thing. But still $100 is not sufficient to get a good quality compost. So it depends how much treatment you want to do.
Thank you so much, because we have people from New York up very early on, just to be on time. So, but I think you're going to be around, Lamia, right? So a little bit maybe. So the side discussions, we really want to encourage these discussions, but again, we want to just be very precise with our agenda. Thank you so much. Please, let's thank our first round of speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we move really to a very interesting fireside chat. We have the privilege to have online two amazing ladies, Anusha Dandapi, and she serves as the Chief Data and AI Officers at the UN International Computing Center. Do we have them online already? Can we open the Zoom? Hannah? Okay.
Speaker You can talk to Anusha.
We need to spotlight her.
بس تحكي عنها تطلع صورتها.
ايه بس we need to put كمان رولا.
Can we also do on the screen?
You need to put رولا كمان.
رولا. لا رولا ما بتطلع.
في نحكي تحتين سكرين.
ايه Hi Anusha. Hi Rola, thank you so much.
Can you hear me? Rola?
Okay, so I'm gonna do the quick introduction now for Anusha. So thank you Anusha for being with us. You serve as the Chief Data and AI Officer at the United Nations Computing Center. In this role, you are responsible for creating and overseeing the growth of data and AI services at UNIC. You advise and partners with other UN organizations, industry, and academia on solving their business problems by leveraging AI, machine learning, data analytics, data engineering, data science offerings, and capabilities. So previously, you were a data scientist at Barclays, where you led several strategic initiatives related to electronic surveillance and financial crime compliance. So from end-to-end management, from requirement, to working with the program management and collaborating with data scientists and machine learning teams, you've been really at the full spectrum. And you're working in the financial service industry since 2004, and at the same time, you're an adjunct professor, and you teach a course on data visualization and visual analytics. You're listed as Constellation Global AI 150 Leaders in the feature of 2024-2025, Global Data Power Women list for 2003, 2002, and Data IQ 100 USA in 2023. Thank you, Anusha, for being with us. And we also have Dr. Rula Gres. She's the first woman director of the Information Technology Division and Chief Information Officer at IAEA, where she leads the agency business technology strategy and digital transformation initiatives. With over 35 years of experience in enterprise IT and 30 years working at migrations, cybersecurity modernization, and data-driven innovation to enhance basically business performances, she's recognized as a leader, and she emphasizes strong stakeholder relationships that are based on trust and partnership. Rila is very passionate about mentoring future technology leaders and advancing diversity in tech. I'm very happy, and really we're very proud to have you online, and as what we discussed before, hopefully next year you can join us in person in Beirut. So now we're very eager to hear about, this fireside chat that you're going to be taking us with for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariette, and thank you for bringing both of us to this wonderful Women in Data Science Forum in Beirut. And as you suggested, we make a promise that hopefully we will be there present in person next year. We are looking forward to connecting with the women leaders and I'm also looking forward to understand the perspective of what's cooking in your side of the data science. Yeah. Without further ado, perhaps Rola, I might want to start kicking off this session from your perspective as a woman leader in information technology. Yeah. Could you share key moments in your journey and how you have shaped your career so far, especially when it comes to data, AI, and the digital strategies, right? Like, how do you focus on promoting inclusivity and for social good?
Thank you, Anusha. And good morning to you, Anusha. I know it's very early for you, but also good afternoon. I'm extremely thankful for this opportunity, for giving me the opportunity to talk to people in my home country. So I really feel, as you know, I do lots of talks, but I was telling you this is very, very special to my heart. And I really appreciate the opportunity to give me to talk about the journey and share some of the perspectives. As you mentioned before, that it is a long journey. It has been 35 years of working in enterprise IT. The journey has been challenging, but also rewarding and transformative. I can say that I started, I left Lebanon in 1991 when I graduated and finished and started working. And actually, I even started working in the private sector in Lebanon first. Then I moved to Europe, where I've been already working more than 30 years with international organizations. So I started with the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, where there I started with ERP strategies, and then later I joined the agency, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and we were focusing more on IT. But the transformation has been that instead of focusing on an IT as a service, we started thinking that we want to be partners. We want to work together with the business in order to deliver the value that they see. Because we do IT, yes, lots of cloud transformation strategies, and AI strategy and data governance and principles and standards. But the aim is not actual data or the strategy itself or the IT. The aim is what is it that we can do, again, for the greater good. And in order, so we put lots of strategies in place, but the most important thing is that these strategies were supported by two main, even more important strategies, and that's the collaboration and the inclusivity. To include people, to make sure that the diversity is there, whether from the geographical perspective or the gender perspective. And you asked me to share stories, and I can share lots of stories, but I still remember the days where I was the only woman on the table. And now I'm very proud to say that in my division, which is quite a big division, I have 47% women. And I'm very proud to say also that I have at least 49 countries represented in my division only. And I'm not talking about the agency as a whole. So I'm very proud of this achievement. And I truly believe that this diversity brought to the table creativity, innovation, and also understanding of different cultures and different, and I say, yes, we lead transformations, but we ourselves transform also. We transform with the knowledge that we capture, with learning and listening to others in the team, So I'm extremely happy and proud of what I have achieved. And I always say, you know, I did it. I was able to do it, so every single one can do it, and I did it on my own, without any official support, as you know. So I hope, I know I'm aware of the time. I think I would like to talk to you, Anusha, and ask you from your, because I know that you're very much interested in research. And how do you think we can bridge research and real world implementation in the global South context?
Thank you, Rola. I think that is a very powerful question, Rola, because I think one, reflecting it from a women's lens, right? Like, you know, I believe women leaders like you actually play a very catalytic role in defining what is responsible, what are those responsible practices that we can actually learn from the research or the academia, and what is it that we can bring as a lessons learned to the UN ecosystem, right? Like, you know, at the UN, we are seeing a lot of women lead initiatives, especially focusing on right now efficiency is the key for all of us. Like we all have been like, you know, mandated to adopt to things, to the system, especially that actually brings more efficiency, right? But I think bringing the examples of what good looks like from the collaborations that we have with academia and the research partnership actually makes the UN system aware of things that can be used or things that can be considered from a social context, from a technology context, and also from an AI algorithm context, right? Like, so in many sort of ways, we believe that we can learn a lot from our partnerships, this multi-stakeholder partnerships that we have with academia or our research partnerships. I think women leaders always bring this integrative lens. Like as you started with ERP as your first journey in your digital transformation, right? Women, we think about things with an integrative, holistic approach. Yeah, I think that is a very valuable skill or the capability we as women leaders bring to the table. We also believe like connecting people, connecting technology, connecting community, connecting outcomes is a very important need of the hour right now, right? Like in this current climate where we are all trying to sort of address the challenge that we are all posted with the limited budget, lot of constraints on what we can perhaps do in the past versus now. So I think our challenge is to institutionalize these things, and every initiative or every project that we collaborate and work with our organizations, how can we bring that in our decision-making process? How can we bring this connecting the technology and the ethics that we learn from the academia? So I think those are some of the good things that we as women leaders can replicate from the research community to the UN system, in my view. Yeah.
Thank you. Absolutely right. Yeah. The purpose is not IT or data. The purpose is to help the community make sense of the data, tell stories, help them with the decision making, with the predictive analytics. Absolutely true.
Yes.
Thank you.
And from this is a question to you now, Rola, pending on to the question you asked me. What do you see the partnership models or this mentorship ecosystems, right? Like, because community structures that we have or we have seen in the past are essentially very less in what do you call, accelerating the women's participation, because sometimes it's very hard to be a women leader in this kind of emerging technology fields, especially in the space that you are at. Like, you are perhaps the first woman in the nuclear technology, and you are the first woman who is leading an agency like IAEA. So what are those things that you see in your sort of journey so far, especially on the mentorship ecosystems? What do you see for community?
Well, thank you, Anusha, for very, very, very good question. And yeah, of course, there are the typical things, but I will also bring up a few things of what is it that I have done in order to support first myself and women around me, whether it's within my family, with my friends, or even my staff and people that I know of. Of course, there are the typical things like cross partnerships like this, like what we're having right now. Academia, international organizations, the private sector, and all this. Definitely, a lot can be done there through fellowships, internships, and many things that we do, and through programs that international organizations can develop. For example, at the IAA, we have two specific programs that supports women in nuclear, and we start at an early age so that we support their education. And of course, there's the typical mentorship. And mentorship, I truly believe in it, that it can be structured through programs that are provided by the organizations or the companies or the communities, but also it can be individual. Yeah. I ask every single man and woman, actually, I say both, to not hesitate neither in being a mentor nor a mentee, because this is normal. You know, I say always that I learn every single day. I learn every single day. It can be an IT or AI or data, or it can be also a culture or something about a person, but you keep on learning. And without mentoring, it's going to be very difficult. So coaching and mentoring are extreme pillars in that. But of course, also there's the typical leadership development program where we can support each other, but it can't be formal. But what's more important is also what we do and how we help. And I'll give you an example. I truly believe that without the support that I got from my family, from my father and mother when I was raised, I wouldn't be able to be here where I am today. Yeah. Also, the support that I got from my husband, even my kids. You know, I have two grown-up, independent kids. That throughout the cycle, you know, it has to be all together. That we need to work all together. Yeah. But in addition to all that, I truly believe that we need to believe in ourselves. We need to say, okay, you know, I can do it. Yes, life is full of challenges, but each challenge brings an opportunity and brings for us a chance either to fail and learn from it, and then next time we don't do it, or we succeed and then we do again more and more and more. So I truly believe in how you can build your own support system, but the support system is not only the family. The support system can also be from the community that is around you, whether it's the colleagues or the organization itself, and how you build your network. So some people say, networking, it's networking. No, truly believe that networking, when you establish a trusted network where you can share, where you can get the support, where you can learn from, is extremely important for the journey. And I believe without all these, and without the women and the men in my life that I learned from, it wouldn't be a successful journey, and I wouldn't be where I am. I'm very proud of what I've achieved, but I truly believe that we all can do it, each and every single one, and don't let anything stop you. If something happens, yeah, okay, it happens. Good, we learn from it, and life goes on, and we need to continue with that. And that's the message. And these are the things that I would like to mention one thing. The home is extremely important, but you need to look at opportunities and where do they exist. You know, in Austria, where I've been living since '91, there's Daughter's Day, a day in April that is called Daughter's Day. And what I decided to do is the agency has a program where they bring daughters from the different schools on that day, and they show them what are the possibilities, what are the work possibilities that are available there. And since 15 years, I decided I'm going to do IT workshops for the girls. And these are girls between 12 and 16. You know, we started with 15 girls. And we have a certain capacity in the building here. But last year, it was 160 girls.
Wow.
And some of them actually throughout, because I know the parents, it's all from the people who works within the the Vienna International Center, so where all the United Nations are hosted in Vienna. And I know lots of the parents who told me, you know, Rola, because of your talks, because of the workshop that you have made, my daughter is now in computer science or in data science and I feel extremely proud. That is the indicator of success to me. And I'm very proud of that.
We all are proud of the work that you do, Rola. We are thankful. we are very thankful that you're here. I think we are up to the mark of our hour. Is there anything that you suggest that we want to share with the community here before we wrap up? Perhaps, do you have any thoughts that you want to share, Rola?
No, I just want to say that we can all make it. We can make a big change in our country as well. I truly believe that. I have to say that, Anusha. I know I'm at the International Atomic Energy Agency, but I'm a Lebanese, and I fully believe in the country and in the capabilities and the people that we have, and I truly believe that we can still build a very strong country. And I really hope that I'll be next year. Unfortunately, this year I got to know very late about the event, but I hope that next year I'll be there and we'll be able to talk more about what the agency does and the real good that we do for the world and how we can do it. But I don't know if there will be some questions, or do we want to open the floor for questions, Mariette?
Yeah, so maybe, thank you so much again. And just to comment on this, Rula, we want you next year, you and Anusha. And just this morning, we had a very insightful panel with 4 ministers, and they were talking a lot about the ecosystem. So your presence would be very timely and very useful. And we'd be very happy to have you. So we're going to open it up for like 1 or 2 quick questions, and then we'll be moving to our last speaker for this track. So any questions from the audience for Rula or Anusha? Okay, so yeah, one. Okay, sure. Can we get the mic, please? Ah, she has it. Okay, thanks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much, ladies, for this insightful session. I always, when I talk about impact, it's very important to highlight the importance of supporting each other as a woman and also having men in our lives to support us, because it's life, it's with men and with women. I have a question related to how is it important to embed this type of mindset in our girls that now are facing the harmfulness of the social media and the stagnation of what's currently happening with the technology and AI?
So are you addressing it to anyone specific?
No,
Anusha, you
okay. So quick one, Rula and Anusha.
Anusha, do you want to start?
Sure. Perhaps I will lead into it and you can respond to it. This is a very powerful question. Yeah, thank you for asking this question. I think where we see we as women is first, I think, building networks where we can amplify each other voices. Yeah, that is a very important thing for women. We have women always look for examples of what good looks like. Yeah, when it comes to examples, amplifying voices and making sure the leaders like Rola and colleagues like Maria, they're all amplified, and we give them the possibility to show how we can lead by example. Yeah, because women need more examples to look at. I think that is one thing that we can perhaps do. And second, when it comes to social media, how it is affecting our the next generation, I think we should bring them as the shapers of technology, because instead of just users of technology, when they end up start of shaping what they want the social media to look like, it will be a different kind of an ecosystem that we will create for them. So in my opinion, we have to tackle it as bringing them to the table, having discussions to understand how they want the social media to be shaped like. I think that will be a ideal scenario, but we are not there yet.
I fully agree and echo what Anusha said. I think it has to be two fronts. And true, the social media has a big impact, but what we need to do is to try to highlight the good side of it and how can they contribute to making it even better. And also not ignore the other side of the social media and explain why is it not good, or what are the things that we can do in order to prevent, and that you as a young girl or woman, that you can help in shaping that, and you can help in preventing the bad side and enhancing and promoting the good side. And again, also from the I think we should definitely highlight the role models that are there. That I'm sure we have many, even within the UN system. Now the numbers are increasing, not only in the agency but as a whole UN. But also in all sectors and at universities. And I think we have lots of good examples that we can share with our young generation and give them a good hope for the future.
We look forward for this live exchange next year in Beirut, inshallah.
Thank you.
So
thank
much.
you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Yeah. Please help me thank our esteemed Fireside Chat panelists. Thank you so much. We appreciate. Sorry, it's an early morning for you, Anusha, but have a good one. Thank you.
I enjoyed this discussion. Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And now, last but not least, we move to our last speaker for in this track, with Dr. Dwaina Karajea. She is a professor at Kansas State University. Her research and teaching interests are in the areas of AI and machine learning, with application to crisis informatics and security informatics, among others. Her projects build upon close collaborations with social scientists, security experts, and life scientists. And really, she aims to provide practical computational approaches to address real-world challenges. She received her PhD in computer science from Iowa State University in August 2004, and was honored by the Iowa State University Research Excellence Award for her work. She's honored also with an Engineering Frankenhoff Outstanding Research Award and the Roots of Research Award. She's published more than 150 researches in conferences and journal articles, and she has a very strong record in extramural funding, over 15 million plus in total funding, and she's been working with senior personnel from NSH, NIH, ONR, and industry. So really, it's a pleasure to have you join us. I know this is early morning for you, Dwaina. I really appreciate this. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mariette. Good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this event. The talks I've been listening so far have been truly inspiring, and I am honored to be here as one of the speakers, and I'm happy to talk about one of my projects that is on using social media and large language models to aid disaster response. So I'm hoping that will help see some of the good, of some of the benefits of social media. As the title here says, the main goal of this project is to help disaster response teams, and we aim to do this by identifying and filtering useful situational awareness information that is posted by affected individuals on social media. Our focus in this project has been mostly on natural disasters, but the approaches and techniques we are using can be used for other types of crisis events. Of course, we all know that deadly disasters happen all the time, and it seems that their frequency and severity has increased in latest years. Just in 2024 alone, there were 393 reported disasters, almost 17,000 deaths from these disasters, more than 167 million of affected people, and huge economic losses totaling approximately 242 billion. And when a disaster happens, the traditional emergency lines usually become overwhelmed with a number of calls, and one may need to wait on the line while they can get anybody to talk to. So what if the power goes off? What if the phone battery dies? In recent years, we have seen more and more people turn to social media to ask for help. And there are many examples, but in particular during the Turkey-Syria earthquakes in 2023, there were social media posts made by trapped people that essentially saved their lives. The posts were on Twitter, on the WhatsApp, various social media platforms, but the bottom line is that those posts that they made saved their lives. And as part of the rescue efforts, there was a company called Open Source Network that used social media and AI to map addresses that required search and rescue operations, and this contributed to saving lives. Of course, there are millions of posts and messages that emerge on social media within hours, and some of these posts contain useful situational awareness information, including location information, but to be useful to make use of this large amount of unstructured information that is posted, we have to transform it into actionable insights. And this is not an easy task. There are so many posts, and some are useful, some are less useful, that responders are really faced with information overload. They need to find a needle in a haystack. So how can we identify useful content on social media? Principle we can use simply search to like keyword-based search, location-based search, but direct search is usually noisy and a lot of non-relevant posts will be retrieved. Of course, manual triage is not an option because it delays critical decisions and resource allocation. So there is a big need for tools that can automatically filter relevant, informative, and actionable information that is posted during disasters in real time. To perform such filtering, we can proceed in a hierarchical manner. We can first identify posts that are relevant to the disaster. Then among those that are relevant, we want to find those that are informative, generally those that are posted by affected individuals. And then we want to categorize them as posts related to damage, posts related to injured people, donations, and so on. Large language models, such as ChatGPT, are particularly attractive tools in this context, as they can summarize, classify, translate, reason over data streams at machine scale, and they can accelerate situational awareness. But of course, we know that they are not perfect, they can hallucinate, so analysts and local responders need to stay in the loop to verify outputs, to add context to ensure that ethical decisions are made. So in our project, we have explored the use of large language models to filter disaster posts, and we have a paper that we recently presented at the International Symposium on Foundations and Applications of Big Data Analytics that was held in conjunction with SONAM earlier this fall. So in particular, we focused on multimodal disaster-related tweet classification with parameter-efficient fine-tuning of large language models. In our study, we used an existing publicly available data set that was published by Hoffley et al. In 2018. And this data set has two main classification tasks. One is called tweet informativeness, and here the goal is to classify tweets as informative or relevant, to having relevant disaster content or non-informative. And then the second task is to categorize tweets according to several humanitarian categories, including affected individuals. And here we have tweets about injured or dead, about missing and found, then rescue volunteering and donation efforts, infrastructure and utility damage, other relevant information, and then not humanitarian information. So the data set is a multimodal. It contains both text and images. So these are posts, tweets that have both text and images, and we split them into training, development, test subsets as is standard in machine learning, but overall there is a large number of labeled tweets for both tasks, a little more for the tweet informativeness. So here are some examples of multimodal posts from this data set, again, image and text for each of the posts. And our goal was to evaluate multimodal large language models in 0 and 1-shot settings. 0-shot means you use the model out of the box, you don't give any examples, you don't do any training. 1-shot means we are giving an example in each of the categories that we want to classify the tweets in. And we used 3 models here, 0-shot and 1-shot settings. The GPT-4o, and this is a pretty large model. I think it has about 200 billion parameters. That is a lot. GPT-4o mini, that's a small version. It has about 8 billion parameters. And then Llama. So those are proprietary models from OpenAI. Llama is from Meta. We used Llama 3.2, 11 billion. This is an open source model that we could also fine tune. And we fine-tuned it using parameter efficient fine-tuning, specifically low rank adaptation. The prompt engineering included explicit instructions, category labels, and some brief explanations for the humanitarian categories. I have here as an example the prompt that we used for the informativeness task for Llama. We asked the model to, if the given text image pair contains useful information that could help crisis response, we asked the model to respond with 1 if the text and the image provide information or details about the crisis, and 0 if they don't. And then we give some other more specific instructions. We want the model to prioritize identifying text and image pairs that provide relevant details even if they are brief or incomplete. We want the model to avoid being overly restrictive. If the text and image have any relevant crisis-related information, we want the model to respond with 1. But if the content of the text-image pair is unclear, we ask the model to respond with 0. And we also ask that the model does not output any extra text, and that's just for easiness of processing the output. So here are some results, and the clip approach at the top was state of the art on this exact data set with this exact splits. And then I have the 0-shot results with the 3 models we used, the 1-shot results, and then the results of the fine-tuned Llama. And we can see that the GPT models show very good performance, both 0-shot out of the box and 1-shot. They significantly outperform Llama. And surprisingly, the smaller GPT-4o mini model gives the best overall results, which is good because it's more cost-effective. We also see that fine-tuned Llama, so when we use some of our training data to fine-tune the model, given that it's open source, we have access to the weights, we can fine-tune it with disaster data. The results were better than the previous state-of-the-art results on that data set. So 0-shot and 1-shot multimodal large language models demonstrate very good generalization abilities. The fine-tuned models consistently outperformed the 0-shot and 1-shot settings for both tasks that we explored here, that we worked on here. Fine-tuning the Llama model gave state-of-the-art results, highlighting the power of open source models that are optimized. And the final message here, that task-specific fine-tuning is crucial for real-world deployment, and open source models can serve as practical, scalable, and cost-effective alternatives to proprietary solutions in crisis-related social media classification. So I mentioned the disaster map from the Turkey-Syria earthquakes. So as part of our future work, we are looking into how can we leverage LLMs to aggregate disaster maps, for example, to create a damage map from social media, multimodal social media posts. And I already mentioned earlier that when people eyewitness of disasters post on social media, they post very useful situational awareness information and location information as part of the text. These are some images from a storm a few years ago that did a lot of damage in Iowa and then moved to Chicago and did significant damage also there. And I took one of the posts, the text of one of the posts, and I asked ChatGPT-5 to find the locations in that post It thought for 27 seconds, but it was able to find city, Marion, Iowa, and then identified an intersection, and it also created a map. I click on that map, it's showing the center of the city, it's showing the intersection where the damage was. So there is definitely capability for large language models to help build disaster maps, and that can happen as the disaster happens instead of waiting and collecting data after. So the final takeaway message here is that LLMs can enhance crisis response, make it faster, especially when paired with safeguards and human oversight. And I want to end by acknowledging my current and past students and collaborators who have contributed to this project, the crisis informatics project over the year. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dwayna. So any questions? Yes.
Hi, I have two questions. The first one is related to the choice of the platform, why Twitter? And the second one is related to what if the user-generated information was generated by AI, or if it was a false information? How do you manage this?
Those are great questions. Why Twitter? Before, I don't remember what year, a couple years ago, the policy of Twitter changed. But before that, Twitter offered an API, especially for academic purposes. You could crawl a lot of data and learn a lot about public perceptions from that data. Twitter made it at that time easier than X is making it these days. So that's why people collected a lot of Twitter data and worked with Twitter data. There are other data sets now, or people are looking at other social media platforms, of course, and this is just an example. The second question, what, can you please say that again?
Yeah, the second question was about false information, AI-generated content.
Oh, false information. Yeah, definitely. That is a big concern, and that's why I said you can't directly trust all the information. You still have to have a human in the loop. But there is a lot of research as another area on identifying misinformation. And of course, it's related, and we have looked at some of that, but I'm not necessarily addressing that here. But that is a big issue. So as part of filtering, you also want to filter the misinformation in the first place.
Maybe one last question, if sure, Jihad.
Thank you very much. Very informative discussion, presentation. I come from the background of public health, and in public health, we're very much interested in management and responses. But in public health, we always work in teams, multidisciplinary teams. So a quick question comes to mind. Can you tell us a little bit about what kind of expertise or experts or backgrounds did you have with working with you? In addition to, of course, the various computer science and computer engineering backgrounds. I would love to know. Thank you so much.
I have one of my collaborators here, Dr. Andrea Tapia from Penn State University, who is in social sciences and works with a lot of crisis organizations, disaster organizations. So this was part of a bigger project, and she was the person who was bridging with organizations. Here locally, I have talked to emergency management people, and I do not have funding for this project right now, but we are looking into potential funding and collaborations more at a local level for the future.
Thank you so much. Really, it was very interesting presentation. I'll probably follow up offline with you with a lot of questions, definitely about the choice and then the mapping. We've done some work earlier when we had the unfortunate explosion in Beirut. It wasn't back then LLMs, but we tried to generate these maps. So there's tremendous opportunities for AI, Gen AI, to help in such situations. So we close with this track with this last presentation. So please help me really thank Dwayna for her very interesting presentation. Thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us online in a different time zone. Hopefully we get to host you some other time in Beirut in person. Thank you.
I would love that. Sorry, I couldn't be there this time, but there will be other opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone, we have a lunch break now. Please come back at 2:55 so that we start at 3 p.m. sharp. Okay, we rely on you to be on time. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
We have the workshop ongoing, so I believe whoever registered for the workshop already is there. Thank you. You're managing well. لا definitely. لا definitely.
حسيتها برو يس. حسيته هو محرقص انه شافك. حلو علم جوزيف يس. هلا بناخذ وحده منهم. هيك الكاميرا اوكي بدي اخذ وحده حدا السوشيال حلوه بس بتضل شغله.
Welcome back. We will start in 1 minute. Please join Mamadi Auditorium. We will start in 1 minute. Please join the auditorium. For those who are outside, please come into Mamadi. We need to start. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Now we are moving into track number 2, healthcare resilience and innovation.
Recording in progress.
By Dr. Ghada Haj Flayhan. So please help me welcome her.
Good afternoon. It's always hard to come back from a break and a good lunch and connecting with colleagues and friends. Today we have a very rich panel of esteemed speakers on the healthcare track, AI and data science for resilient, predictive, and human-centered health systems. Health is wealth, silent and often invisible wealth whose value becomes deafening only to those who lose it. الصحة أفضل النعم, الإمام علي bin Abi Talib. Healthy citizens are the greatest asset any country can have, Sir Winston Churchill. I can go on and on, inspired by Dean Sidani, but let's cut to the chase. Artificial intelligence has now permeated every dimension of medicine and healthcare, from diagnostics, computer vision, and large language model, to predictive modeling of health outcomes and epidemics, and the design and deployment of novel therapeutics. It's clearly revolutionizing precision medicine, accelerating drug discovery, and redefining the way we learn, diagnose, and heal. All of that would not have been possible was it not for the exponentially growing startup in the health space domain, and millions have invested in R&D. AI in healthcare has imposed itself as an inescapable discipline permeating curricula in universities worldwide. AUB, with its various faculties, including our Faculty of Medicine, have embraced this pressing need and created AI in medicine courses. Today is about sustainable rebuilding in time of crises. Crisis and disaster, whether natural, humanitarian, or systemic, and we've had all of those, crossed all boxes, pose profound challenges to access, continuity, and quality of care. In an era marked by uncertainty and rapid change, the healthcare track at WiDS, AUB highlights how AI and data science can strengthen resilience and enable proactive, informed, and equitable healthcare delivery. From leveraging AI for predictive healthcare and crisis response, this would be our first speaker, Dr. Ala Youssef from Stanford, to designing clinically meaningful machine learning experiment, Samah Fodeh from Yale, and advancing computational imaging for precision medicine, Rima Arnaout from UCSF. The three talks converge on a shared vision where data-driven innovation, clinical insights, and scientific rigor unite to build smarter, more responsive, and sustainable healthcare system for the future of our Lebanese. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker, keynote speaker, Dr. Ala Youssef, PhD. She's the Chief AI Officer at Basis AI, where she leads enterprise-wide AI strategy, innovation, and governance across healthcare and life science domain. With a PhD in data science and population health, her work bridges advanced AI development with ethical, safe, and equitable deployment in high-stakes, real-world environments. An AI medical education scholar and curriculum innovator, Dr. Youssef received a competitive Raise Health Grant Award to build competency-based AI training across Stanford School of Medicine. We need her here. She brings expertise in responsible AI integration, human AI interaction, and designing competency-based training programs that bridge clinical practice and AI technology. She's authored over 25 peer-reviewed publications and regularly advises public, private, and nonprofit organizations on AI strategy. Dr. Youssef has shaped foundational AI education at institutions like Stanford Healthcare and co-founded the AMY High School Education Program to foster inclusive AI talent pipeline. As a recognized thought leader, Dr. Youssef now focuses on accelerating organizational AI transformation, guiding cross-functional teams through scalable, mission-driven AI adoption that delivers measurable business value while maintaining ethical integrity. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Youssef.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Just a
Awesome.
second.
So,
All right.
perfect. So first of all, thank you so much, Dr. Gada. Like this is really a very kind of a very warm intro and a lot for me. And I want to say that I really wished I could be with you all in person. And I dreamed about this since the summer, since Dr. Fatma and Dr. Gada approached me with the invitation. And I was very excited about that. But I hopefully will join you next year. Today I want to give you a quick glimpse between, I always struggled between how AI accelerate as a research versus how it accelerate in clinic. And in my work at Stanford, I have worked with clinicians in workflow. And so I'm hoping to bring to you today something that is practical. And I really have passion for how can we really bring talent and how can we leverage AI to really help strengthen our health systems in the Middle East. So let me go ahead and share my screen and please let me know if you are able to see my slides. Good?
Yes, we are.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm a PhD scientist. I always had passion to land in medicine, and I always struggled with balancing research and clinical. But I have been deeply embedded in clinical, and so my whole focus since my PhD was how do you design effective health systems? And in North America, there's a big component around value-based care and how can you achieve that? And I was really always centered around health system design. So I feel today's talk is really close to my heart. So here is what I would want you to leave today from this talk with. These are call to action. So if you're leaving from today, I want you to learn these few lessons. One is innovation can start from bottom up. It doesn't have to come from top down. So you as clinicians, you as faculty can bring all that innovation of what ideas and problems to solve. You can leverage AI to turn your pain points into value, and this is the strategic way of how you should be thinking about AI. You need to take a commitment to responsible AI, where responsible AI is not a choice, but it is a moral obligation as well as a vision, as part of an organizational mission. And governance can be seen as a roadblock, and it can be a roadblock, but it's also an enabler for how we deploy things to build trust with clinicians, with patients, and with providers. And next is, and perhaps close and dear to what Dr. Ghada was saying, is you need to invest in your pipeline for talent. So the next generation of physicians, and today's also physicians. So here is the agenda for today. I'm just going to start with how do you understand where your health system stands as AI readiness? And then if you're trying to think of in your context of where is health system, we all know like Middle Eastern countries and developing countries and many of our countries struggle with resources and infrastructures. We're not as North America, for example. And so in those components, but I want to tell you that North America themselves struggle. Like I can tell you this very clearly. So in this case, how do I identify what is a good use case to invest in? And then here is the universal challenges. We have not figured it all. We still have a lot of things to figure out, and it's global. So we're all on this together. And then AI training is key for safe, innovative, and effective AI. So here, I want to start by, this is from Gartner, which is a very popular business report, and it talks a lot about strategy organizations, AI adoptions, and scale. And as Dr. Ghada was mentioning, in industry, there has been a lot of money being dumped into AI, but still people are not sure what is the AI real value, how to drive ROI. And there is a very one big theme that actually came from a conference last week at Stanford, which is technology is 2% and workflow is 98%. So what is going to drive innovation is not the model. It is the work process you're going to put around it. And it's the work process you're going to understand. And therefore, you need to define what is your AI strategy. Where do you think you want to be leveraging AI? what is a high use case value for you to think about in terms of AI? And you have limited resources. Where would you invest? Would you invest in imaging department? Would you invest in ICU, for example, or neonatal care? How do you bet your choices? And then what is your business model? And how do you think about your workforce readiness on the long term? And there is a one very important component in a lesson that we're all learning, which is no technology today implemented is here to stay forever. So you need to build in the mental muscle that we are going to implement something, and if it does not work, we are revamped. You see this not only in healthcare, but in big tech. Big tech, like all of the big tech companies from all of the ones you can think about in technology, they spin off organizations to be focusing on AI value. And if they don't achieve that value, they dismantle that and they restart something else. And so you always need to be thinking in mind, nothing means because I invested in it, it's a long life commitment. It's not marriage. Well, here's understanding your AI maturity. So there is different models on how you would understand your AI maturity. This is one that is common. It was published in New England Medical Journal, and it was talking about there is different domains on how you would assess that. There is culture, governance, business, value, information architecture. I find that this framework, which is part of publication and a team I have been working with, is really very helpful. It's called the 5S framework, and the 5S framework stands for Paul Farmer, who was a very famous sociologist in the U.S. And his idea was you cannot be thinking about implementation of technology without thinking of the hierarchies of the social processes within the society that is enforcing that. And that means we cannot be thinking about AI without thinking of who are the people using the AI. Before you start of thinking of AI, you need to understand and listen to your providers and clinicians on what is a good use case. You need to understand what are the tools that you're going to need. You need to understand what is the system and how are the spaces. So here's another way of thinking about this. Every time you think of AI, you need to think of the healthcare workforce, how they're going to be trained, how is this going to be integrated in their payment model, if this is at all a concern. And then you need to be thinking about stuff. What are essential algorithms? What are essential tools? What are being concerned as luxury? What is the spaces? Are we talking about physical spaces, or are we talking about telemedicine, for example? And that still count as space. Systems, do you have the infrastructure? What is your EHR integration, electronic health record? And at the end of the day, like here's one thing we talk about very well, because unfortunately North America is like there's a lot of disparities in how healthcare is being delivered based on social determinants of health. So again, I was saying we haven't figured it all. Yes, you can find at Stanford the top most innovative implementations, but at another community health, you will really find something that's not present, like it's much lower than what we have in the Middle East. So I want you to think between, there was always the hype of between the AI potential and the vision of like AI is going to transform agents, LLM, ChatGPT, and what this can be now. So I like to be practical and I like to think of what is now. What can I use and think about in terms of now? And if you put back the framework I talked to you about, here's what you would want to think about, and here's some example use cases. Let's take, for example, the use cases, and I'm going to delve into those examples shortly in more depth. But if you can think about it, there's the ambient scribe. So in the US, there's a very big challenge with physician burnout due to the required level of documentation. Clinicians need to spend for every patient, they need to spend around, like 30 to 40 minutes documenting the care visit for that patient, and that is essential for them to be paid. And this leads to enormous burnout on over 90% of physicians. And so AI scribes, when they came in and they got in, these do not require, for example, to be embedded in, like, these are stuff, these would consider as stuff, but they mainly require the staff to endorse and adopt them. They start with providers as the main adopters. They need to be integrated within the system, and they are able to be a quick spin-off compared, for example, to implementing an algorithm in my radiology workflow or in my ICU. Open evidence, I don't know, I can see in the room, show hands, but how many of you have heard of open evidence or is using open evidence? I wish I can see this in the room. Maybe there's no. Can someone tell me show of hands? Okay, it's hard to get that sense, but
not much.
So,
one person.
Okay.
Two persons,
So,
sorry.
okay, so here's open evidence, something to go check out after this talk. Open evidence is like your chat GPT, but for physicians. So rather than you having to search the literature and go and search in New England Medical Journal and Nature Medicine, every clinician nowadays have, like their screen where they see the HR record, and they have another screen where open evidence is there. And they would type in, I have this case X, and then it will pull in the peer-reviewed evidence, and so it's going to pull to you the most recent and evident. How is this different is than ChatGPT? We know that GPTs and LLMs hallucinate, and so open evidence is something that had a valuation over $2 billion, and it's spin off this way, and it's just like really easy to adopt. So if you think about it, does not need a lot of infrastructure, but you need to think about how can it help me, whether I'm working with rare cases, whether I'm working in workflow and it would be helpful for me to review evidence. What would that tool help me in my workflow? Maybe it's not that of a high value yield for you, and that's fine. But it's important to think of what this use case is and how it's going to bring that value in. Sepsis detection and AI imaging are examples of things that would require investment in staff, spaces. You need to integrate this within the spaces, ICUs, imaging departments. You need to think about integration in system packs, a lot of things to be considered when implementing those. So those will be on the high end. So one thing to kind of like learn about is that AI implementation in over, like, I think I started my postdoc at Stanford around 2021, and ChatGPT came around 2023. And on 2023, 2024, there is a spin-off in how healthcare systems started to be, whether as physicians or as leaders in health systems, thinking of AI. Initially, we need AI to be pilot, we need randomized control trial, once ChatGPT has came in, something has changed. There was a big disruption, and that was not only in healthcare, but this was everywhere. So what you see on this graph is like also from Gartner, which kind of published a lot of things about the hype of technology and its implementation stakes. So you would look at, what is the stages of the different types of AI development, and here it shows you on the time for them to plateau. And everyone agrees we are now in a bubble. This bubble is going to burst. So if you know something about Silicon Valley, there's a lot of investment in startups right now. There's a lot of dumping of money, but there is that kind of belief that this bubble is about to burst, and then it's going to flatten around cases and startups and industry that is really built around solid use cases. Because a lot of things are, LLMs are easy to spin off. A lot of it is ideas. But again, technology is 2%, workflow is 98%. So if you can figure out what is a good workflow, you actually have a very good business use case. So here's like more on to focus on problem, scope, and impact. How defines the AI use case selection? So this is some of what I have covered. But this is also, again, like some of what we have seen also here in North America. So sepsis, other models, imaging models, all of those were good models, but something was different. Once AI scribes have came in, they did pilot studies in Stanford and all big centers, and this was the only one use case where this was 100% adoption from physician, at least in the beginning, and then it lowered on to 80%. And then while the technology is not perfect, people still wanted to adopt the technology. And why would they want to do that? Well, it was because it was helping them cut the time and to spend on documenting medical chart, drafting notes. In Stanford Healthcare, for example, a physician received a lot of patient requests on, can I renew this medication? Or I have this question, it might not be urgent. And so they integrated that to patient response message. Physicians still have to approve that, but it's get you started with a draft. The AI scribes is you dictate, and for the first time, the feedback was coming to hospital leaders is patients are actually happy because the physician is now looking at the patient. And the physician is feeling they have time to what they care about as patient care rather than just administrative and documentation work. And so in this kind of like spider web diagram, you see the dimensions on which the AI scribes were evaluated. And if you know Kaiser Permanente, it's one of the biggest health models in the US. It has over 40 locations, and it actually tested in over 21 locations, so more than half its deployment. And based on that, it was like the quickest. And why was that adoption the quickest? Because there was a pain point. Pain point was burnout. And so the takeaway is, if you can find what is a pain point in your workflow, you can bring this up into your health system, and that can drive the strategy and the vision of what is a good use case to get started on today. And so embracing a bottom-up approach and starting with use cases that address your pain points can be a good way to get started compared to having, being overwhelmed with how I'm going to get started on all this AI hype. And we are seeing that now all health systems are investing in AI. You can see in here that, at the top percent of industries, healthcares are being spent and money are being spent in here because it's actually saving dollars on an operational level. So you might adopt AI, not necessarily at a diagnostic level yet, but you might implement it to improve your workflow. You can see this in imaging and triaging. I'm sure Dr. Arnaud will have more to talk about this. And you can see also that healthcare spending is actually, money is flowing towards AI scribes, coding and billing. So these are tedious administrative things, but you get the point. So other applications of LLMs in medicine where generative AI has also kind of made space is like in tumor boards and discussions. So, okay, so how is it doing this in tumor boards practically? Well, there's things that are clinician facing and there's things that are patient facing. So for example, we have seen a lot of agents or chatbots that are more empathetic. They're able, even research from Nature and New England Medical Journal is showing that actually patients like interacting. Now, this is not replacing interactions with physicians, but as a quick start, if the patients have questions, these are tools that are becoming part of embedded. And what is really AI is helping us transform is helping transform the medical industry of drug discovery. Because similar to ChatGPT, there's models that are focused like AlphaFold and others, and these are biological models that help us identify drug targets. And that is helping cut the time to drug discovery by 80%. There's no kind of like, big medications that have been kind of like, came out of that. And, we kind of know like AI is saving in terms of like still drugs, but it is really accelerating the process of drug discovery and the time and money pharmaceutical companies spend on that. Not that they need to make more money, but yeah. And then on the other component in workflow is clinicians are using that. For example, at Stanford, they did a trial where can we use these models to help aggregate cases and pull evidence and present that as a comprehensive report for tumor board cases where everyone needs to be on board on this case before they can reach to a consensus. And so some of those cases are being used. So you can think of how these tools can be, if they are properly vetted and secure, how they can help you in your own workflow. So quickly, let's talk about the universal challenges that are related to AI implementation. So despite whether AI, generative AI, or traditional AI, which is your machine learning, supervised, unsupervised learning, clinicians would love AI to be transparent. Why? Because as clinicians want to be able to explain to patients with confidence why I'm coming at this diagnosis. And unfortunately, we know AI is a black box, that it's not easily for you to be able to always be able to attribute the reason of why the AI is making that clinical diagnosis or that recommendation. I'll give you one quick example, which is in medical imaging, deep learning models, which is vision models, they're able to recognize things on medical imaging. They have been transformative in terms of like their ability to identify a lot of diagnostic imaging diagnosis to a high accuracy, actually. But one very interesting component was the fact that we now, as we start to study how these models are predicting, we now get to understand that, for example, a model might be identifying that these patients have pneumothorax. It's not because of features specifically in the image, but it's because typically patients with pneumothorax who have been exposed or trained, or their images have been used to train models, they're typically intubated, they're typically in the hospitals, and there's usually tubes or other types of devices that makes the model identify, and we call this spurious correlation, where it's not the true reason of why the model is arriving at this right diagnosis. And so this is where it's important for us to understand what's interpretable or not, and transparency. And of course, you still need to build your infrastructure for data sets. I cannot stress this enough. The gold mine is data, and even for these big models, building good data is so important. And I understand how challenging and how much work needs to go into building that. But I think this is, like a strategic investment in your healthcare to build your infrastructure for proper data collection. Bias, we know that bias here is a big issue, and there's a lot of ethical risks, specifically around if you're using AI that's coming from outside, where you don't have an insight into how the data is being used. And this is why it's important to be educated well about governance. And if you're purchasing or using any open source tool, is understanding what are the risks you're posing to using clinical patient data. And so these are the ethical challenges, is we don't know how to balance the uncertainty of AI and trust it at the same time when it can be reliable to a great extent at some point. We don't understand how to have the most effective governance model. And there's always a shift between data privacy its attention, and there's always risks of bias based on if the model is trained in the US, it's likely to have a much better performance on a US, for example, related population than if it's deployed outside. So I know we're close to time, so I just want to quickly wrap up. But I want to say that if you're thinking of governance, it's important to think of governance. And it's, I think in this publication, I have put the link in, and I'm happy to make the slides available with also including the references. But in this type of work at Stanford, we did develop a framework, and it includes dependencies. You will find workflow models and sheets on how we as a clinical team, where we're evaluating. We had a big team composed of finance, we had a team composed of clinicians on the workflow side, and it shows you a systematic approach into how we always define the use case and how we came around the decision, whether this is something we are going to adopt into our workflow or not. And when it comes to governance, what are the type of guardrails we're going to set around those important ethical principles to ensure we're protecting patients? So lastly is AI training. So this is, I was very fortunate, whenever you try to get health grants and you don't get a lot of health grants or, like research funding, but this is one was that I was most proud with, because I always had the tension between being a clinician and doing something for medicine. And I felt like it was an imperative for me to do this around education. And I really wanted to translate the knowledge I know about what I have seen from workflow challenges and bias and challenges for clinicians to have confidence in using AI, to how can we prepare clinicians to use AI safely and effectively. And so the vision for me for building impact with a great team of faculty who are world leaders in AI, including Johnson Chen, Dr. Kurt Langlotz, and a big other team, is How do we bridge the gap between the huge innovation that is always going to happen? And this applies to not only Stanford, but anywhere. And also one big component is how we make this accessible worldwide. And so you can think technology is always racing, but how do we as a clinical practice keep up with that level of innovation? If you're able to scan this QR code, and again, I can happy to share that if that is needed, the link, which is, we're going to take you to an open source forum, which is called the Curriculum Outline. It actually takes you to courses in Coursera, where we have built a curated learning catalog of the type of content that you can get started on to learn more about AI at the basic fundamental level. We're also building competency-based assessment because it's important to be able to ground yourself not in the theoretical components of what is an AOC or what is a positive predictive value in general, but what does this mean in a clinical context? And lastly, this needs AI education is not only for undergraduate medical education, but you need to be thinking across, how do I prepare my people today and the people that are coming tomorrow? And so in wrapping up, I would like to remind you of the things to take away is you can start with bottom up. If you're a physician, you can define the core value where your institution should go. Leverage AI to turn pain points into value, such as scribes and note-taking. Commit to responsible AI and building governance, and prepare your workforce for an AI ready. And these are my references, and thank you so much for your attention. Please feel free to scan this and just message me if you have any questions or would like to connect on LinkedIn or on my email. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Youssef. This was an amazing talk. You went through a lot. Just for the sake of keeping time, we're going to not take questions, but I will channel all questions to you through the OBS staff. Our next speaker, thank you so much. Our next speaker is Dr. Samah Fodeh, Associate Professor in the Department of Emergency Medicine at Yale University School of Medicine and Yale School of Public Health. She's a leading researcher at the intersection of AI and healthcare. Dr. Jarrad serves as principal investigator on multiple federally funded projects that advance patient-centered outcome through cutting-edge computational sciences. Her NIH NCI-funded project focuses on quantifying patient-provider communication and examining its impact on outcome for individuals with metastatic cancer. In parallel, her PCORI-funded study leverages machine learning to mine the patient's voice with the goal of improving methods for patient-centered outcome research. She's also the co-PI on an NIH-funded Commons Fund Bridge to AI program, a landmark initiative designed to accelerate discovery and address challenges of medical problems go through the application of AI. Across these efforts, Dr. Jarrad integrates computational techniques with deep clinical insight to improve understanding of patient experiences and inform patient-centered information. Beyond her research portfolio, she served as editor, editorial board member on many prestigious AI-centered journals. I won't go through them. All bios of our speaker are on the WiDS website, so feel free to browse through them. Dr. Fodeh, the floor is yours. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. For some reason, yeah, okay. I just need to share my screen. I'm having technical difficulties again. I'm not sure. I do apologize again. Not sure why. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes, you can put it as a slideshow.
Yes. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Much. Yeah. All right. So thank you so much for this introduction.
We can see also your notes. Is it possible to duplicate slideshow?
If you can, yeah, just full-blown slide only. Take the whole screen. I guess that's...
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
We lost your slides.
I apologize, just give me a
If you wish, we can play them for you, but it's easier for you to navigate if you do it yourself.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It was just working just fine. I don't know why.
Shall we put them on the, shall we flip through them?
Yeah.
Okay,
Why don't we
can
do
we
it?
put the slides of Dr. Fode on, please, full screen, and I'll flip through the slides for her. Just say next. I'll be happy to do it.
Thank you.
No problem. Can we put them on? بس ما بعرف إذا عم يسمعوا فوق. Okay. بس خليهم يحطوا. Okay, we have your slides on. The show is yours.
All right, thank you. So thank you so much for the introduction. I'm Sama Fode, Associate Professor and Director of the Data Mining Lab at Yale University. Next. Next slide, please. All right, so today I'm happy to discuss how AI can empower healthcare systems to make them more adaptive and data-driven, as well as resilient to withstand not only healthcare's crisis, but also to evolve through innovation. Two aspects are very important, the resilience and innovation. So AI can help healthcare system be resilient by strengthening these systems to endure shocks, such as pandemics and natural disasters. And it also can advance innovation in healthcare systems by developing new models that are data-driven to better help us navigate the crisis. Next. So the question is, how can AI support healthcare? The answer to this question is in many ways, but within the scope of this conference, there are a few themes that were identified, including the advancement of public health systems and the innovation in telemedicine and digital health, as well as the development of predictive models and generating insights into the mental health challenges post-crisis. For the sake of time and in the context of this conference, I will be talking on the first two. However, I have, with the help of my team in the lab, explored a lot of interesting problems in the other two domains. So please don't hesitate to reach out if you want to learn more. Next. And also, as long as we are talking about healthcare systems and how AI supports healthcare systems, I will be explaining these two domains in the context of two main crises. The first is the unfortunate one that we all lived through and are familiar with, which is the COVID-19 crisis. The other one is the more elusive opioid crisis that we are facing here in the States, and I'm sure in many other communities. Next. All right, so on we go with the first domain, which is how AI can advance public health systems. Next. So this domain is all about how AI can modernize public health infrastructure to make it more adaptive, to make it more resilient, and for us to better navigate the crisis. So there has been a lot of AI tools that were developed for this purpose, including dashboards and visualization tools, data integration platforms, and surveillance systems. So an example of the dashboards that were used is the Tableau public health system dashboards. And these tools give us an intuitive interface to better navigate and monitor the crises such as the COVID-19 crisis. Example of those are the ones used by the CDC and local governments to better navigate to better analyze the data and navigate the crisis. Also, we have the visualization tools. An example of that is the Power PI public health systems. These systems were very popular during COVID-19, and as they can help us visualize the data more effectively. So the second set of tools where AI can help modernize public health infrastructure is the data integration platforms. And these platforms are very important for a unified look and monitoring of the crisis data, such as the COVID-19 crisis data. The third is the surveillance systems. And these surveillance systems were used by international agencies and governments for real-time tracking and monitoring of the outbreaks. And this helps with early detection of any signs of health-related outbreak. As you can see, the use of all these systems can provide us a more proactive and precise and timely public health decision making. Next, please. Next. Yeah. So within the context of surveillance systems, I would like to share with you some of my work that I did in that space in the context of COVID-19. So we all know that social distancing was the primary mitigation strategy to bend the curve and stop the spread of the COVID-19 virus. But we also know that social distancing disrupted our lives in many ways. So many of us went to social media and social networks to express their thoughts and concerns about this social disruption that rocked our healthcare system and our lives in general. So I thought that tapping into this source of data, the social media data, can give us unfiltered look into the sentiment response of the public towards the social distancing measure. So I decided to use Twitter data to understand more about this public response to this hard mitigation measure. So what I did, I designed a social distancing using Twitter data, where that measure consists of multiple facets. Each facet represents a certain behavior of the public towards the measure. Next, please. This is the framework of the study. So we downloaded Twitter data, as you can see here. And these tweets were geocoded to prepare them for special temporal analysis afterwards. As you can see, the social distancing facets that we developed include the purpose, implementation, adaptation, social disruption, and emotional response to this social distancing mitigation strategy. After we defined our measure, we did special temporal analysis for the first 3 months of the pandemic. Next, please. Go ahead. Here I just give you the definition of the different facets as were designed. The first is the purpose. So what is the purpose of this very harsh mitigation strategy that was imposed on the public? And we tried to look into language in the tweets themselves that is indicative of slow the spread of COVID-19 and perform social distancing 6 feet apart, for example. The second facet is about the implementation. of the social distancing measure, which includes the closing of businesses, restaurants, schools, and colleges. So within our natural language processing tool that we use, the AI tool, we try to find dimensions of closing these activities around us. And then the third is social disruption. And this is about disrupting all the social activities, maintaining 6 feet apart and canceling travels. So we try to look at language as well in the tweets, alluding of this particular concept. Adaptation. Adaptation is how people accepted their new way of life and started to conduct their daily activities virtually. And here I'm talking about online schooling, teleconferencing, online shopping, and telemedicine. So we try to capture this language and, different ways of saying these things are within the tweet. And finally, the emotional response to the social distancing strategy. And I started look into language of, how people feel about it. So emotional related conversation on Twitter, for example, like feeling alone or staying sleepy at home or even depressed. So these for us, compose the positive as well as the negative facets of the measure. Next, please. All right, so this is a snapshot of the tool, surveillance tool that we sort of developed. It shows here the volume of the tweets in the first 3 months of the pandemic, as well as the spread across the US. Next, please. Next. This visual shows the US map for the first 3 months. And you can see on each map, there is a pie. The pie represents the social distancing measure, and each slice in the pie represents a certain facet. So for example, the red is a negative feeling, the blue is the implementation, the green is the adaptation. So looking at January, we see that there was limited presence of the pie, which corresponds to limited conversations about the social distancing, because in fact it was not yet there. But there was negative, as you can see here, the red occupies a larger portion of the slice, indicating that there is a negative conversation Twitter related to COVID-19. And the largest pies here correspond with the first locations where the COVID cases showed up in the US, Virginia, California, and Washington. If we look into February, we see that as new cases emerged from COVID-19, there are more and more pies on the graph, and we can see the blue portion, and I want you to focus on that one. I'm sorry, you can go back. The blue portion corresponds to the implementation facet, where people started really to close businesses, close restaurants, not going to school. So what we see here is a reflection of what people are doing on the ground. They're talking about it in social media. Now, going into March, there is more and more talking about the different facets of the measure. And it was very interesting for us to see how really social media mirrored what is happening on the ground. More cases in the US, as you can see here, more pies emerged, indicating that the social distancing measure was able to capture the different behaviors of the public towards the social distance strategy. And in particular, you see the green color, which corresponds to the adaptation. So people in March started really to conduct their shopping and work through teleconferencing online. So after we designed this social distancing measure with its facets, we linked that measure to the actual number of cases on the ground, because it was evident to us through this visualization. But we ran a linear mixed effect model where the outcome is the number of cases, and it was a monthly study over the 3 years. And the exposure was the different facets of the measure. And we adjusted for demographic. And found that there is a significant positive relationship between the social distancing measure using Twitter data and the number of cases. Next, please. So this study is an example that demonstrates for us how using AI through the surveillance or the dashboard that we developed can give us insights into what's happening on the ground. And this information would be taken by public health decision makers to better navigate the crisis by, for example, if we don't see implementation in one of the regions, the public health decision makers can compose or, run camps to better educate people about how to do social distancing and how it affects the spread of the virus. Next, please. Next. This is another study that I did in the context of COVID opioid crisis. And we also built a surveillance tool using Twitter data as well to better understand the culture behind the opioid addiction. So in 2024, there was 87,000 deaths in the US from an opioid overdose. And that's a large number. And also there was about 2.1 million who have opioid use disorder and diagnosed with opioid use disorder. With this study, I wanted to understand the culture behind opioid. And this study is really important for two reasons. The first is the use of social media data. And as you can imagine, relative to a closed room with a clinician or a healthcare provider, social networks provide an open and comfortable environment for individuals to share their thoughts and perspectives about matters that concern their health. For example, in this case, opioids. So we thought, or I thought that this data is very rich for us to understand why people are heading towards that direction and start doing opioids. The second reason why this study is important is the use of AI and surveillance tools, because these tools can help us capture the signal of any emerging healthcare threat. In this case, it's opioid overdosing or opioid abuse before that signal hits the healthcare system. And the reason is that information travels faster over social network than in the formal channels of reporting within the health institution. So this what we did, we collected Twitter data and did the analysis using a text data analysis approach that depends on pre-trained language models. Please, the next slide. So this Twitter data that we downloaded, we used some search terms to identify the tweets that, that talk about opioids. You can see here, for example, about 6,900 users spoke about perks, and these correspond to 7,600 tweets. This data was collected between April and May 2018. Yeah, next, please. So again, we wanted to understand the motives behind opioid addiction or abuse, let me say, because we can't determine really addiction on social network data. We can, measure the use, but the diagnosis is something different that clinicians can do. So we wanted to label those tweets based on the reason behind the abuse. Is it pain related? Like, are people abusing opioids because unintentionally, just because they want to relieve their pain? Or are they looking into using opioids for recreational purposes and to seek pleasure? And the third category is like put everything else in that category, which is like opioids are mentioned on Twitter for, advertisements or news related content, which we are not that interested in. Next. So with that in the back of our mind, we wanted to build a classification tool that if it looks at a tweet, it will label it with a mention of opioid. It will label the abuse if it's pain related or recreational related, and others. So we used machine learning and advanced deep learning methods, as well as pre-trained language models. You can see here random forest, SVM, support vector machines, BiLSTM, BERT large, and ExcelNet. These are the last two are pre-trained language models. And what we see here is the performance based on F1 score. The best model was the ExcelNet pre-trained language model. It gave us 0.92. F measure, and this is considered a strong performance and a good performance, considering that we are using with a very noisy source of data, such as the Twitter or social media data. Next, please. So this study is an example also of how AI helped us better understand the opioid abuse. And by teasing those causes or those motives behind the addiction or the abuse and differentiating whether it's pain related or recreational related. Okay, so these are like the two examples related to how AI can help with public health issues. Now, I want to talk about the second domain, which is innovations in telemedicine and digital health. Next, please. This domain is about promoting accessibility through the use of digital tools to connect healthcare with individuals who are remote or in low resource settings. They don't have access to health systems. So AI can help with different tools such as the mobile apps, telehealth visits, and messaging. So mobile apps were used a lot before COVID-19, but particularly for telehealth visits and messaging, the use of those increased tremendously during COVID-19. And the reason being that the social distancing that was imposed on the public. So with that social distancing in place, the health systems had to identify a new way of communicating with their patients. That's to maintain, continuity of care. We just saw the problem of the opioid crisis that happened during COVID-19 as well. And those with opioid issues were not able to come to the clinics to be seen and treated for their addiction and abuse. So you can imagine how the problems became bigger for people with other diseases. So telehealth visits was used tremendously, and messaging, and it actually was able to bridge the gap between clinicians and patients who need them. Next, please. So this digital transformation of health systems not only provided reliable platform communication with the patients, but it also identified or created a new source of patient-generated data that we can use for better understanding healthcare delivery. With that, I want to focus on the patient portal for messaging. And this is my current research right now. It's funded by the NIH and PCORI, two health institutions in the US. And I wanted to understand the dynamics of health communication between the patients and providers. So this patient portal is considered very precious because it provides accessibility to care. Anyone who is in the healthcare system can access the patient portal and communicate with their providers. The second thing is that this data, that when the patients start writing about their message needs to the doctors, it's very rich. Like the patients share their wants, their needs, their feelings, their preferences, their goals of care, as well as their social barriers. And that by itself is a big thing in healthcare. Can you please move on? So knowing that communication affects patients' outcomes, negatively if the communication is poor, and positively, of course, if it's going the right direction. But in this study, I wanted to characterize the patient-provider dynamics using the messages in the patient portal. And I used large language models to do that. Next slide, please. So when I say characterizing the patient-provider communication, I'm talking about different aspects of communication. And these corresponds to, for example, information giving, where the patient share with the doctor information about their symptoms or the side effects that came up based on a certain medication. Information seeking, maybe the provider is asking the patient about progress in their adherence, for example. Or even the patient can seek information from the doctor about their lab results or their imaging results. The other very important component of patient-provider communication is partnership. Is there active collaboration between patients and providers? That's what we want to understand, because the push right now is for patients to be contributing to their plan of care. And also shared decision-making is very, very important to see if the patient has a say. Do they contribute in the decision that's being made about their treatment plan? And the last one is empathy. That's particularly to study the response of the provider towards their patients. Are sympathizing with their patients? Are they disregarding their emotions or being nice to them and, very responsive when the patients are emotionally weak? Next, please. So we downloaded some data from the Yale New Haven Hospital patient portal. We had about 750 messages, and we splitted those messages into sentences, about 2,000 sentences. We manually read those messages and started to label each message with the corresponding aspect or code that it's information giving or seeking or whatever. So we identified two tasks that we wanted to do. The first is the labeling of a sentence with the appropriate communication code. The second is extracting the particular phrase that is indicative of that particular code. Next, please. All right, so as I said, we use large language models, and these are models that are trained, AI models that are trained to understand the human language and generate the human language, examples like the ChatGPT and all these platforms that are being used for this purpose. We tried with different sizes of large language models. There are small, medium, and large, and we fine-tuned some of the smaller models. Next. Our results show, with the context of classifying the sentences relative to the codes or aspects that are present in them, showed that the fine-tuned Llama model, which is a smaller one, the 8 billion parameter, gave us 0.73 F1 score. And in terms of evidence extraction, it gave 0.89 F1 score. This is good results for a benchmark. And right now in the lab, we're working on improving those results. But it was very interesting for us to see how large language models was able to identify these different codes of communication. So yeah, next. So I mean, with that, like this is another example where we see that innovation in healthcare systems using AI can help us, even us be innovative and try to better the system by understanding, for example, in this case, the communication between patients and providers. So the last here conclusion of the system of my talk is that AI is a catalyst that actually can turn crises into opportunities in order to build better and stronger systems. Thank you so much. And I apologize for the confusion about the slides. And please, if you are interested to learn more about the other two domains, reach out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fode. Thank you. We're going to move on, and we look forward to more interaction through emails and have you in person here. Our last speaker is Dr. Rima Arnaout. She's the Lucy Stern Endowed Chair in Cardiology at the University of California, San Francisco. Dr. Arnaout is Associate Professor of Medicine, Radiology, and Pediatrics and faculty in the Baker Computational Health Sciences Institute and the Center for Intelligent Imaging at UCSF, as well as the UCSF-UC Berkeley Joint Program in Computational Precision Health. She is investigating whether machine learning can be used to detect standard and novel patterns in cardiac ultrasound in a scalable fashion, with the goals of decreasing diagnostic error in medical imaging and uncovering new phenotypes for precision medicine research. She is an American Institute for Medical and Biological Engineering Fellow and emerging leader in healthcare and medicine at the National Academy of Medicine. She completed her undergrad degree at MIT, her MD at Harvard Medical School, residency at the Mass General, and cardiology fellowship at the University of California, San Francisco. Dr. Arnaout, are you with us? Let's have Dr. Arnaout.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, and thank you for that very kind introduction. Today I'm going to bring you guys something different, different from specific use cases, learning rates, or optimizers, and talk more broadly about designing machine learning research. Here are the main goals. But first, a bit about my research background. Most of my training was in basic wet lab biology, where I studied cardiovascular genetics in the zebrafish model system. This is a beating live zebrafish heart at the earliest stages of development, with nuclei in red and F-actin in white. As you can see, research with zebrafish was all about imaging. And in medicine, imaging is similarly important, critically important to every diagnostic and management decision we make. That's why I started my lab about several years ago to focus on what novel computational approaches can do for image-based phenotyping. But the basic science training I received has never gone away and makes great emphasis on experimental design, which helps our work now. So I want to share some of the pearls that I've come across over time with researchers at WiDS to keep in mind as you develop machine learning projects. The first one is to understand the fundamentals of the machine learning algorithms you're using through coursework, tracing code, math, and computer science. It's very easy these days to fork a repo or download something from Hugging Face. Spend the time to know how it works. The next suggestion is to start with a problem that needs solving. Don't just pick a problem because you have a certain data set handy or because you know machine learning happens to be amenable to a certain type of problem. Instead, understand the clinical domain of the data and the problem that you are solving. Frankly, whether that's a clinical problem or anything else. One case study from our lab is our work on fetal congenital heart disease, where we started with the problem of poor CHD detection. Because despite CHD being the most common birth defect, despite the importance of fetal ultrasound in detecting CHD, and the theoretical possibility to detect 90% of CHD from ultrasound, this was all true when we started. In practice, we found that outside expert centers, the detection rate is more like 30 to 50%, even in countries that have ultrasound. And it's important to note at this point, there's different types of fetal ultrasound. There's also a specialized type called a fetal echocardiogram, which is performed by experts and gets much more detailed images of the heart. But it would have been easier to work on that kind of data, but that's not where the diagnostic gap is. That's not where the problem is. And so instead, we picked the harder technical problem because that's the problem that needs solving. To solve this, to detect heart disease, in the fetal screening ultrasound, which is the ultrasound that every pregnant person gets. Second step, we had to think about why CHD was being missed on these screening ultrasounds, and therefore ask ourselves, was machine learning likely to help or not? And that led to several hypotheses. One is that ultrasound works fine, but the problem is access. This statement here belies that hypothesis. And the other question was, can better acquisition and interpretation improve CHD detection? So for that, we turned to the clinical literature, like this study from Corcoran et al. They instituted an intensive training and quality control program at their hospital to improve image acquisition and interpretation, and were able to increase CHD detection from 31 to 91%. For severe lesions, they did even better, 19 to 100%. These clinical studies were key when we were setting up our project because they showed that the hypothesis that was true was that it was image acquisition, image interpretation, that's what can fill the diagnostic gap. But it also showed that these small single center studies would require ongoing intensive training to give lasting results, and that doesn't scale well to patients and providers worldwide. So we thought about the problem and whether machine learning could help. And, after plenty of work, and this is work that continues to evolve, we were able to improve CHD detection, including in the community, half a world away from where the model was trained. I also want to give some examples of problems that do need solving, but in my humble opinion, could have been formulated better. Here's a project I was asked to participate in years ago. They came to me saying, we have a Kaggle-like competition with over 500,000 cardiac ultrasounds and multimodal data. And the task was, an important task, predict coronary artery disease. So instead of saying yes off the bat, I said, let's look at the data. So they said, okay, we've got this picture of the heart. This was a still image. We've got this picture of the heart. And here's our multimodal data. And lo and behold, this is what the leaderboard has come up with, an AUC of 0.7. So I think via Zoom, it's hard to be interactive. I'd love to ask if anyone sees any problems with this, but they may not be able to answer me over this setup. So I'll just go ahead and say, well, first of all, one of these hearts is a kidney. This is a kidney. And so there's a data quality issue here. These are all still images where you can get a lot of information about the heart from a still image ultrasound, but you do also want videos at some point. So this data was not quite correct, the image data for the problem at hand. And second, there's a false promise here of multimodal data because this AUC at predicting coronary disease is frankly the same AUC you would get from these structured data fields alone. We have a predictor for coronary artery disease, an algorithmic predictor called the Framingham Risk Score. It's been around for probably 100 years, and its AUC is 0.7. So if you're going to use multimodal data, you need to strive for effect modification, that the combination of modalities needs to perform better than the sum of its parts. Another one that cropped up during the pandemic was this idea of diagnosing COVID from chest x-ray. And there has been important and good work in this field. There's been a broad range of papers in this field for this use case. Some of those papers read like the following. Oh, we have neural networks. We've got a pile of chest x-rays and COVID is important. So let's just mix those all together. And so what are some of the problems with doing that? Well, first of all, what could you possibly find from a chest x-ray in the best case scenario? And does it actually indicate COVID or something more general? So I would argue that, what might you find from a so-called COVID x-ray? You might find acute respiratory distress syndrome, ARDS, viral pneumonia, but those things aren't COVID, right? You would only call those findings COVID in the setting, a unique setting, where COVID is statistically the most likely explanation at the time due to the prevalence of that disease. It's not the same thing. Another question we would ask in this formulation is, do we have class balance? How many normal versus COVID versus bacterial pneumonia versus viral pneumonia from other viral causes? You know, what is the class balance and is it appropriate for this task? Is the chest x-ray classifier using fiducial marks, labels, and so forth? Or the presence of an endotracheal tube, for example? Is it relying on those cheat features rather than the clinically relevant features you were hoping for? The literature, including the chest x-ray literature, has in some cases shown that. And then finally you ask, well, all right, you train a classifier, do those chest x-ray findings correlate with any useful clinical action? Would it tell you who needs to be quarantined? No, because even people with a negative chest x-ray with COVID should be quarantined. Would it tell you who needs to be sent to the hospital and who can stay home? Maybe. Would it tell you who needs to be admitted to the ICU versus the floor? Maybe. But doctors don't tell that from the chest x-ray. They tell that from, you know, work of breathing or oxygen saturation. So remind yourself to think deeply about what a certain problem formulation does and doesn't tell you about the problem you're intending to solve. Next suggestion, make sure you understand the methods used for your problem outside of machine learning. The machine learning, deep learning has taken the world by storm in the past 10 years or so, but people have been doing computational data analysis, including computational imaging, for a lot longer than that. Here's an example. Let's say you want to do edge detection. If your data looks like this, cardiac MRI, you might be able to get away with a canny filter, a simple canny filter. Or at least you should know canny filters exist and see what they can do for you, what they can get you, even if you decide to use deep learning at the end of the day. By doing stuff like this, you might find that, I gotta admit someone. You might find that sometimes traditional computer methods, like when you apply them to ultrasound here, are a complete non-starter. Then you feel really confident that if you're using neural networks, you know that it's necessary. Because as powerful as neural networks are, deep learning, machine learning, as stylish as they are right now, you sacrifice things in your problem solving. You sacrifice knowing exactly how the algorithm works. You sacrifice data efficient methods. There are trade-offs. So if you find a non-machine learning method that works and it's the best solution for your problem, by all means, do that, put the problem first. Next suggestion is to spend time cleaning and labeling your data. There's two subparts to that. Make sure your data sets faithfully represent the patients and communities you're trying to help and the problems you're trying to solve. When we were trying to develop a view classifier for adult cardiac ultrasound several years ago, we made sure the training and test data we used represented the patients in our overall ultrasound corpus in terms of their demographics background, their disease background. This is also about fairness in machine learning, which needs to be a design consideration. But it's also about performance of your model and clarity of your experimental results, because remember, data given to you is never as clean as you think it is. Even in ImageNet, we found that, this is a side project, Einstein is labeled as a dog in ImageNet. And that's one of the benchmark data sets everybody is using, right? ImageNet. This is something we discovered through mathematical analyses of data set diversity and outliers. And data might intend unintended confounders, as I mentioned. These are some images from a data set meant to train a model to distinguish benign from malignant skin lesions, which was one of the first use cases in the field, and models have achieved great performance in this task. My colleague Mike Kaiser put out a paper a few years ago analyzing grad cams from a trained skin model on new images. And what he found here, so the two images here are benign, the two images down here are malignant, and the model was correct. But by analyzing the model's decisions, they found the model was not focusing on that medical mnemonic, A, B, C, D, E is the way we think of grading skin lesions, but rather the inking, the surgical scars, and the ruler that indicate what the dermatologist thought about the skin lesion. They found that with the grad camp, so they got the right answer for the wrong reason. And the final reason to spend time with your data, every time I sit around labeling data, I have two thoughts. One, why am I still doing this? It's 2025. And number two is I'm thinking about my problem. I always come up with ideas why something isn't working, what to do next. Next suggestion is to understand the biostatistical testing that will show whether the performance of your model is significant or not, and answer the clinician's age-old question, so what? Can I actually use this on patients? Many papers improve on previous benchmarks by a potential, either a very small magnitude that is not statistically proven. And clinicians want to know, is this different enough? Is it better enough to change my practice? So in addition to the F1 scores and the FIDs and the DICE scores, you need to be statistical context. What's the number needed to treat? What's the negative predictive value? And there are books out there that cover clinical research quite well. If you're using machine learning, dig into the features used most in your model predictions. Here are some of the learned features from a Nature Medicine paper that we published using deep learning to detect fetal congenital heart defects. So here, both with the saliency maps and the grad cams, they are laser focused on the same anatomic features that clinicians would use to solve this problem. And there's not just, saliency and grad cam that you can do. You can run leave one out analyses, occlusion experiments, other types of adversarial attacks to do everything that you can to understand what your model is learning. Not just that it's right, but that it's right for the right reasons. Next, I want to make some points about foundation models. They're cool, they're improving at a fast rate. You'll recognize all of these and many more. Despite true progress using foundation models, and I don't want to downplay that, they are not cure-alls, especially not for the out-of-domain problems you may be studying in, true fundamental medical or biomedical development, and with the scale of data that you may have for solving some of those novel problems. First of all, performance. Foundation models have performance limits for medical tasks so that their sheer size doesn't overcome. So here's an example of a large language model being used for medical question answering, which is a pretty basic task as far as what clinicians have to do. Even the smallest version of this model is billions of parameters in size, that's fine. But then the researchers scale the model size over 60 times, and the accuracy improvement is only 1 to 2x. Second is resources. In many cases, AI is going nuclear to power results that don't yet consistently outperform humans. And that pertains to both computational resources, but also data, where AI can fail on out-of-domain data. And foundation models' response to the out-of-domain problem is to basically pull all the data into the domain, which is causing, untold copyright infringements and other things that may or may not see the light of day. I don't know. But when you're using these models, it can be difficult, given that the nature of the data sets these models are trained on is not always transparent. It can be difficult to know whether using that model, if you have good performance on your task, do you have data leakage potentially between the data that you are testing on and what the foundation model has already seen? Skeptics point to continued model hallucination and bias, to remind people that as large and complex as they may be, foundation models are still just statistical machines. And then, of course, there's numerous reports of bias. At the end of the day, these models reflect the data that they were trained on, and the people who trained them, both of those can be biased. Finally, while current foundation models boast performance without human-labeled data, in practice, prompting and prompt engineering creates a new burden. And then in most cases, people will use an off-the-shelf foundation model and wish to fine-tune it on their task of interest. And you have to ask yourself, well, if I'm fine-tuning, well, then I'm still labeling data. So do foundation models really liberate us from data labeling? And these are several potential problems. Certainly there are benefits as well, the scale, the performance in some cases, but it's important, these problems are interconnected. Oh, this is me having a prompt adventure, trying to find a title for a previous talk. These problems are interconnected. It's important to think about them. And again, like all tools, to use them with the problem in mind and with a clear vision on the pros and the cons. Final suggestion is to document your code and pipelines well. I always tell my lab in their, Jupyter notebooks or whatever they're using, always start with the goal or the question of what that notebook is about, what the data sets are being used. Versioning is very important. What assumptions are being made. To visualize a subset of the data at each step, if you can, to save your checkpoints, comment the code, comment their thoughts about what they're seeing, all of those things. And do all of those things as if someone has to read that notebook 6 months from now. Be nice to your future selves, because it is surprising how soon you might put that notebook down and come back to it and wonder, hey, what was I doing? What was I thinking? And then in terms of what to include when you're writing up your research for publication, colleagues and I have started writing up some of these guidelines for rigor in machine learning, hopefully as helpful guidance. We have a bunch of them now, and I think a newer one on generative AI that was in Nature Medicine this year. This last piece, consider, this is less about experimental design and more about user experience. Consider that inference experience once you've trained your model. If you've done a lot of pre-processing on the data in order to get it to be ingestible by your model, consider that you'll have to do that same pre-processing every time you do inference on new data, and that can add to computational time. You may or may not want to do that. In summary, with machine learning power comes great responsibility. Designed and executed well, machine learning really does have the potential to move science forward. I want to thank everyone in my lab who works very hard, scientists and clinical fellows, data scientists and clinical fellows alike, and I'll take questions if there's time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arnaout. I enjoyed all of it. I particularly enjoyed the tips at the end, the cookbook on what we need to do to really not lose track and, randomly look for some trends and some explanation. This was excellent. Thank you. We do have a couple of minutes if you're willing to stay, and I think our other speakers are here. We are buffered by a break, so we could spend a few minutes on questions. Okay, go ahead. Can we give you the mic? Let me ask one while we're waiting for the mic, which is, this is amazing research. Can you parallel some of the applications of your research to the clinical arena, being an MD and a computational scientist? So what of your work have you been able to bring to the clinical care at your institution?
Is this a question for me or for someone else?
It's for you.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we study use cases across modality and across the lifespan. One of the cases that I showed in the talk was our work on detecting fetal congenital heart disease from screening ultrasound. So that's one. There are also numerous cases in pediatrics and in adult cardiology, which is my that is my clinical specialty, is adult cardiology, from structural and heritable heart disease in the adult, to acquired disease, ischemic, different cardiomyopathies, valve disease, and so forth. What we have found is that what I have found in my lab is that early in the field, I think there was such an excitement about applying machine learning to imaging that it just felt like everybody wanted to put out a paper that says, machine learning solves X clinical disease, mic drop, right? That's the end. And I think, this has happened before in fields. We had the GWAS craze probably in the late 90s, early 2000s as well, where we come back to the early literature and realize, maybe there was some data leakage in that paper. Maybe, it seems odd that, this data set was so small for this difficult problem. I wonder whether they were learning the right features. I wonder whether this was overfit. And we might find that over time. And so writ large, we're trying to avoid those pitfalls as we translate and think a little bit more deeply about what it takes for anyone, a human or a computer, to look at those images and pull out meaningful clinical features to support clinicians and maybe even do better than them in some cases. And to do that well, I believe there are certain fundamentals about deep learning and imaging that need to change, and a lot of them around efficiency. So a whole thread of our more fundamental work that supplies numerous clinical translational problems is around data efficiency. It's not about absolute number of data points, neither in testing nor training. It's about data diversity as well. This I've discussed in another talk. We are very interested in labeling efficiency. So supervised learning, it's Jan LeCun who said before me, right, that the future will not be supervised. But I believe in that as well. And it's for a number of reasons, because the best trained clinicians to give you your best labels are also the ones who are most clinically busy. They don't have time. Because the type of labeling that a supervised machine learning algorithm needs is often extremely laborious and difficult for humans. We're not designed to be robots. And because even in the best of clinical scenarios, when we go back and do clinical research, we find that a lot of human labeling or diagnosis, even codified in the electronic health record, has a lot of error and variability. And so if you're teaching to human labels, you are teaching to a ground truth label that is inherently error prone, and we don't have great systems in large EHRs to be able to fully quantify that error. We report when there's an adverse event, and how about the 100 other errors that are just as wrong, but no bad came from them? We don't characterize those very well. So there's a lot of reasons to get away from supervised learning towards better label efficiency, and finally, computational efficiency. So those are some of the fundamental pieces that we study in order to power translational clinical cases across many diseases.
Thank you so much. Question?
I just have a small request for Dr. Youssef to share the first QR code she shared. Thank you.
To share the QR, she will.
Yeah,
first
sure.
one.
Okay, sharing the first QR code, Dr. Youssef. You can do it now, or we can put it on the platform if you're willing.
Yeah, I can do it now quickly. This one?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ala. Any other questions? Okay, so going back to Dr. Arnaout, just to complete the first part of my question, are you including in your workflow, in your pipeline clinically, once you've integrated these EI systems into clinical care, are you iteratively evaluating their performance and accumulating more data? Like, can you tell us more about this? Or is this just purely into the clinical field, done, close the door? I don't think that's the case, but I wanted to hear it from you.
Yes, we're continuing to iterate. We're continuing to test more and more broadly. We've been to community settings, telemedicine settings, over a dozen, different centers, mostly in the US, but also some international settings.
Great, thank you. Dr. Fode, if there are no more questions, I have one question for you. The social media data that you showed was quite interesting. I think the substance abuse was particularly interesting considering our adolescent survey that was launched a month ago between the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education, showing that substance abuse and mental health are really issues. So I think there may be some useful conversation between you and the stakeholders in that domain. But I want to, just for the sake of keeping some sanity for the break, I want to thank our amazing speakers. I want to thank the audience for staying after a long but very rich day of WiDS. We have a short break, and then we're coming back for one more track, the hackathon and the closing. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please come back at 5 p.m. Thank you. We are test. Okay, please come back to Ma'amari Auditorium. We are starting in 1 minute. Welcome back, everyone. So now we are proceeding with track number 3, Social Sustainability, moderated by Dr. Lama Moussawi. So please help me welcome her on stage.
Okay. Hello, and welcome to the Social Sustainability track, the last track in our conference today. This track focuses on building societies where every individual has access to opportunities, dignity, and well-being. It's about fairness, inclusion, and ensuring that communities can thrive over time. In Lebanon, where people continue to navigate economic challenges and social disparities and crises that impact their daily life, the responsible use of data becomes essential to designing policies and solutions that support the communities. Today, this track highlights how data science can contribute to a more resilient, equitable, and hopeful future for our communities. With that in mind, I'm honored to introduce our speakers. Our first speakers today, Ms. Yasmin Al-Inazi. Ms. Al-Inazi is a globally recognized robotics and AI engineer named among the top 10 women shaping the future of robotics in 2024 by the International Federation of Robotics. With over 13 years of experience driving transformative innovation across the GCC region. Currently serving as the Executive Director of the Industry 4.0 Center at Max Biotechnologies, Ms. Al-Inazi leads strategic initiatives that accelerate industrial transformation and digital innovation across the MENA region. As an entrepreneur, she's the co-founder of AI-S Thesis, developing AI-powered solutions tailored to neurodiversity communities, blending technical expertise with lived experience. Her portfolio spans complex robotics implementation, cross-sector automation programs, and scalable tech-enabled interventions. Ms. El-Ainazi is known for her ability to translate cutting-edge technologies into real-world impact, managing projects from concept to execution with precision and purpose. Beyond engineering, Ms. El-Ainazi is a passionate advocate for diversity and inclusion in tech. She mentors emerging talent, designs outreach programs, and champions systemic change to empower women and underrepresented groups in AI. Formerly the UAE Ambassador for Women in AI organization, she now serves as the regional head for women in AI Middle East, where she builds cross-border collaboration and leads initiatives that amplify female leadership in AI. Ms. El-Ainazi, it's an honor to have you here from the UAE. Ahla wa sahla. The floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Still have energy? Still have curiosity to know more? So, good evening. I think now we became an evening time, as introduced by Dr. Lama, and also thankful for Dr. Marita Awad and the team of AUB for inviting me to join their efforts in this 9th edition of the Women in Data Science Forum or Conference. I'm happy to be here in Lebanon, back after 27 years. I used to be here when I was child, 11 years, yeah, I used to be when my age is 11 years. The country was filled with talented people, with a passion people and ambition people. They want to grow and they want to build and connect to create an impact. I have a question for all of you. When we talk about sustainability with AI, if a robot designed in Silicon Valley, how might could behave in Beirut or Cairo or Dubai? This is a question just to keep you think about. I love always to give a practical example. I don't like to go for theoretical one. Since I'm from robotics engineering, I do embedded AI. So let's think that way. How many times you also faced a challenge with application where you are not able to use it by the system, by the service, or by the product, from the mobile app or social media and others? So this is a questions, bring all of, let's say, minds together, thinking like how we can ensure that we have a better representation within the all system design and all system or products design. Even this designed for a purpose, specific one, whether it is industry, focus industry, or it is for community service. Normally, when I saw like some services come or product come from US, Europe, from Silicon Valley, specifically robotics, embedded systems of AI, physical AI, I see there is a gap always. They are not able to serve our communities. The reason it's a culture. Culture play here a huge role. When we develop a system should serve MENA region, is differently when we develop a system should serve Europe or and US. We are not doubt about the technology level. We talk about here ethics and inclusion, means that our voices is there, our culture is there. So we are shaping the service and the solution. So today my talk is going to be around that. I just wanted to arm you and make you think with these questions, basics one, practical one, making us really do deep reflection on our responsibility to design products that carry our culture, ethics, and our needs as the region. I had international, maybe some of you, they know this international story, when Peter Sherman from Google, while he's testing the Google technologies, he recognized there is an issue within the technology of the camera. It's not able to recognize the people with the black faces. And I will tell you why I selected this story. Saying this, issue, Annie from Google team also had personally faced this. She's not able, because she's a black, she's not able to get the right or proper photography for herself. So she joined forces with him, bringing this level of collaboration and taking this issue to the team of Google. Then they start do inclusion and diversity team. Depends of all what we are living an era of technology, and we talk about Europe. Just imagine till now 60% of the people in UK, they don't have access to internet. Same what we happen in our region. I selected these 2 cases just to think about the benchmark for our region. I told you I have a reason why I select first story, because it's my story. I just realized in 2021, we were in event in Riyadh, and the robot is not able to recognize a woman like me, wearing black, shela, abaya, scarf. That robot was imported from US, and we had an issue as a technology company. We faced it during that event, because most of the ladies in Saudi also, they covered their hair with that. Even they don't cover full hair, but still, because of the reflection of the black color on the sensor system or LiDAR system is not able to read their data. And definitely, they will not be able to recognize by the robot system. From that time, it took me to the next level that we need really to localize the technology. We need to build expertise in every field. Like, for example, today we have machine learning specialists, we have embedded AI specialists, we have generative AI specialists. Every one of us has to be ensured that he's a specialist in one area of AI. I don't agree when they say AI technology, I always say AI technologies. So it's not only single one, it's multiple technologies serving different purpose, and we need to have in every sector of it an expert team. Leading, for example, the policy, leading development, leading innovation, leading diversity, leading inclusion. Then, when we talk about, today we had a session upstairs. It was about work and women and life and how we could balance between of them. And one of the experts joining us in that session was working as a chief of human resources. She shared a struggle and challenge for unheard voice, which is people of determination. She said that I have to fight on behalf of him 5 years or 6 years back with her CEO to onboard him as a member of the team. He's so talented. He's an AI developer, but he's even so talented that has all the certificate because of his body and his determination. The management reject to accept him as an employee. So thinking about all of these issues, people of determination, older people we have, sickness people, and people who are not able to find their opportunity, or they are not lucky enough to find people to sponsor their education, how they will be represented within AI? Who will support them? And how this is linked for SDGs goals. We all talk about sustainability and how we could measure. I selected today to focus on specific social sustainability matters and how we really, this is very important for all of us, as a region specifically, then internationally as well. Gender equality. We need to ensure we have enough diversity as a gender. It's not because we need more women in that field. It's because women perspective is different. Why we say women in AI? Because normally women who cares, who build the community. So for education system, we need a women who are already a mothers and they know what they need for their next generation to take care of their health. Me as a role model in this industry, I'm a mom for autistic son. I need to create a solution for my son and other sons in the world, ensuring AI serving for good, ensuring I'm helping the healthcare system with the right tools. So this is when we say inclusion, why it's matter, and why we need more women in that field of AI to ensure in every steps of designing, because I'm always involved in designing new products. When we design a new robotics, we call it social robot. When we design industrial robot, when we talk about manufacturing side, and when we design, we call it a humanoid robot, and that also has his own. People always, they claim that this robot is taking their job, but it's not. If we think about the best country in the world, they don't have really shortage in labor, and they are always in the high percentage of having the best employment in the world. Do you think about which country? I just need to hear from you. Which country they don't have batala? نير بعد جابان أقل نسبة بطالة في العالم مع أنهم أكثر ناس يستخدمون الأوتوميشن والروبوتكس. Why? Because their school and philosophy, it's about AI for good, technology for good, serving the community. We are not replacing, instead we are integrating. Yes, today I heard from many ladies upstairs, they say that we are facing a challenge because in our domain, as a doctor or as a pharmacy person or as a salesperson, we are seeing a lot of updates because of AI. And today discussion also between the Minister of Labor and the Minister of AI, blaming him, he's going to bring AI chatbot or AI a genetic system that is going to replace or take the job. Unfortunately, yes, he will take the unskilled job. We don't want to see more laborers from our nation. We want to see high-skilled people performing for a job, leading the country and leading the community. Either healthcare systems, when we integrate such solution for people of determination, we also bring something related to women. Women cancers is the most top diseases in the world. They can benefit from AI. They can benefit from the solution for a protection, for analyzing, for bringing new medicine to a life. This is all examples make us think why inclusion, and specifically gender inclusion, is very important when it's come to AI. And there is a study saying like 34 million women and girls are projected to live in extreme poverty by 2030. This is United Nations SDG report. And this is give us really an alert that we need really as a women to help our community to avoid this to happen. And even we live in a safe countries and we live with a country when ensure the rights of women, but anything happen around us, it will impact our region and it will impact definitely our countries because our co-worker, our friends, our doctors are all engaged in the same. For example, country I came from, United Arab Emirates, we have 20-30 nationality. So definitely anything happen around the world is impacting us directly or an indirect way. We talk about reducing different kind of, let's say, unrepresented people and voices when it comes to AI. And all of these voices who think always about them are women. We think about their parents, we think about our children, we think about our brothers, sisters. That's not mean men are not thinking, but their mandate and their brain, it's designed to focus on one thing. But we are multitasking. That's why our main job in the life to be a mom and taking care of the community. I will come about decent work. It's very important point when it comes to SDG and how AI is helping to close that gap. Because as per the report of Harrisville Business Review, we will have 90-30% of employees believe companies must lead within purpose, and 70 would not work for a company without strong purpose. Always today, ladies ask me upstairs, how to really prioritize the work. I say, because I'm a person driven by a purpose. You should have a purpose. Purpose to work for NGO. Today, we have a purpose for these leading women, leading this conference. They want to change something within the country. They want to support the talent and connect them with the right ecosystem globally. They want to ensure that the best technology has been implemented within the country. Not only focusing on the university, but they focus about the country itself. So this means that when we do decent work. Sustainable cities, a lot of team today, they have go through different kind of presentation. They talk about urban planning, smart cities, sustainability, water, carbon emission. So it is really one of the points going to be impacted by AI in two directions. One, as energy consumings and all of that. Another side, how we are really could protect the planet by having the right system and the right solution working for that. So 44% only in the world urban population has convinced across to a public spaces, open public spaces. So this is highlight the opportunity for impact could be created by AI if we ensure that we have a sustainability and social sustainability within AI. Partnership, definitely. I'm here today because of the partnership. And most of the team, they came today for the conference because of the partnership. Just imagine this is partnership, go for long-term partnership. What the impact could be created from job opportunities, career development, research, policies, standards, and supporting the community. Partnership, it's beyond just a single contract or MOUs. It's beyond the meaning of having specific terms and conditions. It's really creating opportunities, means that we are working for impact. We will win, the other person will win as well. The social sustainability efforts build the trust between people, reduce risk, and future-proof for business. Everything happening around us in the world, it's a business impact. Even the big companies around the world, like OpenAI, Microsoft, NVIDIA, at the end for them, this is a kind of business. I have a question for you. How everybody could be part of the AI ecosystem? What do you think? Even you are not a technical. Okay. Giving data. What we are doing daily? We are giving data daily from the taxi application, Uber application, food delivery, everything we order. That's why we see, I will not talk about social media because people, they talk about it, but I'm talking about our, necessary stuff. Every day we are part of the ecosystem of AI. We are feeding the system. We are feeding the information. We are feeding the system how to behave. Because if we are dealing with the systems in the right way, then system also will be emotionally lead with us and deal with us in that way. AI is going to be more emotional. Don't trust people who say that the only thing different between a human and AI is the emotions. Now AI has become emotion, become mental health assistant, become kind of, online doctor. So emotionally, the systems are impacted and created by us. Always I heard it from people, AI biased. AI is not biased, we are the biased. When we talk about women in a different way or center way, when we talk about the country in center way, when we talk about project in a specific way, we are feeding the system this information. So what happened within AI, it's the result of our use. I have a big hope about our region. We are keeping generating family, and we keep producing new generation. This is not happening in Europe and US. So we are the most people who has demand, and that's why the shift and focus for AI revolution is currently in Middle East. As we have the talented people, we have the money, and we have currently start building our database center infrastructure. That's why big companies like NVIDIA, Microsoft, all of them are refocus their market to be shared in the Middle East. I will come to the important, let's say, part of it. When we say social sustainable AI, what do you mean? We need, as women, as I say, because we care, to take responsibility, improve the communities as much as we can. So that's why we have something called Women in AI. It's a global organization. We do different kind of initiative just to give equitable access to skills, funding, and opportunities. We make the AI more inclusion, closing the gender gap, ensure the ethical and fairnesses when it comes to AI, helping women founders. I believe the big opportunities for women within the AI come from the entrepreneur sector. Creating more products, solving more challenge and solution for the community means that we are contributing to AI. Who's currently developing the AI system is not the big companies. It's their ecosystem from the startup. That's why now we see every big company, they have their incubation program. They have their own startup program. They collect the idea and the solution from this startup, ending either buying them or they make merge and acquisitions or they take a share in this company. This is also we see in OpenAI. Microsoft has a share there. So just turn off this entrepreneur mindset. It will really change the game, especially within the country like Lebanon. I heard today from the team, they talk about the jobs, the labors, and career. It can be also turned on to entrepreneurship. When we create a company, a solution, get a fund, and we get investment to the country, and then we create a new job opportunities for others. We ensure always to ensure that to have diversity not only about gender, but it's also about unheard people, unheard voices when it comes to AI. That's why we focus on community engagement, We have almost 18,000 community members around the world, 151 countries, with more than 48 ambassadors around the world, the global ambassadors. And today, because of Women in AI, I'm here collaborating with other communities, with other universities, investing my time, investing my resources, and investing everything we've done in Women in AI by sharing knowledge with you attendees. Now we have a specific project. I would like to take you through it. One of them is focused on research, since we are in university, and the professors always, they love it. It's called Women in AI Research. We focus on fairnesses when it's come to AI. We focus about inclusion research. Even we talk about robotics or self-driving, but we trying to ensure that there is a research cover that area. We have something called Women in AI to Go, which is about education. We have incubation program. We have AI to Learn, which is about a sponsorship network, when we enable by funding sponsorship other collaborators or other partners. And one from the most important projects that we have as a Women in AI, I would like to highlight them. It's 2 projects. It's fully funded by European Union. We open the opportunity for the world, all countries around the world. I would like to talk about them. One, it's called Equity Projects. This is a project, it's very important. It started before 2 years back, that to ensure that we bring the technology developers, we bring the society and the legal team, and we bring the public and the private sector, ensuring all of them, they have a platform to test all their solutions. We offer that platform. It's online. Anyone can search for it. It's fully sponsored. No one will ask you to pay something. It's just to ensure that the system that you design, product or service, are ethical, and to ensure that there is an inclusion and diversity. Everyone will win from that. It will give you an easy assessment. Always when we talk about not only technology of AI, we talk about Industry 4.0. Assessment index is very important elements when we talk about industry, hands-on practical experience. To ensure that the design development of AI, it's a fair when we talk about systems. Social and legal, it's very important. We have something also we call legal in AI. We focus about differentiate between legality of AI and the ethical of AI, because there is difference between of them. Another project I would like also to share, I'm one of the benefiter people from it. It's called the Diverse Fair. It's a project also led by Women in AI. It's over a scholarship for people who come from technical background and people who are coming from non-technical background. They will enable them to design and shape policies and regulation with open platform with a provided fully sponsored scholarship. So by that, we ensure that everyone has the access for the needed resources. Today, many women, they claim upstairs when we talk about education, invest in education, they don't have access to resources. They cannot afford to invest financially in the resource of education. Some of them, they need really to have good amount of budget and money to sponsor their study. And when you sponsor your study, you are investing in your future of career. And you are developing yourself to lead. You are developing yourself to be part of the competition of the next, revolution of technology. Well, specifically, the bio AI revolution is going to happen very soon when it's focused about bio tech stuff. So by having affordable resources, free resources, funded fully, we ensure that we are meeting our goals when it's come to inclusion and diversity. We are helping women to get their own resources, their own education. And even this program, by the way, is not open only for women, it's open for men. Anyone can search it, has its own website. There is a continuous workshops happening weekly. There is also a scholarship. Everyone can win this scholarship. We have big leaders, big names in UAE and others. They apply and they got it because it's first of its kind, focusing on fairnesses in AI. When we have fairnesses, when we have inclusion program, then we'll be able to identify how to design a system. How did we design policy of work for HR team? How we design a research, include all the voices. How we design an initiatives, ensure that these initiatives is inclusion, having women, people of determination, older people, and different kind of community levels. I would like to leave you with a question to think about it. And maybe you can share your answers with me here in the hall or even later. What's the best pilot you think that you want to see have an inclusion or inclusion pilot within 30, let's say within 90 days. I'm working currently on a big project, and I want to hear from you a feedback, since we are designing the process for that project for the whole MENA region and North Africa, where we are going to build the database for all the women who are working or related in AI. How to empower them with resources, with mentoring, with career, and project space, and research base. Think about it. 90 days, you want to see an inclusion pilot, what that pilot could be. And thank you so much, and it was really my pleasure to be here, and sorry for being late, maybe, but it is, as I know, everyone get tired, and I hope I was, light and soft with the content. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Al-Ainazi, for the amazing talk. We move on to our next speaker, one of our own, Ms. Luna Baalbaki. Luna is a research data scientist at Stanford University's Department of Medicine, where she develops data-driven solutions to support ethical, trustworthy, and impactful healthcare research. Her work focuses on building robust data pipelines, applying statistical modeling, and leveraging machine learning models. With experience across academia, fintech, and nonprofit organizations, Luna has led projects spanning natural language processing, experimentation, and data-driven decision-making. She holds 2 master's degrees, one in business analytics from OSB, very proud of you, Luna, and another in economic development from the London School of Economics. Luna is passionate about empowering other women to pursue opportunities in data science and research. Welcome, Luna. It's great to have you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for being here. It's always good to be back at my alma mater, AUB and OSB. Also, thank you, Dr. Lama Moussaoui, for the introduction. Before I begin, I want to share with you a quick personal story. And that is around 8 years ago. I remember one day my dad came up to me and told me that, Luna, there is this Women in Data Science conference happening at AUB this year on Friday, and he asked me if I want to go. And back then, I didn't know what data science even was, but I was like, a day off from school, approved by my dad, that sounds like a great idea. So we went together, and on that very day, I really got inspired by the women there, and I got to know more about what data science is and the impact that it can do. And from there, from that very day, my journey in data science started. So I want to thank the Women in Data Science organization team at AUB for hosting the events all of these years, because really one of these conferences inspired me to be where I am right now. So thank you a lot. And also, I want to thank my dad, who's right there, for taking me to the conference. That was us in 2017. I was 17 years old. And for today's agenda, I'll be going over what bias is, how to overcome it, and how to detect it. Also, I'll be sharing with you a recent research study that I worked on that shows how we can use AI to build health data models. And at the end, I'll go over some strategies to building trustworthy AI. So first, let's play a game. I want all of you to picture a farmer. So close your eyes and picture a farmer. Okay, now open your eyes. How many of you pictured a male farmer? Raise your hands. Okay, wow. Now, how many of you pictured a female farmer? Okay, only 2. Here's the thing. Out of all of the farmers in the world, 40% are female farmers. Yet, our brains, for most of us, defaulted to picturing a male farmer. And that's what we call bias. Bias is when our brains or our data lean toward one pattern and leave the rest out. So imagine we're teaching a machine learning model to recognize a farmer. But mostly, and with no intention, we're only feeding it and showing it images of a male farmer. So now the model is going to learn that a farmer is someone who looks like a male farmer, and everyone who doesn't fit this criteria is going to be left out. So later on, when we show the model a female farmer or an elderly farmer, the model isn't going to recognize them because they don't fit the criteria. And that's how our human bias affect our machine learning bias. And that's how our machine learning models become biased if we don't take the correct measures. Now, there are a couple of disadvantages that can happen when our models are biased. And one of them is we'll get inaccurate predictions, which would lead to wrong decision making. And the other one is we would have reinforcement of stereotypes. And also, we will get unfair treatments of certain groups, especially minority groups. And also, we're going to be losing trust in AI, and we will have legal and ethical complications. Now, for the research case study that I worked on, it was a very interesting project. And the objective was to build a machine learning model that would identify patients who have high risk of being readmitted to the hospital post-heart surgery. So basically, some patients would come to the hospital, do the heart surgery, and then leave, but a few days later, they will come back to the hospital with more complications or some complications. So our goal was to design this model to predict the high-risk patients so that doctors can intervene faster and do earlier checkups with them. And for our data set, we used data from different hospitals. We collected 10,000 records of patients. And for features, we got demographics such as age, gender, and race. And also we got clinical outcomes and surgical outcomes. And our target variable was readmission to hospital within 30 days post-surgery. And to build this model, first we got our data. We did some data cleaning and data pre-processing, and also we did some feature engineering. After that, we built our model. And after we built our model, we needed to evaluate it to see how well it's performing. And in order to do so, we pulled out some matrices. So we pulled out accuracy, we pulled out precision, recall, and area under curve. And as you can see here, most of the scores are in the 80%. And this means that the model, on average, it's performing well, especially for recall, which measures how well the model detects positive cases. It is around 80%. And this, at a glance, tells us that the model is performing well. However, here's the point. These scores are on average. So the model could be performing well for some groups, but performing poorly for others. And on average, the scores are good. But we shouldn't stop here. We should look deeper and check for bias. So in order to check for bias, what we can do is we can check for data distribution. For example, here, we got all of our patients, and we tried to see the different percentage in ethnicity of patients. And as you can see here, for white patients, we got 60%. So 60% of the total data set that we collected has ethnicity white patients. And just 20% for black patients, 12 for Asian, 6 for Hispanic, and 2 for others. So this clearly tells us that our data is biased and it is not fair. And also, there's another way that we can dig deep into it. And as you can see here, recall, which predicts how model is performing for patients. And for white patients, the model is performing really well, which is around 89%. And for black patients, it's only 0.62%. And this means that we're missing around 40% of true high-risk black patients which can have serious real-life consequences. And this shows us that our model isn't fair for the different subgroups. Now, another way to detect for bias is to use the ROC curve, which is the receiver operator characteristic curve, which is used to show how the model is performing for different subgroups that we have. And as you can see here, the higher the line, the better the performance. And we can see that there's differences between the lines for different groups. So for white patient, it has the highest line, which means the model is performing best for white patients. However, for other groups, the model isn't performing as well. And this clearly tells us that we have bias and we should overcome it. Now, there are a couple of methods that we can use in order to overcome bias in our machine learning models. And one of them is to collect more data, to get more data, especially for the minority group, so that we can have more balanced data. However, in our case, in our research study, we couldn't do so because we were restricted on time, so we couldn't collect more data from different hospitals. So what we did is a technique called oversampling. And oversampling, it basically creates synthetic samples for minority groups, and that way we would have a more balanced data. And the way that the oversampling works is that for oversampling, we use the SMOTE technique, which is synthetic minority oversampling technique, to synthetically expand the minority class. And the way it works is that first, identify the minority class. So here, for example, the red dots, let's say, these are the minority class, and the blue dots are the majority class. So the first thing that it does is that it identifies the minority class. And then it finds the k nearest neighbors, usually 5 points around it. And then it tries to connect the point. Then it generates new synthetic points along the line. And that way, we would have more data and more weight for the minority class. And then we would have a more balanced and fair data in our models. And also to visualize it, oversampling, as you can see before, these are the points for the minority graph. Later, after we did the oversampling and we synthetically created more points, we can see we have more points along the same pattern. And we got results after the oversampling. So we also collected accuracy, precision, recall before the oversampling and after the oversampling. And as we saw before the oversampling, we got bias and unfair data. Whereas after oversampling, as you can see, for black patients, it was before oversampling 0.62, but now it's much better, it's 0.81. So it's detecting 20% more of black patients after we overcame the bias and after we solved it, and better performance when capturing more patients from different ethnicity. Also, for the ROC curve, as you can see before, we had more space between the subgroups, which showed we had more bias. Whereas now, after the oversampling, we don't have space anymore between the subgroups, and this means that the model is performing very well for all of the subgroups, and we don't have differentiation between the subgroups, and that's how it should be. Now, to conclude, there are a couple of strategies that we can take in order to design for a fair and trustworthy AI. The first one is to have data awareness. So what I mean by that is to make sure to know what your sources are for data and how they were collected and where, because we don't want to collect, let's say, data from just one hospital in one city, but we want to collect data from different hospitals across the world so that we can get more representative data. And also to try to detect for bias early, so try to check the distribution of the data that you have for race, gender, and age group as well before you start your model. And also we should design for fairness, so apply the oversampling, or there's also other techniques such as undersampling in order to make your data more balanced. And then we need to evaluate and check for the different matrices that we have, such as recall, precision, accuracy, and many more. And finally, we always need to monitor and improve and retest our models in order to make sure that's always fair and we have balanced data. So together, we can design AI systems that are transparent, equitable, and fair. And thank you very much.
We can take one question.
Thank you so much, Luna. It's really great work what you are doing. I have a question about the sets of the data that you are collecting. It's because these entities that you work with them have collaboration with the lab of the university that you work for it, or you do a collaboration with hospitals directly in different locations in the world. This is my question, that because when you say that the data sets that you have, it's already biased because this is white people, black people, I do believe that the source of this data, it's only because they are collaborating with the university. Second, about the strategy of your research and the policy for that research. How it's structured and frame that enable you to collect the data and let's say assume that for application purpose. For example, if we talk about some kind of diseases or developing something for vaccinations. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. So for your question, the way that we have our data, as you mentioned, it's nationally in the USA, so it's not worldwide, and that's why we got more 60%. And the way that we have it is that our research lab is collaborated with different hospitals in USA. So not just one hospital, but we try to do as many hospitals as we can. And sometimes we try to do it worldwide, but because we have some restrictions, it's a bit hard. Yeah.
Machine learning system they use in UAE for doing the checkup for the chest. We are not anymore doing normal checking up. When the person came, we have 20, 30 nationality. They do their residency and visa. They will go through AI checkup, which is for chest, because the systems should be not biased and the system should be trained for all different type of inclusion data. This is because I'm comparing your great work and research here with the system that we have in UAE for checking medical check for the chest area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luna. Great work. Thank you. Okay, we move on to our third speaker. We move on to our third speaker, Dr. Sukaina Abdelilah Nasrawi, joining us virtually. Dr. Nasrawi leads the Sustainable Urban Development Portfolio at the United Nations ESCWA. She advances policy and practice on urban resilience, the localization of global development agendas, urban transformation, and the transition to smart and inclusive cities that prioritize quality of life in the Arab region. With over 20 years of experience in socioeconomic development, gender equality, biostatistics, technology, and planning, Dr. Nasrawi has pioneered initiatives that connect global agendas with local realities. She introduced smart cities into regional policy debates, led the first voluntary local reviews in the Arab region, and launched the Arab Mayors Academy to empower city leaders in tackling urban challenges. Dr. Nasrawi has also served on international juries, including the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities. Her distinguished record of publications spans topics such as smart sustainable cities, the multidimensionality of urban smartness, technology for development, the fourth industrial revolution, and gender equality. Her contributions to research and development have been recognized with multiple international awards. Dr. Nasrawi holds a PhD in information technology with a focus on smart sustainable cities. She's the author of one of the earliest global books on sustainable smartness of cities, where she champions a people-centered approach to digital urban transformation. Dr. Nasrawi, welcome. Ahla wa sahla. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Lama, for the very kind and detailed introduction. It's a great pleasure to be to join you today for the Women in Data Science Conference at my beloved academic home, the American University of Beirut, where I spent some of the most informative years of my life. I also sincerely apologize for not being able to be with you in person, as always, as I'm based in Beirut. But unfortunately, I'm currently in Dubai for the Asia Pacific City Summit, where ESPA is a knowledge partner. Otherwise, I would have definitely enjoyed being with you in person. But of course, no matter how full the schedule is, an invitation coming from you to speak at WiDS has just one answer. Huh? It's a yes. So allow me to share my screen so that without further ado, we start speaking about the topic of urban resilience, which, if you can just wave at me or just give me a note that you can see my screen so that I proceed.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So I'll be discussing with you today the issue of resilience, and it has been mentioned different times since the opening remarks of Dr. Lama and the different interventions of the various esteemed speakers throughout the conference since the morning. But I would be looking at resilience from an urban economic perspective. As Dr. Lama said, I lead the urban development portfolio at UNESCO. So we are really interested in how data can help us build the resilience of the cities, particularly urban economic resilience, and how data is really a foundation for an urban transformation that has been prevalent in the region, which is the digital urban transformation, or this transformation towards smart and sustainable cities. To start with, just for any of the participants who's present and is not aware of what UNESCO is. So basically, UNESCO is the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. It is one of the 5 UN regional commissions across the globe, based in Beirut, covering the Arab region, with the other 5 in Addis Ababa, Bangkok, Geneva, and Santiago, covering the remaining regions of the world. We do have 21 member states, so we cover the Arab region. And when we say they cover Arab region, we support member states in their efforts to advance sustainable development and ensure those concepts of prosperity and equality among many others. If you're wondering what kind of platform are we, we're an intergovernmental platform. So basically, we are a regional convener across national governments at the regional level. We advance regional integration, we develop regional norms and standards along different topics, including the use of technology, AI, the digital transformation, urban transformation, among many others. So without further ado, in the substantive part, I will be taking the discussion, though the very first 2 interventions were amazing and technical. So mine is going to shift from the purely technical to expand more on the development aspect of the issue of data for building urban economic resilience and for the digital transformation. I'll share with you a global project that is focused on building urban economic resilience that we've worked on. What is it? Who did we address? And how did we go about that? We'll also explore a global diagnostic and planning tool on the topic and how we collect data that helps cities in the region build their economic resilience. We'll also explore this digital urban transformation and what is the link that data gives us when we talk about resilience and smartness. So if we're wondering why we're talking about cities and what's the link between cities and development agendas, just to give you a glimpse that this is the working on cities and the role of data and the role of technology is engraved in global development agendas. It's not something new, but we recently started to focus more on urban development and development in cities, etc., etc. So this goes back to the 70s. During the UN conference of on the human environment, up to 2015, where a complete focus, where basically the focus has become highly notable on cities and communities through the Sustainable Development Goals. I bet all of us know that in 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted by all member states across the globe, member states of the Arab region included. One of those goals is SDG 11, and it focuses on cities and communities. And that on its own is a milestone. So this basically takes us to the fact that we really need to focus on cities and collect data at the city level in the urban sphere to advance sustainable development. Of course, this was also backed up in Quito in 2016 and recently in 2024 through the Pact of the Future, where we focus on development, on cities, on data, and technology as a means of implementation. So, are there challenges basically facing us if we are to talk about cities? And why do we need to collect data? What types of decisions do we need to take? So the urban population in the Arab region grew more than fourfold from the 70s to 2010. And statistics show that it will more than double from 2010 to 2050. And more than 70% of the population globally and even in the Arab region are going to be urban by 2050. So with this increasing level of urbanization, urban resilience becomes core. And urban resilience is at the core of sustainable development. But urban economic resilience recently has shown to be even at the core of building urban resilience per se, because shocks haven't been just linked to hazards, natural hazards, or to climate change, but they're also linked to economic shocks. So building urban economic resilience is literally an urban transformation that is data intensive and data needs to be collected. Accordingly, UNESCO in cooperation with all regional commissions and UN Habitat, which is mandated to work on cities, and the United Nations Capital Development Fund, designed a global project that focuses on building urban economic resilience and to strengthen the capacities of local government and to contribute to a better planning. And of course, data was key. Data was key in the capacity building process, and data was the main driver for an informed decision evidence-based planning. It was piloted in 16 different cities around the globe. I'm not going to go into the details of all the cities, of course, time does not permit that. In the Arab region, it was implemented in 3 cities as a pilot, and it is continuing now. The project had different activities and components, but what matters to me in this particular presentation is this focus on the planning for building urban economic resilience. And how do we do that? Because this is the bit that is very highly data intensive. So the project was implemented through different phases. So basically, it was implemented through 3 different phases where the concept of urban economic resilience was established. It was created. It didn't exist before. And it is a phase where all the regions across the globe had different meetings and, technical meetings, stakeholder engagement to identify. And all this process led to a design of a diagnostic tool that was used to diagnose the resilience of the cities, which data collected was used to inform the economic resilience building plans. So what needs to be improved, by how much, and how, etc., etc. Just to dive a little bit more into the concepts themselves of urban resilience and urban economic resilience, just for any of the participants who do not have the urban background. So when we talk about urban resilience, we really talk about the measurable ability of any urban system with its inhabitants to maintain continuity through all the shocks and stresses. While positively adapting and transforming towards sustainability. However, when we defined urban economic resilience, we really focused on the capacity and the related capabilities of the urban communities to plan for and to anticipate negative shocks. Of course, including long-term stresses to the economies, how to allocate, reallocate, mobilize resources, withstand shocks, recover from shocks, rebuild better, all to basically sustainably achieve economic growth and strengthen the capacity to deal with any future shocks. And I mean, we cannot stress more on the importance of this capacity to deal with future shocks. And of course, when we talk about planning and anticipating, this cannot happen except through evidence-based insights and data. How do we do that? How do we basically assess building urban economic resilience? Urban economic resilience can be identified through we've captured it through a model, and that model is a global model that was implemented, as I started saying, in 16 cities across the globe, based on 5 key resilience areas, 17 main indicators, 63 sub-indicators, covering areas of business environment, labor market conditions, economic governance, financial environment, and all of these interacting with each other and also intersecting with the component of the basic service infrastructure and connectivity. If we just dive a little bit into of course, I mean, there is no time to go into all the details, but like we dive a little bit into the 5 resilience areas, they basically capture how the city can sustain growth and respond to demographic and technological and market conditions. They also capture how changes in economic activities and the reallocation of labor while minimizing unemployment among other aspects. If we dive a little bit more into not just the key resilience area and the sub area, I mean, there are aspects being captured, for example, when talking about business environment, like the local economic diversity, like the openness to external markets integration, entrepreneurship and innovation, among many others. So it's just a very quick example of how it looks when we collect data and how do we interpret that. Of course, here you can see the 3 different diagnoses that we've implemented in the cities, and it took like more than 7 to 8 months basically to collect this data. It's a scale from A to F that shows the best performance and the failing performance of the city based on specific requirements. And if we are to go more into the details of, for example, the local business environment, you could see the city product diversity, the informality, the public economy strength, etc., with letter scaling, providing the benchmark for the city of its current status and how basically it can improve. Of course, building urban economic resilience is key, but resilience is not only about readiness, is not only about recovery from hazards, from pandemics, etc. It is also about being ready for shocks and ready for transformations. And what we've done at UNESCO and in all UN regional commissions is linking this recovery process and readiness, linking it to an urban transformation that is prevalent in the 21st century, which is being digitally prepared. Now, being digitally prepared means one of the main meanings of this is basically the transformation of the city towards a smart and sustainable city. And as per the International Telecommunication Union, it is a transformation of the complete ecosystem of the city, of the different dimensions of the city that are 6 dimensions, basically. It's the smart economy, the environment, the living standards, the governance, the mobility, and the people lying at the core. This is the definition of what a smart and sustainable city is as per the ITU. And I'd like to highlight here that it is an innovative city that uses ICT and technologies and other means to improve quality of life. So people are at the core. And when we talk about any urban transformation, we have to keep people at the core. Now, any urban transformation, data is the core element enabling smart solutions, right? Supporting evidence-based policy making and facilitating effective planning and monitoring. So while building urban economic resilience and transforming to a smart, sustainable city. Is there a linkage? Does data collected provide any, let's say, insights on the transformation? Does it add to it? Is it an added burden collecting data for both or not? When transforming to a smart and sustainable city, or when a city is undergoing a digital urban transformation, there are different dimensions that I've just mentioned, and there are so many factors that are involved. I'll just take this, for example, the smart economy. When we are addressing the dimension of the smart city, which is enhancing the competitiveness of the city, there are factors related to the innovative spirit, to the entrepreneurship, to the productivity, to the ability, to the flexibility of the labor market. And you already see intersections between this digital transformation and building urban economic resilience. So what we've done at the regional level and at the global level is that we mapped between transformations so that we tell ministries of planning and experts and academicians that any urban transformation needs to consider building resilience on the go. And this is not an additional burden, or this does not require additional data collection, because there is a direct mapping between them. And if we are, if any of us, like any of the participants now listening to me and saying, well, the smart sustainable cities, it's just a talk, there aren't lots of initiatives, etc. Well, no, more than half of the Arab region have already a city or more in the country, being labeled as a smart and sustainable city. Of course, there are cities that are following a brownfield approach, others following a greenfield approach, which is building a city from scratch or transforming in already existing cities. But more than half of the countries in the Arab region have an initiative or more within it for becoming a smart and sustainable city. So this mapping between building resilience and smart sustainable city is important to consider when collecting the data. And the mapping, if we quickly show it, it's basically along the urban services. So if we look at the 5 key areas of urban resilience, going from the governance, the labor market, the financial flexibility, et cetera, and the infrastructure and connectivity at the core, you would see the direct link between building urban economic resilience at this level and others to the dimensions of a smart and sustainable city. So a smart living requires housing quality, educational facilities, cultural facilities, individual safety, which directly maps to the urban services level of building urban economic resilience, where we talk about the robustness of critical facilities, access to communication, housing stock, and many others. If we are to look more into the governance, for example, economic governance looks into resilience in development planning, ease of doing business, leaderships in times of crises. And we all know, like in the Arab region, planning amid crises is key. And it's very particular to our region. This, for example, when building urban economic resilience, focusing on this dimension, links directly to the digital urban transformation that touches upon transforming towards smart governance or to a smart living by looking into the political participation and decision making, political strategies and perspectives, the social cohesion, the engagement of the different communities, among others. Now, I can't really go into the details. I'm already at 19 minutes and a half, and I still have half a minute. So, but if you're interested to know more about the diagnostic and planning tool, you can check the document. It's available in English and Arabic, and it's an interactive tool. If you're interested in the mapping between the digital urban transformation and building urban economic resilience, it's also captured in the study in front of you. This is just a screenshot of the different knowledge products. We do have a lot of knowledge products that you can reference when it comes to advancing urban development in the Arab region. But if just for the sake of ease of reference, these are the different products that we've used to share with you what I've shared in the last 20 minutes exactly. So let me end with this, Dr. Lema, that by grounding resilience in data and driving transformation through innovation, we really pave the way toward a smarter and more sustainable urban future. And thank you so much.
Dr. Nasrawi, thank you so much for sharing with us a glimpse of what the great work that you're doing. And we hope to have you in person in the future. It was a great talk.
Inshallah.
You will be with us until for the Q&A,
Absolutely.
right? Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Okay, we move on to our last speaker in this track, Professor Anu Ramaswamy. Sorry to keep you waiting. Professor Ramaswamy is a professor at Princeton University in the departments of India Studies, Civil and Environmental Engineering, and the High Meadows Environmental Institute. She is an interdisciplinary environmental engineer recognized as a pioneer and leader on the topic of sustainable urban infrastructure systems. Her work explores how 7 key sectors that provide water, energy, food, buildings, mobility, connectivity, waste management, and the green public spaces shape human and environmental well-being from local to global scales. Professor Ramaswamy's work integrates environmental science and engineering, industrial ecology, public health, and public affairs with a human-centered and systems focus. She is the inaugural director of the Shada Center for Global India at Princeton University and the lead principal investigator and director of the National Science Foundation-supported Sustainable Healthy Cities Network. And she serves on the United Nations Environment's International Resource Panel and the United States NSF Advisory Committee for Environmental Research and Education. Please welcome Professor Anu Ramaswamy. Professor Ramaswamy, you are...
Thank you so much for having me here.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you for the very warm introductions. And I really enjoyed looking at the previous presentation, and I hope that I can offer value with my talk here today. If I can share my screen, give me a moment. Oh, you are seeing my screen, or no?
Not yet. We are not seeing the presentation.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, just to say, yeah. Okay. Yes, we can see it now. If you can put it as a slideshow.
Fantastic. A moment. Okay.
Yes, perfect.
It's visible? Wonderful. Okay, let me just move the bar a little bit because I can't fully see my own slides. Oh. Give me just a moment. Can you still see my screen? You can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just need to go to my PowerPoint. Wonderful. Okay, so thank you for your patience, and I'm happy to speak here, and many thanks for the introduction. And I wish I could be there in person for this really important conference. And I wanted to just say that my focus area, as you'll see, is on sustainable, healthy, and equitable cities. And I've been asked to talk specifically about social sustainability, justice, equity, and inclusion. And as I was introduced, I am the lead PI and director of NSF Sustainable Healthy Cities Network. I also direct the Chadha Center for Global India at Princeton University, and I cross multiple disciplines. So for today, I thought, it's a broad interdisciplinary audience. I'll talk a little bit about just how we think about sustainability, inclusion, inequality, equity, and justice, and why infrastructure and food systems are so central to advance equity as well as resource sustainability. So that'll be the first talk, first part of my talk. I'll then talk about the role of data, of science, and scientists. What role can we play? And then I'll give you some examples of projects that I've done looking at infrastructure inequality in India, energy inequality in the US, inequality in exposure to extreme heat, actually in India, and then some concluding thoughts. And it's a high level talk. We won't have time to get into the data science aspects, but I think the idea here is how does data inform social sustainability? So I'll begin with the framing. And in my group, we define sustainable development based on a wonderful paper by O'Neill et al. As a good life for all within planetary boundaries. And I think it's a really simple definition. We've all used the earlier definition from, the Nordstrom definition of sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without the compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. First of all, it's very long. It also doesn't really tell you how to measure progress towards sustainability. And I think with the emerging advances in the sustainability system science literature, this particular definition, I think, offers a lot. So the first thing is it talks about a good life. And so we have to think, well, what is a good life? And then it talks about all. And that all could be current and future generations. It could be inequality between developed and developing nations. It could be inequality within nations. Very often we see rural urban differences. It could be inequality within urban areas or within rural areas. And often that brings up issues of income, caste, segregation within cities, gender-based inequalities. And, if you want to go further, we can even talk about interspecies. Why are we only talking about humans? What about all the other species? And what are we thinking? Biodiversity is not just in the service of people. Every species could have a right to live and flourish. But we want to agree that in our framing right now, this is a very human-centered view. But I love this definition because it opens up a whole systematic way of thinking about both planetary boundaries, resources, as well as a good life, and whatever our conception is. What does all mean? Who is included? Who is excluded? And of course, urban areas are a key driver for both sustainable and equitable transitions because they present numerous opportunities, but they also present numerous challenges. So, for example, I work a lot in Asia, and in many parts of the world, this is not a surprise, 30 to 40% of the urban population is living in slums or informal settlements that have very little of the basic infrastructure that makes for a good life. There's also rapid urbanization, and the pace of urbanization is causing a lot of rural urban migration, a lot of inequalities along the lines of rural and urban inequality. At the same time, 2/3 of future infrastructure by 2050 to support urbanization hasn't yet been built. And that's because most future urbanization is going to happen in India, Southeast Asia, in the African continents, part of the Middle East. And so we're looking, at this whole development of new infrastructure, which I think you all are very well aware of in your region. And so how do we do that? And can we do that in ways that are different from how they were before? So it is an opportunity, but it's not an easy opportunity. It takes a lot of science, data science, and engagement. It also is important, and so that's what I'm showing here, that people are the center, and these are our 7 key provisioning systems: buildings, energy supply, transportation, water supply, food supply. waste and sanitation, and green and public spaces. And we all know that most cities can't produce everything they need to provide these services within their boundary. And that's why cities are engaged with teleconnections with the hinterland. And so, if you do well designed urban provisioning systems, you could stimulate both rural and urban areas to be thriving with prosperity. And that's what happened in the US when cities like Chicago grew. The Midwest grew too, because the Midwest was providing food. And so you had cities, towns flourishing as the big cities flourished. But this has changed in dynamics as we look at developing countries' urbanization. And so, really thinking through where are we getting stuff from? What happens when we're trading in very critical infrastructure materials? It really affects how well we can develop our cities. We also focus on the 7 key provisioning systems because they simultaneously address multiple aspects of the environment. So you can see the same provisioning systems are now colored in red. This is energy supply. Blue is municipal water supply and sanitation. This pink color is transportation, focused on vehicle operations. The green is food supply. The gray is building and shelter materials and public spaces. And these 7 provisioning systems globally shape a vast majority of greenhouse gas emissions and water withdrawals. And so this is really significant because not only are we exceeding our carbon in the atmosphere, we're also very seriously running out of water in many parts of the world. So that's what you see on this side. And what you see on the right side of your screen is that the same provisioning systems are also shaping mortality at immense scales. And so the World Health Organization estimates 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 premature deaths worldwide is due to inadequate or polluting infrastructure and food provisioning systems. And that by itself is astounding. If I told you 1 in 5 premature deaths is because of our 3 basic provisioning systems, we should really be running to fix them. And that's what this transition is about. Can we focus on these 7 provisioning systems? Because we think if we do it right, we can reshape not only our environmental impact, but also our health impact, which is now contributing to about 20 million premature deaths globally because of these same sectors: air pollution, from energy, municipal water and sanitation, accidents, and low sedentary lifestyles with low physical activities, childhood undernutrition, as well as adult poor nutrition without fresh fruits and vegetables, and disasters and extreme events. So I show all this to say that this is the scope of my lab. It's a large scope. We look at how these 7 sectors influence health, well-being, sustainability, and equity. But today I'm just going to focus on the equity piece of it. And so the idea here is that sustainable development is not only about one outcome. It's not just about carbon emissions or water security or health or well-being or energy security. And it's also about equity. And so how do we put all this together? So we have a framework that says, here are our physical provisioning systems, which you can see here. I hope you can see my cursor moving. But those physical provisioning systems are essential for our social provisioning systems to work. We could not have education, healthcare, emergency services, anything functioning without having good energy supply, mobility networks, food systems, and so forth. And that these 2 interconnected physical and social provisioning systems together shape environmental sustainability. All of the environment is shaped by the physical flows, because that's what is driving the flow of energy, materials, water. They shape human health and well-being. And in our group, we look at both the objective measures of health as well as subjective measures of well-being. It shapes economy and security, including household security, security from natural hazards, as well as access to livelihoods. And that there are vast differences in different populations being able to achieve these outcomes. And so we look at distributional equity, which is inequality and fairness in the distribution of both determinants, these determinants, the infrastructure systems and the outcomes across scales, but with the goal of reducing disparities for the most vulnerable. So that's a very important definition we've drawn from public health, that we're looking to reduce disparities for the most vulnerable groups, with a focus on all these provisioning systems. And so this is a recent paper in the Journal of Industrial Ecology, which digs deeper into it, talks about the social, ecological, infrastructural, urban form features that all shape these outcomes: environment, health, well-being, and equity. And we describe equity, as I mentioned, as fairness in the distribution of burdens and benefits across determinants and outcomes, with the goal of reducing disparity. So it's really important, I think, to have this outcome and definition in mind, because very often we get caught up in trying to look only at the determinants or only at outcomes. We don't focus on who is the most disadvantaged, because everybody can say it's not fair, right? We hear this from everyone. We might hear the wealthiest people or the most advantaged people saying, oh, this is not fair. And so it's really important in the definitions to talk about which disparities are important, which disparities we're focusing on, and why. And this draws from Rawlsian theories of social justice and theories of equity from public health. And so a lot of this is summarized in a paper, if anyone's interested, that looks at this nexus, that we're not interested in only one outcome. So how can we look at the nexus between zero carbon goals, health, climate resilience, and equity? And what are those linkages? Where can we have trade-offs? Where will there be co-benefits? And so I can't delve into the entire science. It's a whole other lecture by itself, but I just wanted to highlight that we are not solving for one outcome. We're solving for multiple outcomes together, which makes it very challenging. And so I just wanted to end by saying the first part of my talk by saying that what then is, we talked about equity, but the way I talked about equity was distributional equity, right? We talked about the distribution of burdens and benefits across determinants and outcomes, but that's not the only aspect of equity that is important. And so this is a very nice framework from Joe Bozeman, my colleague at Georgia Tech, and he has framed this as systemic equity, that not only do you discuss distributional effects, we want procedural equity. And by procedural equity, we mean that the people who are impacted by the engineering transitions or whatever we're proposing are actually engaged in discussions, policy discussions, technology discussions, design discussions on the kinds of changes we want to see in our systems. So that's procedural. Are they engaged meaningfully, not just as a checkbox, but meaningfully engaged, where they can say, no, we don't like this, we want to do something else. And then there's also recognition equity. Do we recognize what are the historical and contextual factors that are the cause of these inequalities? There are systemic causes, and can we recognize those? And some people also include reparations. How do we do reparations? And that all these three dimensions of equity are often referred to as justice. So again, this is the framing we use. There may be different definitions, but I just wanted to be clear that this is where we're going, that we are thinking about justice as having at least these three elements: distributive, procedural, and recognition. And so with that, I'm going to move to the next part of my talk today, which is really to ask ourselves, we all are scientists, engineers, data scientists, what is our role? What is our role in advancing inequality or in advancing equity, justice, and inclusion? And how do we do it? And so I have lots of thoughts. Maybe we can address this in Q&A, but I wanted to share two things that I've learned. And the first is that it's really important to produce good science, but it's good to co-produce it with the people that you want to use it. And so if we want to have science that's meaningful, to people who are engaged in these discussions. We want to co-produce it, and I've had the good fortune through all these papers to have collaborated with cities, beginning with the city of Denver, and many of these, my partners, were co-authors in serious scientific papers that we put out. And these papers actually transformed how cities are accounting for their greenhouse gas emissions. So before this work with the city of Denver, cities were only measuring emissions directly within their boundary. And now with this transboundary framework, we're looking at the whole life cycle so that when we do engineered interventions, we don't just shift emissions to someone else, because that really doesn't work, especially for global greenhouse gases. And so I've been really fortunate that we were engaged with the City of Denver's climate action plan, and the City of Denver was then so happy with what we were doing that they said to other cities and to ICLE, which is a network of cities, that this is a group and the methods coming out of this group should be adopted. And so within 5 years of our scientific papers, some of the methods that we had developed became part of the US protocol for cities to count their greenhouse gas emissions. And so I still consider it, this was back in 2012, I consider this actually the pinnacle of my academic achievement to have impact at scale, beginning with a few cities, to actually impact the way multiple cities across the US are thinking and reporting their greenhouse gas emissions. We then worked with the city of Minneapolis on looking at their food system. You can see this is what engagement looks like. Lots of people listening, asking questions. And my field work or my work with cities uses at least a few principles that I wanted to share for effective co-production. And one of those is that it has to be situated in a context, that if it's all theoretical with no context, it doesn't work. It's good to have goal orientation, which is shown on number 3. And so in all of my work, I worked with cities that had a plan. They wanted to develop a climate action plan or a heat action plan, often within 1 or 2 years. So it accelerates research, but it also puts it out there in a way that's institutionalized. We want to explicitly recognize different ways of doing things, practitioners, teachers, government officials, citizens, youth. They don't see things the way scientists see it. And so if you're not willing to be challenged and change how you think and the questions you prioritize, I don't think that science is going to be as impactful or meaningful. So I think part of our responsibility is not to come here with blinders or blind spots and think we know the answer, because very often we come up with a framing where we already know the answer to everything. And then that really doesn't work unless we're actually willing to be there and be challenged. And so that happens if you give enough time for learning to happen. We can learn from communities, and this two-way learning takes time and iterations. And so I wanted to just highlight, I was part of an advisory committee to the US National Science Foundation. This report is no longer available, but I'm willing to give it to anyone who's interested. But it was an excellent report that really talked about how do you do engaged research to address environmental grand challenges. And so there's a picture of the report, and it drew upon a lot of our experiences, including from Maria Carmen Lemos, who was my co-chair on this report. Okay, so now I'm going to go through a few quick examples, and you should tell me when I have to stop. And I have concluding thoughts. The examples will be really quick so we can have time for discussion. So the first study was the one that actually got a lot of press in India. We developed a differentiated urban metabolism approach to inform equity. And so many of you may be familiar with urban metabolism. We look at the city as an organism, as a cell or any organism, and we look at how much material and energy are used. We have this diagram, inputs of energy, water, materials, outputs of waste, and hopefully value-added products as GDP. But we've never had a systematic method to dive down and say, okay, how unequal are these resources? And how unequal is the pollution? And who is generating the pollution and who's exposed to that pollution? And can we address this? So that's what this paper does. It got a good amount of press in India. And what you're seeing, I don't think we need to get into all the details, but we looked at quintiles. That means the bottom 20%, next 20%, all the way up to the top 20%, which you can see on the left. So this is what it is. So the poorest 20% is the dark blue. The next 20% is orange, then gray, then yellow, and the top 20% is in lighter blue. I don't know if you can see all these colors. And we looked at things like car ownership in 3 cities. So who owns cars? No surprise, it's the wealthiest, especially in developing countries. Who owns two-wheelers? It's actually a bit more equal. Who rides taxis? The top 40%. Who travels by bus? The bottom 60%. So you get the chance. Who has diesel generators because the power always goes off? Well, here they are. It's the top 20%. And so on. But who is using biomass resources? It's the bottom 20%, is predominantly responsible for using of biomass resources because they don't have access or they can't afford fuels. And so when we put all this together, we put this together in the context of emissions. And I'm just showing here pollution emissions, PM 2.5, that are responsible for the health effects that I showed you in that first graph. And I won't go through everything, but you can see all these cars are causing pollution. Biomass is also causing pollution. And when you add it up community-wide, you can see that in these 3 different cities, Delhi, Coimbatore, and Rajkot, in some of these cities, the poorest is only contributing 14%, while the wealthiest are contributing 43%. But in some other cities, which are more rural and developing early in their development urbanization stage, you see that the poorest are also contributing as much as the wealthiest. And our point in all this is that you can't have a broad brush for every city. You actually have to have a mechanism to dig in to these kinds of patterns in different cities. And our data science work is actually now studying all India. We're producing data for 600 districts of India because we're saying each of these cities is actually different. You can't just make sweeping conclusions. And then when we looked at designing for equity, we looked at 12 government policies at the nexus of air pollution and decarbonization. And I won't go through the detail, but you can see most of the policies either only reduce in-boundary pollution by about 2%, which you can see at the bottom here, or they reduce greenhouse gases by 2%. There were only 3 policies that moved you beyond the 2% to actually reduce 6% to 12% of greenhouse gases and even 50% of PM 2.5. And you can see all of them have equity implications. Replacing biomass-based fuels with better fuels, the shifting from private vehicle ownership or to CNG buses. So all of these have implications, phasing out of petrol and diesel vehicles to electric vehicles. So again, should they favor two-wheelers or should we favor cars? And it's very clear, India should favor two-wheelers because most people are driving two-wheelers, only the wealthy are driving cars. And the most interesting thing is that if the wealthiest households did only 10% energy improvement, that's the X, you could get substantial co-benefits on both sides. And so what this kind of analysis is saying, how can you design policies to be more equitable, informed by data? We did a different study in the US where we were very interested in unpacking race and income. And this was published in PNAS with my then postdoc, who's now in China as a faculty member, Kang Tong, and several other colleagues. And one of the things when we were talking about inequality and equity, and we would talk in all these city meetings like you saw, and people would always say, if we said that there was a race effect or a caste effect in India, people would say, but how do you know it's race? It's just income. And I don't mean to say just income. Income is a big thing. But so we wanted to say, can we actually show through data that you can have an impact of race or caste beyond income. And so that's what we did over here. You can see over here, we had 23 census block groups in St. Paul in Minnesota. And you can see the layers almost. We have the percentage of racial minorities on the x-axis. You have the income of these households on the y-axis. And you can see it's like a cake where you have the red are the lowest income homes, but they have the greatest racial diversity. And as you go to the wealthiest people, the blue, they have less than 50% non-white, so meaning it's predominantly white. And so if this was equal, it would be like it wouldn't be like a pyramid, it would be evenly distributed if there was no racial structure. So this is the structure of income and race at the census block scale. And then we then looked at what happens to energy use intensity as a proxy for energy efficiency or investments in energy efficiency. And you could see the slopes are significantly different and racial structure. So we looked at each subgroup within each income group. We found that there was actually a race effect. And so we looked at the blue people only, the red people, all of these different income groups. And except for the highest income, which is not very diverse anyway, we found a measurable, statistically significant effect of race on something as simple as energy efficiency. And then we looked at it spatially. I won't go through the detail, but the goal is that the message is that one really needs to unpack income and race. Otherwise, everything gets clubbed into income. And this idea of caste-based or race-based inequality gets hidden by income. And people think that's what is true. And it's good for us as scientists to be able to show with good, rigorous study, does it or does it not? In all cases, that may not be the case. But at least in this situation, there was a clear signal. And so these new fine-scale methods to unpack income and race reveal 5 times greater social disparity in energy use intensity, especially during the cooling and heating season, than previously known in the US. And so such kinds of measurements can be really important. And then the last one is we actually did field work because there's somewhat little understanding of how heat stress is actually experienced by people in cities. So we did 2 kinds of things. We took a sensor. You can see this gentleman is wearing a sensor like a pendant, which measures humidity and temperature over a 24-hour period. We also had my PhD student and a local researcher have a sensor on top of an auto rickshaw, which went around the city. And we also took thermal camera images of buildings. And so you could see this is a building with just a fan on top. And I don't know if you can see the temperatures here, that the roof was at 50 degrees Celsius, which is incredibly hot. The whole house was at 40 degrees Celsius, which is again extremely high heat and also humidity. And we looked at this to really show who's impacted, how much they're impacted, and how and when they're impacted. And so I wanted to show over here, again, this is innovation in data, how you gather data. It's not only about AI and machine learning. There's a lot you can do by going and actually measuring things that haven't been measured. And so we look here at an office worker, middle income, has an AC in the house, and commutes by an air-conditioned metro. And most of this person's life, or the day of their life that we gave them the pendant, is all in green, which is the lowest risk. Where you can see a few times, and you can see this is in the morning, when they go out, they're experiencing some heat, but most of their day is in the office. They have a little bit of going out, then they're at home, then they switch on the AC. You can actually see it. But look at that and how it contrasts with an industry worker. So this is an industry worker who's in a very hot industry, evidently, and look at their heat stress. This is the feels like temperature. When you combine heat and humidity, they're experiencing things like 60 degrees Celsius, right? And you can see when they only have a fan at home and they commute by motorcycle. The idea here is to say that it's not only your home, it's the way you commute, it's where you work, everything together shapes your heat exposure. The third one shows a researcher who happened to be doing field work during one of the hottest days in Delhi when the temperature was 46 degrees. Incredibly and, mind-blowingly hot. And then the last one is probably the one that is very difficult to see because this is showing in other countries in the Middle East, but people iron clothes for for money, and they usually iron in the neighborhood. They have a little shed. They usually use water to create steam. If you have pressed clothes, they press better with steam. And so this man was low income, only had a fan at home, was cycling, and this was his job, ironing clothes, and he was still ironing when it was extremely hot. And his, I mean, this is just very difficult to see. This was his entire day is spent at very high exposure. So I just wanted to say that we can really make impactful ask impactful questions, gather impactful data, organize your research to reveal the kinds of things that are happening that others have not revealed that can really inform policy through engagement. So I just had a few closing remarks that from these three case studies, and basically that income inequality is stark and it substantially impacts infrastructure. It's not just a developing country thing, it happens in the US, probably every country, but I showed it here for USA and India. Race matters in the US, caste matters in India, in addition to income or separate from income. It's not just an income effect, and it can be measured and shown to policymakers. New technologies can offer potential for resource sustainability, but they won't automatically make things equal or equitable. And so they have to be designed for equity, and to design for equity, we as scientists have to learn to co-produce science, technology assessments, and policy recommendations, which are broad swath of stakeholders, so that you have procedural equity. And that's essential to create both the sustainability for the environment, but also social sustainability and climate resilience that meets the principles of inclusion, social equity, and justice. And then I'll just end with this because this is something I feel strongly. We're all on this bandwagon of AI and ML. I see it everywhere. And I'm not sure at all that it's going to bring us social sustainability. In fact, my original paper in Science, that was the idea. We really need to know systems. It doesn't take much to know that 40% of people need clean cooking fuels. I don't need any more quantitative data than that. I think where you can really have an impact is in understanding where policy interventions are not working. And that means a lot of engagement with implementation scientists to really understand why even when policymakers are having good intentions, they roll out programs, why don't those programs work? So that's my thought, that AI and ML, and there's also negative impacts. I won't go into that here, but maybe it's a Q&A of AI and ML too. The energy draw, how much do we need? It's a whole other topic. So thank you, Lama, Lara, and others for organizing this, and Hiba, it's a pleasure to talk to you all. Please reach out if you have.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramasuma Awami, for this amazing presentation and for sharing all this great work with us. So we're going to open the floor for questions from the audience to all speakers in this track. We have a question from the audience. Also, online attendees, feel free to type in your questions in the chat as well.
Yeah, hello. My name is David Mata. I have a question to Dr. Nasrawi, and it's regarding resilience. I truly enjoyed the talk, and but I had a question about what do we mean by resilience? Resilience against what? Because we have different types of shocks that a community or a city can be, could be an earthquake, could be a pandemic, could be, if she can explain a little bit, because the readiness for shocks has to do with what type of shock is it. So how do you take it into consideration when you are talking about that? And the second question is to Dr. Ramaswamy. I also enjoyed very much the definitions that you give to sustainable development. It's holistic, that it has all, and also the systemic way of looking at it also made a lot of sense. It is also whole. But I have a question about, when we talk about the migration from rural to urban, that it might reach 70%, in the years to come. Do you see any effect of AI and artificial intelligence in a way softening this trend or maybe reversing it, because it doesn't matter where we live more and more? Or could be maybe the future of work would change the way things are living. So if you can give us some thoughts about this, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
Okay, so Dr. Lama, if you allow me, I'll take the floor first, since the first question was addressed to me. Thank you so much for the question, and definitely the concept of resilience is a large concept, and it includes lots and lots and lots of facets, let's say, and factors to consider. But I started saying that urban resilience is this measurable ability of, of course, we're talking about the urban sphere, not resilience per se, because resilience per se is very wide. When it comes to urban resilience, I talked about the measurable ability of urban systems. The city is a system on its own. And the inhabitants and the people within the city to maintain continuity. So how resilient are you is how much you're able to continue doing what you're doing when a certain stress occurs. Now, stress also has different types. It could be something related to climate change. It could be a natural hazard. It could be a pandemic. It could be different types of stresses, right? Urban, and I focused on urban economic resilience, which focuses on economic shocks. We all live in Lebanon, and we know the economic shock that the country faced, and the different cities were affected differently if we are speaking about the urban sphere. So when I came and said there are 5 key resilience areas to consider when thinking of building urban economic resilience, and I mentioned, I hope I'm not going to forget one of them, but I mentioned 5 key resilience areas, which are the labor market, how resilient it is. We look at the different factors. We talked about governance. We talked economic governance, I guess. We talked about the financial environment. We talked about the business environment. We talked about the infrastructure. So the economic shocks, and how do economic shocks affect those systems constituting the city? Because the city is a system of systems. So that's just an example. I hope I answered your question.
Professor Ramaswamy, you have, if you'd like to answer the question.
Yes. All right. So thank you, and thank you for your comments and a great question. So I think I'll come back to what I was saying, that AI and ML by itself is not going to make the world more equitable unless we look at the structures that are behind them. So for example, it is true, and there are good examples, where you can create rural employment by having people in villages annotate, images. But we've had many examples where in India they're saying, here, we can send you, because India actually has a lot of smartphone coverage. You can send images of plants or pests or something else, so that your machine learning model can identify plants and pests. This is for agriculture. We have also people doing translations. So for natural language processing, you send a text to be read in different dialects, and you can pay people, and it does work. But again, the question is, can you do it ethically? And there are some examples where that has happened, because they're paid extremely low for the gains that the companies make which are not being shared with the people who are contributing labor. So we can discuss this, but there are companies actually addressing this, which are wonderful. Some of them have been featured on the cover of Time magazine, and some of the solutions are to pay those people who are just sort of, they're basically tagging images, and so pay them to be part of the profit that whatever product comes out of this. So that's a game changer because that would increase their wealth. Another thought is to pay them much more than the basic pay. That can only be sustained for a little bit. And then the third thing is to upskill them so that they're not only tagging data, but they can be part of this economy. And I'm not an economist to know how many people you need in the labor market to do this, because if you have, generative artificial intelligence, potentially no one may be needed at all. So I think these are all interesting questions. I don't know the answer to it, but I want to come back to those 7 provisioning systems. Whether we provide them in rural areas or urban areas, I think that should be the number one priority. If a fraction of investments that are going to AI could be diverted to these very basic provisioning systems, I think we could solve a lot of these problems. Then we don't need very advanced machine learning to do that. I think the challenge runs in how you implement these solutions. And if we can know more about the barriers and implementation, I think that would be really interesting. So anyway, that's my thought. Thank you for a great question.
Thank you. We have another question from the audience.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. And my name is Makram Awais. I'm with the Lebanese Center for Policy Studies. And my question is for Dr. Ramaswamy specifically. I really like the study that you did on, and obviously in times of crises, we experience the changes in levels of income, changes in levels of dealing with all these indicators. And my question is just about, you've used different tools, and my question to you is, how sustainable do you think these tools are in providing for an early warning system of major spikes and discrepancies? Thank you.
So I think that was for Professor Lawal. Because I didn't present on resilience, but I could say that general indicators for infrastructure performance and service delivery can be measured even on an annual basis. Most of the data I use in India is through decadal surveys. So we measure them every 10 years through the government survey. But with the advances we now have, so for example, power disruptions are publicly available data in some countries, and that's excellent. They may not release it publicly, but it is data that the government has on, for example, power data in India, how often it goes, when it goes, and who it goes, who experiences the power cut is out there. It's public information. And so some of the things, like the COVID pandemic disrupted services, but if you can account for them in your metrics, and you can still show metrics of how sustainable or efficient different cities are in providing services. But I think I'll let Sukaina maybe answer more in terms of hazards.
Yes, thank you so much. But actually, you've said what I wanted to say. I'll just add basically the nature of the factors that we are capturing when it comes to basic services and connectivity, and the resilience of basic service infrastructure and connectivity when it comes to building urban economic resilience. As I said, it is one of the 5 key areas for building urban economic resilience. And we look into cases like the coverage and functionality of a basic infrastructure. So we look at we look at coverage and functionality of the infrastructure. What is the scope of coverage? do they function, yes or no, when in times of shocks, etc. We also look at issues related to, for example, health service coverage and how sustainable it is in terms of in times of crises and stresses, etc. We also look at issues related to connectivity and mobility. I mean, we notice, for example, whenever, unfortunately, in Lebanon, for example, whenever a certain a shock happens, for example, a certain explosion or whatever, the connectivity is down. Directly. So how resilient is the city for shocks of different types when it comes to connectivity? And this type of data is available. It is available at the national level. And if not, and we're working on cities, there are different operators where we can get data. In terms of mobility, for example, how resilient mobility infrastructure is when it comes to stresses and when it comes to shocks. Like, for example, if it's a natural hazard, how resilient it is. If it's an economic shock, would that lead to a certain restrictions in terms of mobility? Do policies in the city or strategies in the country enable a certain anomaly in the mobility, yes or no? So these are factors that we look into. And if you're interested, I mean, the diagnostic and planning tool really goes into all the details of the resilience areas, the sub-indicators, and the indicators, the numeric indicators themselves. Yeah, over.
Okay, well, thank you so much for our distinguished speakers in this session. Great presentations that you shared with us. And with this, we conclude this track. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Dr.
you for having
Lama.
me. It was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers too. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, well, we are waiting for the hackathon, for the students participating in the hackathon. They must be on their way here. They were pitching their work to judges, and they must be here any time now. So I guess let's break for 10 minutes, and we will be back at 7:15 here to present the awards to the hackathon students, winning teams, and to conclude this long day.
Recording stopped.
فيني اسالك سؤال؟ اني كادر ازرق ما بعرف اني كثير خفيف.
Hassan.
Okay, so it was a long day, and it's not yet over.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so just to give you some background and also the anticipation of the results. So we had 11 teams, just quickly acknowledging really the effort of every team member in this team, and also the fact that you all had classes, you carved out this time, really this is commendable. And also especially that the topic is so much like for Lebanon, so really bravo. We're very proud of you, all of you, you did very well. So the first team, talked about a way to use AI to do wildfire detections, and we really need this. The team members, Mu'taz Marouf, Noor Hamiye, Tarek Bshimati, Ahmad Sber, and Shadi Konstantin. We had team 2, which had an interesting decapitata, defense against Serratius capitata pest. It's a topic that is really also very interesting by Nadine Msheikh, Sarah Brahim, and Rana Azzeddin. Bravo. Team number 3 worked on rehouse, low-cost housing configuration for sustainable crisis rebuilding. So hopefully, بتكملوا بهالprojects, and then we can probably use them somewhere. It's done by Stephen Yamin, George El Hashim, Carl Gilgis, Sharib El Hannoun, and Ahmad El Jazarli. Team number 4 worked on fault prediction and predictive maintenance for wind turbines. It's a team composed of Jihad Paterji, Amina Skandarani, Ahmad Daher, Ahmad Yunus, and Noha Faour. Team number 5, Rapid Response AI for Pathfinding and Incident Detection. Team members are Talin Shhade, Razan El-Mais, Hafiz Khatib, Rabia Fawaz, and Carla Khouri. Now, team number 6 is topic about the detection of UXOs using efficient NetV3. Tamara excited about this. Tamara Fakih, Lynn Aris, Dana Kusaibati, Zainab Takish, and Omar Ramadan. Number 7, Morse Mind, Emotion-Aware Energy AI in real time via Li-Fi. So it's a small group, Fida Abdallah Ali and Nurhan Hamze. So we had 11, but then only seven presented, pitched. I ruined it, right? So who is winner number 1? Do we have the cards ready? Okay, listen. نبلش team number 2, but it's okay. So team number 1, Anjad, all of you, you did really very, very well. We took much longer time deliberating. لأنه there was the idea, there was also the technical depths, and I'm very proud of you. It showed that you really knew how to stitch things together. But again, at the end, we needed to look at the criteria of the novelty, the criteria of the applicability, the criteria of, you know, the possible way to move it faster. So the choice was not easy. And Rida, maybe you can help me here announce the first, and you do the second. Okay, so the first prize goes to winner number 1, and it's going to be, who thinks will be winning? And okay, so winners number 1, we start with Morse Mind. Bravo. It's novelty, so they came up with a way to encode the emotion and then the stress, right? So you're somewhere, hopefully we don't get to have this again, but under the rubble, so you can use your phone, the flashlight, and you know the gyro inside your phone to encode, you know, your state, and then it will be decoded. So we look forward for its execution, but hopefully we don't have to use it. Rida?
Now for the second team, the winner is, drum rolls, detection of UXOs. تفضلوا. Congratulations.
So again, we thank a lot iPark for their contribution and their support for the hackathon. Thank you, Rida. So I think now it's the time. It's a long day. Thank you so much.
So very briefly, after a long day, 12 hours of WiDS, we're ready to close now. Before we close, I want to thank a few individuals who really worked so hard. I did not thank them at the beginning, who worked so hard to make this day a success. I want to thank Ms. Hana Munzer, who's the WiDS content delivery lead, and her team. And Ms. Nada Uzi, who's the lead of the logistics and her team. And Ms. Yara Haddad, who's the comms lead and her team. And of course, the IT team. So thank you so much. We had a long day of very nice talks, distinguished speakers, amazing panel, and we concluded with the hackathon. Thank you to all the students who contributed, who participated. We will follow up with an email with the photos and the videos. All the videos are going to be available online, so you will receive an email when they are ready. Yeah, so, okay. And also we